Section 1 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The name and nature of the art of reasoning. The art of reasoning is called logic, but you know Shakespeare has said, "What we call a rose, by any other name would smell as sweet." In the present case we have no occasion for any name. We might simply say, the art of reasoning. In the same way we say the art of nursing, the art of teaching, the art of dancing, or the art of fencing. Had either of these arts a Greek name, a writer would begin his treatise with stating the meaning of this name, and probably learned men would differ as to the propriety and extent of its application. There is, however, a convenience in giving distinct names to distinct branches of knowledge. But have a care of supposing that because an art or science has got a hard name, there must be something very difficult in the art or science itself. Many of our arts and sciences were taught by the Greeks, and when our learned men first wrote upon them in English, they very naturally called them by their Greek names. Thus, the word logic is derived from a Greek word, logos, that signifies discourse. But these words have no natural connection with the arts and sciences to which they are applied. You will have made no unimportant step in a knowledge of the art of reasoning, when you at all times recollect that the names of things are quite distinct from the things themselves. All the processes of reasoning can be as clearly described in household words as in those Greek words in which they are usually expounded. To reason clearly and forcibly, it is not necessary that you should understand any other language than your own. "Argumentation or reasoning," says Dr. Watts, "is that operation of the mind whereby we infer one thing, that is, one proposition, from two or more propositions premised. Or it is the drawing of a conclusion, which before was either unknown, or dark, or doubtful, from some propositions which are more known and evident. So when we have judged that matter cannot think, and that the mind of man doth think, we then infer and conclude that therefore the mind of man is not matter. So we judge that a just governor will make a difference between the evil and the good. We judge also that God is a just governor, and from thence we conclude that God will make a difference between the evil and the good. This argumentation may be carried on further thus. God will one time or another make a difference between the good and the evil, but there is little or no difference made in this world. Therefore there must be another world wherein this difference shall be made. These inferences or conclusions are the effects of reasoning, and the three propositions taken all together are called a syllogism or argument. Archbishop Whately, observes Mr. Mill, has defined logic to be the science as well as the art of reasoning, meaning by the former term the analysis of the mental process which takes place whenever we reason, and by the latter the rules grounded upon that analysis for conducting the process correctly. Logic, then, comprises the science of reasoning as well as an art founded on that science. But the word reasoning, like most other scientific terms in popular use, abounds in ambiguities. In one of its acceptations it means syllogizing. In another of its senses, to reason is simply to infer any assertion from assertions already admitted. The latter and more extensive signification is that in which I mean to use it. Our object will be to attempt a correct analysis of the intellectual process called reasoning, or inference, and of such other mental operations as are intended to facilitate this, as well as on the foundation of this analysis, and pari passu with it, to bring together or frame a set of rules or canons for testing the sufficiency of any given evidence to prove any given proposition. The reader will perceive that Mr. Mill's book is written on the science of reasoning. Our book is written on the art of reasoning. We will use the word reasoning in the wider sense used by Mr. Mill, and as including what is denoted by arguing, proving, inferring, confirming, refuting, and all similar words in the sense in which they are popularly understood. A knowledge of the art of reasoning is essential to the study of the science, but an acquaintance with the science is not necessary to the practice of the art. Indeed, it is only by the use of the art that the science can be studied. We meddle not with the science. We profess not to analyze any of the powers of the mind, nor to lay down any new rules for conducting the process of reasoning. We shall attempt only to describe those rules that are already known, and to apply them correctly, and we shall consider their application chiefly with reference to those things with which people are most familiar. If a man who understands grammar hear a person say, "I speaks," he will know from general practice that the language is improper, but he will, moreover, quote the rule that a verb should agree with its nominative case in number and person. Now a collection of such rules form grammar, or the art of speaking correctly. So if a man hear a person say, "All men are liars, for a party has just told me a lie," he will know from his own common sense that this is not sound reasoning. But if he has studied logic, he will also cite the rule, "Universals cannot be inferred from particulars." Now a collection of all these rules form logic, or the art of reasoning correctly, and the man who has a knowledge of these rules, and is correct and ready in applying them in practice, is called a logician. A man may reason accurately without rules, but if he can give the rules, he will have more confidence in the truth of his reasonings. He will also be better able to perceive the incorrect reasonings of others, and to show the soundness or unsoundness of any opinions propounded for his consideration. These practical rules of reasoning collected together form the art of reasoning, in the same way as a collection of rules for speaking and writing with propriety form the art of speaking and writing with propriety. The one art is called logic, the other art is called grammar. These two arts are useful to each other. Thoughts are expressed in words. If we think clearly, we shall speak clearly, and when we are learning to arrange our words with accuracy and order, we are learning to think with accuracy and order. A person who has acquired a knowledge of grammar will afterwards speak and write grammatically, without ever thinking of the rules of grammar. So a person who has acquired a knowledge of logic will afterwards reason logically, without ever thinking of the rules of logic. The rules will have become so deeply fixed in his mind that he will habitually reason accurately, and by practice he will come to reason promptly and forcibly. It is the chief business both of grammar and logic to teach us how to avoid errors. Grammar teaches us how to avoid the use of words and sentences that are contrary to its rules. But a beautiful or powerful style of writing must arise from the constitution of our own minds, or the peculiar direction of our studies, and is not to be acquired merely by an observance of grammatical construction. So logic teaches how to know and to discard bad arguments. To be able to reason promptly and forcibly depends upon our attainments in knowledge, the constitution of our mental powers, the extent of our practice, and the degree with which we are familiar with the writings of those learned men who are celebrated as the masters of the art of reasoning. Dr. Campbell, in his Philosophy of Rhetoric, compares logic to the soul and grammar to the body, the union of both being essential to an excellent discourse. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The subjects of the art of reasoning. The human mind can think, can reason, can remember. How it performs these operations we do not know. It does perform them, that's certain. 'tis equally certain that these operations are distinct from each other. The mind may think of things without reasoning about them, and it may remember things without reasoning about them. We shall in this section take a view of those truths with which we become acquainted by other means than reasoning. They may be classified into truths of the senses, truths of consciousness, truths of the intellect, and truths of testimony. On these topics we shall quote Dr. Watts. 1. Truths of the senses. Quote, "The evidence of sense is when we frame a proposition according to the dictates of any of our senses. So we judge that grass is green, that a trumpet gives a pleasant sound, that fire burns wood, water is soft, and iron is hard. For we have seen, heard, or felt all these. It is upon this evidence of sense that we know and believe the daily occurrences in human life, and almost all the histories of mankind that are written by eye or ear witnesses are built upon this principle. Under the evidence of sense, we do not only include that knowledge which is derived to us by our outward senses of hearing, seeing, feeling, tasting, and smelling, but that also which is derived from the inward sensations and appetites of hunger, thirst, ease, pleasure, pain, weariness, rest, etc., and all those things which belong to the body, as hunger is a painful appetite, light is pleasant, rest is sweet to the weary limbs." End quote. 2. Truths of consciousness. Quote, "As we learn what belongs to the body by the evidence of sense, so we learn what belongs to the soul by an inward consciousness, which may be called a sort of internal feeling or spiritual sensation of what passes in the mind. As, I think before I speak. I desire large knowledge. I suspect my own practice. I studied hard today. My conscience bears witness of my sincerity. My soul hates vain thoughts. Fear is an uneasy passion. Long meditation on one thing is tiresome. Thus it appears that we obtain the knowledge of a multitude of propositions as well as of single ideas by those two principles which Mr. Locke calls sensation and reflection. One of them is a sort of consciousness of what affects the body, and the other is a consciousness of what passes in the mind." End quote. 3. Truths of the intellect. Quote, "Intellect relates chiefly to those abstracted propositions which carry their own evidence with them and admit no doubt about them. Our perception of this self-evidence in any proposition is called intelligence. It is our knowledge of those first principles of truth which are, as it were, wrought into the very nature and make of our minds. They are so evident in themselves to every man who attends to them that they need no proof. It is a prerogative and peculiar excellence of these propositions that they can scarce ever be proved or denied. They cannot easily be proved because there is nothing supposed to be more clear or certain from which an argument may be drawn to prove them. They cannot well be denied because their own evidence is so bright and convincing that, as soon as the terms are understood, the mind necessarily assents. Such are these: whatsoever acted hath a being, nothing has no properties, a part is less than the whole, nothing can be the cause of itself. These propositions are called axioms or maxims or first principles. These are the very foundations of all improved knowledge and reasonings, and on that account these have been thought to be innate propositions or truths born with us." End quote. 4. Truths of testimony. Quote, "When we derive the evidence of any proposition from the testimony of others, it is called the evidence of faith, and this is a large part of our knowledge. 10,000 things there are which we believe merely upon the authority or credit of those who have spoken or written of them. It is by this evidence that we know there is such a country as China, and there was such a man as Cicero who dwelt in Rome. It is by this that most of our transactions in human life are managed. We know our parents and our kindred by this means. We know the persons and laws of our present governors, as well as things that are at a vast distance from us in foreign nations or in ancient ages. According as the persons that inform us of anything are many or few, or more or less wise, and faithful and credible, so our faith is more or less firm or wavering, and the proposition believed is either certain or doubtful. But in matters of faith, an exceeding great probability is called a moral certainty." End quote. The truths of reasoning are distinct from all these. They are derived from these truths, or such as these, by natural and just methods of argumentation. As logic is the art of reasoning, it has nothing to do with those truths that are self-evident, or which are known to be true without reasoning. The positive testimony of the senses supersedes the necessity for reasoning. If you have the toothache or the gout, you want no logic to prove to you that you suffer pain. And as we know what passes without us by the organs of hearing and seeing, and what passes in our bodies by means of our sensations, so we know what passes in our minds by means of consciousness. We know that we think, that we judge, that we remember. We know that we hope and we fear, we love and we hate. All these and a variety of other operations and feelings pass within our minds, and we want no logic to convince us of their existence. There are many other truths that are self-evident. We know that 2 and 2 make 4, that a part of anything is less than the whole, that a cause must precede the effect, and that a proposition cannot both be true and not true at the same time and in the same respect. These are called first truths or truths of intuition. They are wrought into our very nature, and we cannot disbelieve them if we would. If we meet a man who denies them, we do not reason with him. We conclude either that he does not understand the meaning of the words, or that he has lost his reasoning faculties. Here, logic has nothing to do. As logic is merely the art of reasoning, it follows that logic has nothing to do with those mental operations in which we do not reason. The mere giving or receiving of information is not reasoning. If you say to a friend, "It is a cold day," there is no logic in that. But if you say, "I think we shall have rain in the course of the day," that is a logical conclusion. And if asked to do so, you should be prepared to give reasons for your opinion. So the acquisition of knowledge by reading or hearing is not reasoning. You may possibly read history or biography, learn several languages, and become acquainted with botany, natural history, and several sciences without reasoning. All this requires nothing more than a good memory, and hence it is possible to become a very learned man and yet not be a logician. But if you begin to reason about anything you learn, you immediately become a logician. Take for illustration a case in history. You have read the life of Napoleon Bonaparte, and you remember all the events recorded and also the opinions of the historian. You are no logician here, but if you stop to ask if any particular event be true, if you inquire whether in certain actions he evinced sagacity or courage, and consider what were the effects of his course on the state of Europe, as soon as you commence to discuss these or any similar questions, you become a logician. As logic has nothing to do with receiving or retaining information, so also it has nothing to do with imparting information, or with the giving of advice or commands. There is no logical process in the following words: "Be not wise in your own conceit. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of ale men. If it be possible, as much as in you lieth, live peaceably with all men. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good." But sometimes the terms, though simply the language of advice or command, will imply a logical process. Thus, "Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise," which implies that there is some connection between going to the ant and becoming wise, and thus it denotes a logical process in the mind of the speaker. So also, if a motive is added, this brings the command or advice within the province of logic. Thus, "Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long in the land," "Honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thine increase, so shall thy barras be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine." Logic has no province of its own. If you reason at all, you must reason about something, and that something may belong to any one of the arts or sciences. There is no object in nature, nor any fact in history, but what may become a subject of argument. Thus, while logic as an art has no domain of its own, it has a province in every other domain, or rather it is called in whenever necessary to settle disputes and exercise supremacy in all the other departments of human knowledge. A judge on circuit has no property in the county in which he administers justice, nor any authority over its population, but should any estates in the county become the subject of litigation, or any person become a party in a civil or criminal proceeding, then they are immediately brought under his jurisdiction. So whenever any difference in opinion arises either in the arts and sciences or in ordinary life, it is the province of logic to adjust the dispute. Thus, every object in nature, every feeling of the mind, and every event in history may become connected with a logical process. We will illustrate this by a few examples. Take a flower. Quote, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O ye of little faith?" End quote. Matthew 6, verses 28 through 30. Take social relations. Quote, If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts unto your children, how much more shall your Father, which is in heaven, give good things to them that ask him? Matthew 7, chapter 11. He that loveth not his brother, whom he hath seen, how can he love God, whom he hath not seen? End quote. 1 John chapter 4, verse 20. Take historical events. Quote, Now these things were our examples, to the intent we should not lust after evil things, as they also lusted. Neither be ye idolaters, as were some of them. As it is written, the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play. Neither let us commit fornication, as some of them committed, and fell into one day 23,000. Neither let us tempt Christ, as some of them also tempted, and were destroyed of serpents. Neither murmur ye, as some of them also murmured, and were destroyed of the destroyer. Now all these things happened unto them for ensamples, and they are written for our admonition, upon whom the ends of the world are come. Wherefore let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall. End quote. 1 Corinthians 10, verses 6 through 12. End of section 2. Section 3 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Utility of the Art of Reasoning. All men and women reason from their infancy. 'Tis as natural for them to do so as it is for dogs to bark or birds to sing. And when they reason about things they understand, they generally reason well. But sometimes they reason ill, and 'tis the business of the art of reasoning to show them when they reason ill, and to teach them how to reason well. Such an art cannot be otherwise than useful. It must be useful to know how to do well anything we have to do every day and several times a day. And when we recollect that much of our health, our success in business, our moral and religious character, our present and future happiness, our reputation in the world, and our usefulness to others will depend upon the soundness of our reasonings, the art will appear to us to be of very high importance. We shall point out a few respects in which it is useful. 1. The art of reasoning is useful by enabling us to form our own judgments. You talk, of course, about a great many things. You talk about yourself, about your friends and relations and acquaintances, about your trade and profession, about the accidents and offenses you read of in the newspaper, about public measures and public men, about France and Russia and America and other nations with whom we may be or expect to be at war, about right and wrong, justice and injustice, wealth and poverty, slavery and liberty, and on Sundays, if not on other days, you will talk about religion, or at least about the Pope and the Church, and the parson, and about people who are supposed to be religious. Now, upon all these subjects, and a variety of others, you will probably give opinions, and most likely very correct opinions, provided you talk only of what you understand. But to guard against giving incorrect or unguarded opinions, you may as well take a lesson or two upon the right way of reasoning. You will say that you can do all this without the aid of logic. So you can, but logic will teach you how to do it better. Logic will teach you that you must form your opinions by reason alone, without any bias from your passions or feelings. Logic will teach you that you must be able to give a reason for all the opinions you entertain. Logic will teach you that you must look at both sides of the question and examine the arguments that can be advanced against any opinion, as well as those that may be advanced in its favor, and that you must weigh these arguments and see which side preponderates. Logic will teach you that after having done this, you must be ready to admit any new facts or arguments that may appear on either side of the question. In these various ways, a knowledge of the art of reasoning will be useful to yourself. By thus examining the reasons for your opinions, you will soon learn to distinguish between good reasons and bad ones. You will get into the practice of using good reasons and discarding bad ones. You will thus acquire the habit of reasoning well, and when assailed with bad reasons, you will know how to refute them. 2. The art of reasoning is useful in teaching us how to give instruction and advice to others. You will have occasion to give instruction or advice to others. You will often have occasion to do this in your family. But besides, you may be a director in a public company or on the committee of a charitable institution, or may be consulted by your friends in cases of emergency. In all these positions, it is desirable you should be able to give good advice and to enforce it by reasonable considerations. You know that the counsel of Ahithophel was so highly esteemed that it was as if man had inquired at the oracle of God. 2 Samuel 16, verse 23. And doubtless you have known men, though not gifted with eloquence or talent, have yet been so remarkable for soundness of judgment that they have been treated with universal respect. If you accustom yourself to reason well when forming your own opinions, you will insensibly acquire the habit of reasoning well when stating those opinions to other people. 3. The art of reasoning is useful by enabling us to defend our own principles against the attacks of opponents and to give them currency in the world. You may have to defend your opinions against the attacks of those who hold contrary opinions. You must not hesitate to do this when the cause of truth or of justice requires it. When your own character or that of your friends or your political or religious principles are assailed, you are bound to make resistance, and it will be useful to be able to do it well. The political and religious differences that exist among mankind are by no means to be deplored as unmingled evils. They serve to awaken the nobler feelings of the soul and to maintain attention to principles that might otherwise be forgotten. They stimulate the intellectual powers and impart an energy to all the faculties and to all the operations of the mind. To engage in controversy does not imply that you are to vituperate the person, misrepresent the opinions, or calumniate the character of your opponents. You will be less liable to fall into these practices if you understand the art of reasoning. You will then have no occasion for these ignoble weapons. You will be conscious that the force of truth and the power of logic will have much greater effect in defeating your antagonists. A dispute, says Mr. Robinson, is an oral controversy, and a controversy is a written dispute. To controvert or dispute a point, either by word or writing, is only to agitate a question in order to obtain clear ideas of it. Can it be admitted that religion does not admit of this? The whole of the Jewish religion was a controversy against heathenism. The writings of prophets are eminently argumentative. The book of Job is a controversy. St. Paul's epistles are most of them controversial. The apostles arrived at truth by means of much disputing among themselves. Acts 15:7. And they convinced the Jews and the Gentiles by disputing with both. Acts 17:17, 19:8. Every article of religion is denied by some and cannot be believed without examination and discussion by any. Religion authorizes us to investigate, debate, dispute, and controvert each article in order to ascertain its evidence. 4. The art of reasoning is useful by strengthening the memory and systematizing our knowledge. Memory may be wonderfully strengthened, says Sidney Smith, by referring single facts and observations to one simple principle, and by these means we can either remember the principle by remembering the fact, or the fact by remembering the principle. Thus, if we were to prove that democracy leads to despotism, we may refer to Julius Caesar, Cromwell, and Bonaparte. France has fallen under the dominion of a single man, so did Rome, so have innumerable free countries. The cause in many instances has been precisely the same, that anarchy, which has been produced by the licentiousness of the people, and which has rendered them an easy prey to the first ambitious man who could integrate himself with the army. Such examples are very trite, and what may occur to anyone. I only mention them to illustrate the importance of philosophical arrangement to memory, and to show how much more likely facts are to reappear when we want them, if we have clustered numbers of them together as illustrative of a simple principle, than if they are promiscuously scattered through the understanding without any such connecting tie. 5. The art of reasoning is useful by tending to prevent those evils that arise from the passions or the imagination obtaining an ascendancy over the judgment. The registers of the Bictre for a series of years show that even when madness affects those who belong to the educated classes, it is chiefly seen in those whose education has been imperfect or irregular, and very rarely indeed in those whose minds have been fully, equally, and systematically exercised. Priests, artists, painters, sculptors, poets, and musicians, whose professions so often appear marked in that register, are often persons of very limited or exclusive education. Their faculties have been unequally exercised. They have been commonly given themselves up too much to imagination, and have neglected comparison, and have not habitually exercised the judgment. Even of this class, it is to be remembered that it is commonly those of the lowest order of the class, in point of talent, who become thus affected, whilst of naturalists, physicians, chemists, and geometricians, it is said not one instance occurs in these registers. If one go from individual to individual in any lunatic establishment, and investigate the character and origin of the madness of each, we shall find for everyone who has become insane from the exercise of his mind, at least 100 have become insane from the undue indulgence of their feelings. Those men who really most exercise their faculties of their minds, meaning thereby all their faculties, their attention, reflection, or comparison, as well as their imagination and memory, are least liable to insanity. And irregular and injurious cultivation of poetry and painting has often concurred to produce madness, but nothing is rarer than to find a mad mathematician, for, as no study demands more attention than mathematics, so it secures the student during a great part of his time from the reoccurrence of feelings which are always the most imperious in those who are the least occupied. 6. The art of reasoning is useful, as it will not only give method and system to our own habits, but it will be by the force of example enforce corresponding modes of thinking and acting on those around us. And thus their reasonings will often be useful in return to ourselves. It is useful to a husband to have a logical wife. But the angel of the Lord did no more appear to Manoah and to his wife than Manoah knew that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said unto his wife, We shall surely die, because we have seen God. But his wife said unto him, If the Lord were pleased to kill us, he would not have received a burnt offering and a meat offering at our hands. Neither would he have showed us all these things, nor would as it this time have told us such things as these. Judges 13:21-23. It is useful to a wife to have a logical husband. Then said his wife unto him, Dost thou still retain thine integrity? Curse God and die. But he said unto her, Thou speakest as one of the foolish women speaketh. What, shall we receive good at the hand of God, and shall we not receive evil? Job 2:9-10. It is useful to a master to have logical servants. Now Naaman, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master, and honorable, because by him the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria. He was also a mighty man in valor, but he was a leper. So Naaman came with his horses and with his chariot, and stood at the door of the house of Elijah. And Elijah sent a messenger unto him, saying, Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean. But Naaman was wroth, and went away, and said, Behold, I thought he will surely come out to me, and stand and call on the name of the Lord his God, and strike his hand over the place, and recover the leper. Are not Abana and Parfar rivers of Damascus better than all the waters of Israel? May I not wash in them and be clean? So he turned and went away in a rage. And his servants came near, and spake unto him, and said, My father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing, wouldst thou not have done it? How much rather then, when he said to thee, Wash and be clean? Then went he and dipped himself 7 times in Jordan, according to the saying of the man of God. And his flesh came again like unto the flesh of a little child, and he was clean. 2 Kings 5:1-9-14. It is useful to servants to have a logical master. Ye call me master and lord, and ye say well, for so I am. If I then, your lord and master, have washed your feet, ye also ought to wash one another's feet, for I have given you an example that ye should do as I have done to you. John 13:13-15. It is useful to public bodies to have logical advisers. Then stood there up one in the council, a Pharisee named Gamaliel, a doctor of the law, had in reputation among all the people, and commanded to put the apostles forth a little space, and said unto them, Ye men of Israel, take heed to yourselves what ye intend to do as touching these men. For before these days rode up Thaddeus, boasting himself to be somebody, to whom a number of men, about 400, joined themselves, who was slain, and all, as many as obeyed him, were scattered and brought to naught. After this man rose up Judas of Galilee in the days of the taxing, and drew away much people after him. He also perished. And all, even as many as obeyed him, were dispersed. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men, and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men, it will come to naught. But if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it, lest haply ye be found even to fight against God. Acts 5:34-39. And when the town clerk had appeased the people, he said, Ye men of Ephesus, what man is there that knoweth not how that the city of the Ephesians is a worshipper of the great goddess Diana, and of the image which fell down from Jupiter? Seeing then that these things cannot be spoken against, ye ought to be quiet, and to do nothing rashly. For ye have brought hither these men, which are neither robbers of churches, nor yet blasphemers of your goddess. Wherefore, if Demetrius and the craftsmen which are with him have a matter against any man, the law is open, and there are deputies. Let them implead one another. But if ye inquire anything concerning other matters, it shall be determined in a lawful assembly. For we are in danger to be called in question for this day's uproar, there being no cause whereby we may give an account of this concourse. And when he had thus spoken, he dismissed the assembly. Acts 19:35-41. It is useful to religion to have logical advocates. For in him we live, and more, and have our being, as certain also of your own poets have said, for we are also his offspring. Forasmuch then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold or silver or stone, graven by art and man's device. Acts 17:28-29. Then most reviled him, and said, Thou art his disciple, but we are Moses' disciples. We know that God spake unto Moses. As for this fellow, we know not from whence he is. The man answered and said unto them, Why herein is a marvelous thing, that ye know not from whence he is, and yet he hath opened mine eyes. Now we know that God heareth not sinners. But if any man be a worshipper of God, and doth his will, him he heareth. Since the world began, was it not heard that any man opened the eyes of one that was born blind? If this man were not of God, he could do nothing. John 9:28-33. We know that thou art a teacher come from God, for no man can do these miracles that thou dost, except God be with him. John 3:2. We shall conclude this section by a quotation from Archbishop Whately. Among the enemies of the gospel now are to be found men not only of learning and ingenuity, but of cultivated argumentative powers, and not unversed in the principles of logic. If the advocates of our religion think proper to disregard this help, they will find on careful inquiry that their opponents do not. And let them not trust too carelessly to the strength of their cause. Truth will indeed prevail while all other points are nearly equal, but it may suffer a temporary discomfiture if hasty assumptions, unsound arguments, and vague and empty declamation occupy the place of a trained, close, accurate, and luminous reasoning. It is not, however, solely or chiefly for polemical purposes that the cultivation of the reasoning faculty is desirable. In persuading and investigating, in learning or teaching, in all the multitude of cases in which it is our object to arrive at just conclusions, or to lead others to them, it is most important. A knowledge of logical rules will not indeed supply the want of other knowledge, nor was it ever proposed by any one who really understood this science to substitute it for any other, but it is no less true that no other can be substituted for this, that it is valuable in every branch of study, and that it enables us to use the knowledge we possess to the greatest advantage. Preface to Logic. End of Section 3. Section 4 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Dispositions Necessary to the Art of Reasoning. To reason well, we must avoid prejudices or prejudgments, judgments formed before we begin to reason. Dr. Watts has a chapter on the doctrine of prejudices or springs of false judgments. He divides them into 4 classes. Prejudices arising from things, from words, from ourselves, and from others. We shall copy from that chapter and from some other parts of his work his observations on 2 dispositions, which those who wish to reason well ought to cultivate. We mean the love of truth and a spirit of mental independence. 1. The love of truth. Search for evidence of truth with diligence and honesty, and be heartily ready to receive evidence, whether for agreement or disagreement of ideas. Search with diligence. Spare no labor in searching for the truth in due proportion to the importance of the proposition. Read the best authors who have writ on that subject. Consult your wise and learned friends in conversation, and be not unwilling to borrow hints toward your improvement from the meanest person, nor to receive any glimpse of light from the most unlearned. Diligence and humility is the way to thrive in the riches of the understanding as well as in gold or silver. Search carefully for the evidence of truth, and dig for wisdom as for hid treasure. Search with a steady honesty of soul and a sincere impartiality to find the truth. Watch against every temptation that might bribe your judgment or warp it aside from truth. Do not indulge yourself to wish any examined proposition were true or false. A wish often perverts the judgment and tempts the mind strangely to believe upon slight evidence whatsoever we wish to be true or false. Keep your mind always open to receive truth, and never set limits to your own improvement. Be ready always to hear what may be objected even against your favorite opinions, and those which have had longer possession of your assent. And if there should be any new and uncontrollable evidence brought against these old or beloved sentiments, do not wink your eyes fast against the light, but part with anything for the sake of truth. Remember, when you overcome an error, you gain truth. The victory is on your side, and the advantage is all your own. In your whole course of reasoning, keep your mind sincerely intent on the pursuit of truth, and follow solid argument wheresoever it leads you. Let not a party spirit, nor any passion or prejudice whatsoever, stop or avert the current of your reasoning in quest of true knowledge. When you are inquiring, therefore, into any subject, maintain a due regard to the arguments and objections on both sides of a question. Consider, compare, and balance them well before you determine for one side. It is frequent but a very faulty practice to hunt after arguments only to make good one side of a question, and entirely to neglect and refuse those which favor the other side. If we have not given a due weight to arguments on both sides, we do but wilfully misguide our judgment and abuse our reason by forbidding its search after truth. When we espouse opinions by a secret bias on the mind, through the influences of fear, hope, honor, credit, interest, or any other prejudice, and then seek arguments only to support those opinions, we have neither done our duty to God nor to ourselves, and it is a matter of mere chance if we stumble upon truth in our way to ease and preferment. The power of reasoning was given us by our Maker for this very end, to pursue truth, and we abuse one of his richest gifts if we basely yield it up to be led astray by any of the meaner powers of nature, or the perishing interests of this life. Reason itself, if honestly obeyed, will lead us to receive the divine revelation of the gospel where it is duly proposed, and this will show us the path of life everlasting. 2. The spirit of mental independence. 1. Independence of mind implies exemption from the influence of authority. To believe in all things as our predecessors did is the ready way to keep mankind in an everlasting state of infancy, and to lay an eternal bar against all the improvements of our reason and our happiness. Had the present age of philosophers satisfied themselves with the substantial forms and occult qualities of Aristotle, with the solid spheres, eccentrics, and epicycles of Ptolemy, and the ancient astronomers, then the great Lord Bacon, Copernicus, and Descartes, with the greater Sir Isaac Newton, Mr. Locke, and Mr. Boyle, had risen in our world in vain. We must have blundered on still in successive generations among absurdities and thick darkness, and 100 useful inventions, for the happiness of human life had never been known. Besides, let us consider that the great God, our common Maker, has never given one man's understanding a legal and rightful sovereignty to determine truths for others, at least after they are past the state of childhood or minority. No single person, how learned and wise and great soever, or whatsoever natural or civil or ecclesiastical relation he may have to us, can claim this dominion over our faith. St. Paul the Apostle in his private capacity would not do it, nor hath an inspired man any such authority until he makes his divine commission appear. Our Savior himself tells the Jews that if he had not done such wondrous works among them, they had not sinned in disbelieving his doctrines and refusing him for the Messiah. No bishop or prebster, no synod or council, no church or assembly of men, since the days of inspiration, hath power derived to them from God, to make creeds or articles of faith for us, and impose them upon our understandings. We must all act according to the best of our own light, and the judgment of our own consciences, using the best advantages which Providence hath given us, with honest and impartial diligence, to inquire and search out the truth. For every one of us must give an account of himself to God. 2. Independence of mind implies exemption from the influence of the passions. The various passions or affections of the mind are numerous and endless springs of prejudice. They disguise every object they converse with, and put their own colors upon it, and thus lead the judgment astray from truth. It is love that makes the mother think her own child the fairest, and will sometimes persuade us that a blemish is beauty. Hope and desire make an hour of delay seem as long as 2 or 3 hours. Hope inclines us to think that there is nothing too difficult to be attempted. Despair tells us that a brave attempt is mere rashness, and that every difficulty is insurmountable. Fear makes us imagine that a bush shaken with the wind has some savage beast in it, and multiplies the dangers that attend our path. Sorrow and melancholy tempt us to think our circumstances much more dismal than they are, that we may have some excuse for mourning, and envy represents the condition of our neighbor better than it is, that there may be some pretense for her own vexation and uneasiness. Anger and wrath and revenge and all those hateful passions excite in us far worse ideas of men than they deserve, and persuade us to believe all that is ill of them. A detail of the evil influence of the affections of the mind upon our judgment would make a large volume. 3. Independence of mind implies exemption from the influence of constitutional infirmities. The credulous man is ready to receive everything for truth that has but a shadow of evidence. Every new book that he reads and every ingenious man with whom he converses has power enough to draw him into the sentiments of the speaker or writer. He has so much complacence in him or weakness of soul that he is ready to resign his own opinion to the first objection which he hears, and to receive any sentiments of another that are as asserted with a positive air and much assurance. The man of contradiction is of a contrary humor, for he stands ready to oppose everything that is said. He gives a slight attention to the reasons of other men from an inward, scornful presumption that they have no strength in them. When he reads or hears a discourse different from his own sentiments, he does not give himself leave to consider whether that discourse may be true, but employs all his powers immediately to confute it. Your great disputers and your men of controversy are in continual danger of this sort of prejudice. They contend often for victory, and will maintain whatsoever they have asserted, while truth is lost in the noise and tumult of reciprocal contradictions, and it frequently happens that a debate about opinions is turned into a mutual reproach of persons. Another sort of temper that is very injurious to a right judgment of things is an inconstant, fickle, changeable spirit, and a very uneven temper of mind. When such persons are in one humor, they pass a judgment of things agreeable to it. When their humor changes, they reverse their first judgment and embrace a new opinion. They have no steadiness of soul. They want firmness of mind sufficient to establish themselves in any truth, and are ready to change it for the next alluring falsehood that is agreeable to their change of humor. This fickleness is sometimes so mingled with their very constitution by nature or by distemper of body, that a cloudy day and lowering sky shall strongly incline them to form an opinion both of themselves and of persons and things round about them, quite different from what they believe when the sun shines and the heavens are serene. This sort of people ought to judge of things and persons in their most sedate, peaceful, and composed hours of life, and reserve these judgments for their conduct at more unhappy seasons. 4. Independence of mind implies exemption from the influence of manner. There is another tribe of prejudices which is near akin to those of authority, and that is, when we receive a doctrine because of the manner in which it is proposed to us by others. I have already mentioned the powerful influence that oratory and fine words have to insinuate a false opinion, and sometimes truth is refused, and suffers contempt in the lips of a wise man, for wants of the charms of language. But there are several other manners of proposals whereby mistaken sentiments are powerfully conveyed into the mind. Some persons are easily persuaded to believe what another dictates with a positive air and a great degree of assurance. They feel the overbearing force of a confident dictator, especially if he be of a superior rank or character to themselves. Some are quickly convinced of the truth of any doctrine when he that proposes it puts on all the airs of piety, and makes solemn appeals to heaven and protestations of the truth of it. The pious mind of a weaker Christian is ready to receive anything that is pronounced with such an awful solemnity. It is a prejudice near akin to this when a humble soul is frightened into any particular sentiments of religion, because a man of great name or character pronounces heresy upon the contrary sentiments, casts the disbeliever out of the church, and forbids him the gates of heaven. Others are allured into particular opinions by gentler practices on the understanding. Not only the soft tempers of mankind, but even hardy and rugged souls are sometimes led away captives to error by the soft air of address and the sweet and engaging methods of persuasion and kindness. There is another manner of proposing our own opinion, or rather opposing the opinions of others, which demands a mention here, and that is when persons make a jest serve instead of an argument, when they refute what they call error by a turn of wit, and answer every objection against their own sentiments by casting a sneer upon the objector. These scoffers practice with success upon weak and cowardly spirits. Such as have not been well established in religion or morality, have been laughed out of the best principles by a confident buffoon. They have yielded up their opinions to a witty banter, and sold their faith and religion for a jest. There is no way to cure these evils in such a degenerate world as we live in, but by learning to distinguish well between the substance of any doctrine and the manner of address, either in proposing, attacking, or defending it, and then by setting a just and severe guard of reason and conscience over all the exercises of our judgment, resolving to yield to nothing but the convincing evidence of truth, religiously obeying the light of reason in matters of pure reason, and the dictates of revelation in things that relate to our faith. 5. Independence of mind implies exemption from the influence of association. A court lady born and bred up amongst pomp and equipage and the vain notions of birth and quality constantly joins and mixes all these with the idea of herself, and she imagines these to be essential to her nature, and, as it were necessary to her being. Thence she is tempted to look upon menial servants and the lowest rank of mankind as another species of beings, quite distinct from herself. A ploughboy that has never traveled beyond his own village, and has seen nothing but thatched houses and his parish church, is naturally led to imagine that thatch belongs to the very nature of a house, and that must be a church which is built of stone, and especially if it has a spire upon it. A child whose uncle has been excessive fond, and his schoolmaster very severe, easily believes that fondness always belongs to uncles, and that severity is essential to masters or instructors. He has seen also soldiers with red coats, or ministers with long black gowns, and therefore he persuades himself that these garbs are essential to the characters, that he is not a minister who has not a long black gown, nor can he be a soldier who is not dressed in red. It would be well if all such mistakes ended with childhood. When we have just reason to admire a man for his virtues, we are sometimes inclined not only to neglect his weaknesses, but even to put a good color upon them, and to think them amiable. When we read a book that has many excellent truths in it, and divine sentiments, we are tempted to approve not only that whole book, but even all the writings of that author. When a poet, an orator, or a painter has performed admirably in several illustrious pieces, we sometimes also admire his very errors, we mistake his blunders for beauties, and are so ignorantly fond as to copy after them. This sort of prejudice is relieved by learning to distinguish things well and not to judge in the lump. There is scarce anything in the world of nature or art, in the world of morality or religion, that is perfectly uniform. There is a mixture of wisdom and folly, vice and virtue, good and evil, both in men and things. We should remember that some persons have great wit and little judgment. Others are judicious but not witty. Some are good-humored without compliment. Others have all the formalities of complaisance, but no good humor. We ought to know that one man may be vicious and learned, while another has virtue without learning, that many a man thinks admirably well, who has a poor utterance, while others have a charming manner of speech, but their thoughts are trifling and impertinent. Some are good neighbors and courteous and charitable toward men, who have no piety towards God. Others are truly religious, but of morose natural tempers. Some excellent sayings are found in very silly books, and some silly thoughts appear in books of value. We should neither praise nor dispraise by wholesale, but separate the good from the evil, and judge of them apart. The accuracy of a good judgment consists much in making such distinctions. End of section 4. Section 5 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The knowledge necessary to the art of reasoning. I need hardly observe that to reason well you must have common sense. This can be obtained only from nature. While learning will increase your information, extend your range of inquiry, and unlock new sources of the most refined pleasure, it will not give you common sense. Nor does it appear that this common sense is ever much improved by learning. As is the child in this respect, so is the man. It is possible to have a strong memory and a weak understanding. Fools have become learned and still have remained fools. Men of vast erudition have shown themselves weak in judgment, even in regard to those branches of knowledge in which they have obtained distinction, and miserably deficient in the ordinary affairs of life. It is only by common sense that we can reason and can judge of the soundness of our reasonings. This power or faculty of the mind is not sparingly bestowed. It is given to almost every man, and to an extent that it is found adequate for all the functions he is called upon to discharge. Common sense has been good sense in every age of the world. Presuming, then, gentle reader, that you are endowed with common sense, I will proceed to show you what further is required to enable you to reason well. Our instructions will be taken chiefly from the logic of Dr. Watts. 1. To reason well, you must understand the subjects that you reason about. Go to the marketplace and listen to the conversation between the buyers and the sellers. How readily the sellers advance arguments to show that their goods are very cheap, and how promptly the buyers answer these arguments and strongly argue on the other side. Now, how is it that these uneducated people are enabled to argue so forcibly and so fluently? It is that they understand what they are talking about, and this must be the first step in all our reasonings. We begin, therefore, by stating clearly what is the subject of discussion, and this is called giving a definition of it. In order to form a definition of anything, we must put forth these 3 acts of the mind. First, compare the thing to be defined with other things that are most like itself, and see wherein its essence or nature agrees with them, and this is called the general nature or genus in a definition. So if you would define what wine is, first compare it with other things like itself, as cider, perry, etc., and you will find it agrees essentially with them in this, that it is a sort of juice. Secondly, consider the most remarkable and primary attribute, property, or idea wherein this thing differs from those other things that are most like it, and that is its essential or specific difference. So wine differs from cider and perry and all other juices in that it is pressed from a grape. This may be called its special nature, which distinguishes it from other juices. Thirdly, join the general and special nature together, or, which is all one, the genus and the difference, and these make up a definition. So the juice of a grape or juice pressed from grapes is the definition of wine. So, if I would define what winter is, I consider first wherein it agrees with other things which are most like it, namely summer, spring, autumn, and I find they are all seasons of the year. Therefore, a season of the year is the genus. Then I observe wherein it differs from these, and that is in its shortness of the days. For it is this which does primarily distinguish it from other seasons. Therefore, this may be called its special nature or its difference. Then, by joining these 2 together, I make a definition. Winter is that season by the year wherein the days are shortest. But everything cannot be defined in this formal manner, and we may adopt any mode of expression we please, provided it will convey to others a correct description of what we mean. Thus we may say, motion is a change of place. Swiftness is the passing over a long space in a short time. A natural day is the time of one alternate revolution of light and darkness, or it is the duration of 24 hours. An eclipse of the sun is a defect in the sun's transmission of light to us by the moon interposing. Snow is congealed vapor. Hail is congealed rain. An island is a piece of land rising above the surrounding water. A hill is an elevated part of the earth, and a grove is a piece of ground thick set with trees. A house is a building made to dwell in. A cottage is a mean house in the country. A supper is that meal which we make in the evening. A triangle is a figure composed of 3 sides. A gallon is a measure containing 8 pints. A porter is a man who carries burthens for hire. A king is the chief ruler in a kingdom. Veracity is the conformity of our words to our thoughts. Covetousness is an excessive love of money or other possessions. Killing is the taking away of life of an animal. Murder is the unlawful killing of a man. Rhetoric is the art of speaking in a manner fit to persuade. Natural philosophy is the knowledge of the properties of bodies and the various effects of them, or it is the knowledge of the various appearances in nature and their causes, and logic is the art of using our reason well, etc. 2. To reason well, you must clearly understand what is asserted about the subject. A proposition is a sentence wherein 2 or more ideas or terms are joined or disjoined by one affirmation or negation, as, Plato was a philosopher. Every angle is formed by 2 lines meeting. No man living on the earth can be completely happy. When there are ever so many ideas or terms in the sentence, yet if they are joined or disjoined merely by one single affirmation or negation, they are properly called but one proposition, though they may be resolved into several propositions which are implied therein, as will appear hereafter. There are 3 things which go to the nature and constitution of a proposition, namely the subject, the predicate, and the copula. The subject of a proposition is that concerning which anything is affirmed or denied. So, Plato, angle, man living on earth are the subjects of the foregoing propositions. The predicate is that which is affirmed or denied of the subject. So, philosopher is the predicate of the first proposition. Formed by 2 lines meeting is the predicate of the second. Capable of being completely happy, the proper predicate of the third. The copula is the form of a proposition. It represents the act of the mind affirming or denying, and it is expressed by the words am, art, is, are, etc., or am not, art not, is not, are not, etc. The subject and predicate of a proposition are not always to be known and distinguished by the placing of the words in the sentence, but by reflecting duly on the sense of the words and on the mind or design of the speaker or writer. As if I say, in Africa there are many lions, I mean many lions are existent in Africa. Many lions is the subject, and existent in Africa is the predicate. It is proper for a philosopher to understand geometry. Here the word proper is the predicate, and all the rest is the subject, except is the copula. But there are some propositions wherein the term of the subject and predicate seem to be the same, yet the ideas are not the same, nor can these be called pure identical or trifling propositions, such as, home is home. That is, home is a convenient or delightful place. Socrates is Socrates still. That is, the man Socrates is still a philosopher. The hero was not a hero. That is, the hero did not show his courage. What I have written, I have written. That is, what I wrote, I still approve and will not alter it. What is done is done. That is, it cannot be undone. It may be easily observed in these propositions the term is equivocal. For the predicate, it has a different idea from what it has in the subject. 3. To reason well, you must know how to express yourself in clear and intelligible language. As we are led into the knowledge of things by words, so we are oftentimes led into error or mistake by the use or abuse of words also. And in order to guard against such mistakes, as well as to promote our improvements in knowledge, it is necessary to acquaint ourselves a little with words and terms. Words, whether they are spoken or written, have no natural connection with the ideas they are designed to signify, nor with the things which are represented in those ideas. There is no manner of affinity between the sounds white in English or blanc in French, and that color which we call by that name, nor have the letters of which those words are composed any natural aptness to signify that color rather than red or green. Words and names, therefore, are mere arbitrary signs invented by men to communicate their thoughts or ideas to one another. Words and terms are either univocal or equivocal. Univocal words are such as signify but one idea, or at least but one sort of thing. Equivocal words are such as signify 2 or more different ideas or different sorts of objects. The words book, Bible, fish, house, elephant may be called univocal words, for I know not that they signify anything else but those ideas to which they are generally affixed. But head is an equivocal word, for it signifies the head of a nail or of a pin, as well as of an animal. Nail is an equivocal word. It is used for the nail of the hand or foot, and for an iron nail to fasten anything. Post is equivocal, as it is a piece of timber or a swift messenger. A church is a religious assembly, or the large fair building where they meet. And sometimes the same word means a synod of bishops or of presbyters, and in some places it is the pope and a general council. Here, let it be noted that when two or more words signify the same thing, as a wave and billow, mead and meadow, they are usually called synonymous words. But it seems very strange that words which are directly contrary to each other should sometimes represent almost the same ideas. Yet thus it is in some few instances a valuable or invaluable blessing, a shameful or a shameless villain, a thick skull or a thin-skulled fellow, a mere paper skull, a man of a large conscience, little conscience, or no conscience, a famous rascal or an infamous one. So uncertain a thing is human language, whose foundation and support is custom. As words signifying the same thing are called synonymous, so equivocal words, or those which signify several things, are called homonymous or ambiguous, and when persons use such ambiguous words with a design to deceive, it is called equivocation. In your own studies, as well as in the communication of your thoughts to others merely for their information, avoid ambiguous and equivocal terms as much as possible. Do not use such words as have 2 or 3 definitions of the name belonging to them. That is, such words as have 2 or 3 senses where there is any danger of mistake. Where your chief business is to inform the judgment and to explain a matter rather than to persuade or affect, be not fond of expressing yourselves in figurative language, when there are any proper words that signify the same idea in their literal sense. When we communicate our notions to others merely with a design to inform and improve their knowledge, let us, in the beginning of our discourse, take care to adjust the definition of names, wheresoever there is need of it. That is, to determine plainly what we mean by the chief words which are the subject of our discourse, and be sure always to keep the same ideas whensoever we use the same words, unless we give due notice of the change. This will have a very large and happy influence in securing not only others, but ourselves too, from confusion and mistake. For even writers and speakers themselves, for want of due watchfulness, are ready to affix different ideas to their own words in different parts of their discourses, and hereby bring perplexity into their own reasonings and confound their hearers. In communicating your notions, use every word as near as possible in the same sense in which mankind commonly use it, or which writers that have gone before you have usually affixed to it upon condition that it is free from ambiguity. Though names are in their original merely arbitrary, yet we should always keep to the established meaning of them unless great necessity requires the alteration, for when any word has been used to signify an idea, that old idea will recur in the mind when the word is heard or read, rather than any new idea which we may fasten to it. And this is the one reason why the received definition of names should be changed as little as possible. 4. To reason well, you must accustom yourself to observe the reasonings of others, whether in books or conversation, and try to improve your own by meditation and practice. Accustom yourselves to clear and distinct ideas, to evident propositions, to strong and convincing arguments. Converse much with those friends and those books and those parts of learning where you meet with the greatest clearness of thought and force of reasoning. The mathematical sciences, and particularly arithmetic, geometry, and mechanics, abound with these advantages. And if there were nothing valuable in them for the uses of human life, yet the very speculative parts of this sort of learning are well worth our study. For by perpetual examples they teach us to conceive with clearness, to connect our ideas and propositions in a train of dependence, to reason with strength and demonstration, and to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Something of these sciences should be studied by every man who pretends to learning, and that, as Mr. Locke expresses it, not so much to make us mathematicians as to make us reasonable creatures. We should gain such a familiarity with evidence of perception and force of reasoning, and get such a habit of discerning clear truths, that the mind may be soon offended with obscurity and confusion. Then we shall, as it were, naturally and with ease, restrain our minds from rash judgment, before we attain just evidence of the proposition which is offered to us, and we shall with the same ease, and as it were naturally seize and embrace every truth that is proposed with just evidence. This habit of conceiving clearly, of judging justly, and of reasoning well is not to be attained merely by the happiness of constitution, the brightness of genius, the best natural parts, or the best collection of logical precepts. It is custom and practice that must form and establish this habit. We must apply ourselves to it till we perform all this readily and without reflecting on rules. A coherent thinker and a strict reasoner is not to be made at once by a set of rules any more than a good painter or musician may be formed extempore by an excellent lecture on music or painting. It is of infinite importance, therefore, in our younger years to be taught both the value and the practice of conceiving clearly and reasoning right. For when we are grown up to the middle of life or past it, it is no wonder that we should not learn good reasoning any more than that an ignorant clown should not be able to learn fine language, dancing, or a courtly behavior, when his rustic airs have grown up with him till the age of 40. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tasha Lovin. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Part 2. The Principles of Reasoning. We have now made some progress. We have gone through the first part of our book. We have considered the nature of reasoning, the subjects to which it is applied, its usefulness, and the dispositions and knowledge necessary to enable us to reason well. We have ascertained that reasoning is the operation of the mind, whereby we infer one proposition from another proposition. It is obvious that there must be some connection or relation between these two propositions. There must be a relation between the proposition containing the proof and the proposition which is to be proved. These relations are the foundation of all our reasonings. They are the principles on which we reason. There must be a relation between any doctrine and the reasons we assign for believing that doctrine. There must be a relation between any act and the reason we assign for performing that act. If we say, fire will burn, water will drown, here are two independent propositions. They have no connection with each other. We can infer nothing from them. If we say, fire will burn, and therefore water will drown, we see at once that the reasoning is absurd. Both the facts are true, but there is no foundation for the word therefore. One fact is not the cause of the other. But if we say, fire will burn, and therefore do not approach it too nearly, water will drown, and therefore do not bathe in deep water unless you can swim, here the reasoning is obvious. Here is a relation or connection between the proposition and the inference. The power or faculty by which the mind perceives these relations is called common sense. We cannot explain how it is, but so it is. Footnote, quote, "The cogency of no direct and simple process of reasoning can be the subject of proof. The only question is, does the reasoning, when clearly expressed, produce conviction? Or, in other words, do the facts, when presented clearly to the mind, determine it to believe that which is expressed in what is called the conclusion? If they do, we have reached an ultimate fact, or law, or principle of our mental constitution, beyond which it is impossible to go." End quote. Bailey, page 17. See also page 37. End footnote. These relations are so numerous that we cannot attempt to describe them all, but we will specify a few and discuss them in the following order. 1. The relation of subject and attribute. 2. The relation of a whole and its parts. 3. The relation of genus and species. 4. The relation of cause and effect, physical causes. 5. The relation of cause and effect, moral causes. 6. The relation of cause and effect, conditional causes. 7. The relation of cause and effect, final causes. Section 1. The relation of a subject and its attributes. By attribute, we mean generally a quality or circumstance which is ascribed to some person or thing, and the subject is that to which the attribute is ascribed. To explain, you understand grammar. You know that a substantive is the name of any person, place, or thing, and that an adjective is a word added to a substantive to denote its quality. Well, for substantive and adjective, say subject and attribute, and you will understand pretty clearly the topics of the present section. But the word attribute has a more extensive meaning than the word adjective. Every adjective denotes an attribute, but sometimes an attribute is expressed by a verb, a particle, or by several words put together. Often, too, an adjective united to a substantive will become a subject. When you say simply, a righteous man, the word man denotes the subject, and righteousness is the attribute. But when you say, a righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, the words righteous and man united denote the subject, and regardeth the life of his beast is the attribute of the righteous man. Whatever you talk about is a subject, and what you say about it is an attribute. In many propositions, the subject of the attribute is often the subject of the proposition, and the attribute is the predicate. But this will depend on the grammatical construction of the sentence. For example, in the following sentence, Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. The word blessed denotes the attribute, and all the rest of the sentence is subject. Some attributes are called specific. They belong to the subject and to no other subject. These are attributes chiefly that distinguish one class or species from another. Thus man is called a rational animal. Rationality is the specific attribute that distinguishes him from other animals. The specific attribute is called by logicians a specific difference. Other attributes are called common. They are essential to the subject, but they belong also to other subjects. Thus, it is an attribute of gold to be yellow. If a metal is not yellow, it is not gold. But other things are yellow besides gold. The color yellow is an attribute common to many subjects. These common attributes are called properties. Other attributes are accidental. Whatever attribute can be removed from the subject without destroying the subject is considered to be accidental. A hat may be white or black, or made of beaver, silk, or straw. These are accidental attributes, for they all might be changed, and yet the subject remains a hat. These attributes are called accidents. This relation of subject and attribute is a very extensive one. Almost everything we see or hear or know is a subject and has some kind of attributes. The usual way in which we define or describe anything is by an enumeration of its attributes. We shall here adduce a few propositions expressing this relation, and then we shall show how this relation is employed in reasoning. Attributes of inanimate objects. A tree. Quote, I saw, and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached unto heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heavens dwelt in the boughs thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. Daniel chapter 4, verses 10 through 12. Attributes of animals. The eagle. Doth the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest on high? She dwelleth and abideth on the rock, upon the crag of the rock, and the strong place. From thence she seeketh the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones also suck up blood, and where the slain are, there is she. Job chapter 39, verses 27 through 30. Attributes of a country. The land of Canaan. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness, thou shalt not lack anything in it, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verses 7 through 9. Personal attributes. St. Paul. I am verily a man which am a Jew, born in Tarsus, a city in Cilicia, yet brought up in this city at the feet of Gamaliel, and taught according to the perfect manner of the law of the fathers, and was zealous toward God, as ye all are this day. Acts chapter 22, verse 3. Attributes of moral virtues. Divine wisdom. But the wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy. James chapter 3, verse 17. Attributes of a book. Logic for the Million. This is certainly the most useful and most amusing book on the art of logic we ever met with. All the examples are drawn from familiar writings. Punch is quoted more than once for logical examples, as well as Gilbart's treatise on banking, and works on political economy, and general literature much in vogue. The examples of reasoning by fables, by allegories, by description, and by various other modes, as well as the examples of fallacies and false reasoning, are all well chosen, and generally illustrate some truth or some important fact, or are very amusing while they explain the art of logic. Generally, too, the author is as correct as he is entertaining. We hope that Logic for the Million will be read by the million. It will advance their knowledge and improve their taste, their style of writing, and their skill in reasoning. The Economist. You will now observe how the relation of subject and attribute is applied in reasoning. 1. From the presence of the subject we infer the presence of the attribute. A fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keepeth it until afterwards. Proverbs chapter 29, verse 11. Hence we should infer that if this man be a fool, he will utter all his mind, and if he be a wise man, he will be cautious in his conversation. From the presence of the subject we should infer the presence of the attribute. Arguments of this kind are often expressed in a conditional form. Thus we may say, if this be a magnet, it will attract iron. If this be an oyster, it is good for food. If he be a wise son, he will obey his father's instruction. If he be an honest man, he will pay his debts when he has the power, even though his creditors may have given him a legal release. If he be a good father, he will attend to the education of his children. Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died? John chapter 11, verse 37. So, if a man has wealth, we may infer that he has the luxuries, enjoyments, and influence attendant on wealth. If he has wisdom, we may infer that he will profit by instruction. Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. If a man is a rogue, we may infer that it is not advisable to lend him any money, for the wicked borroweth and payeth not again. 2. From the presence of the specific attribute, or of all the common attributes, we infer the presence of the subject. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. End quote. Matthew chapter 7, verses 16 through 18. Ye are my friends, if ye do whatsoever I command you. End quote. John chapter 15, verse 14. You will observe that this rule is the reverse of the former. By the former rule, from the presence of the subject we inferred the presence of the attribute. By this rule, from the presence of the attribute we infer the presence of the subject. In the former case we said, "This is a good tree, therefore it will bear good fruit." In the present case we say, "This tree bears good fruit, therefore it is a good tree." Thus, if we saw a tree bearing apples, we should know that it was an apple tree, and from the quality of the fruit we should judge of the character of the tree. In the same manner, from the language or conduct of an individual, we should form an opinion of his character. These are not the words of him that hath a devil. Can a devil open the eyes of the blind? End quote. John chapter 10, verse 21. So, if we should find a metal having all the common attributes of gold, we should know that it is gold. This principle is of great use in chemical experiments. Thus, we know that certain bodies have certain affinities for other bodies. To ascertain, therefore, whether this body be present in any compound substance, we add some body for which the body whose presence we wish to detect has an affinity, or upon which it produces a known effect. There are certain chemical tests which are in constant use in such cases. Thus, the presence of the specific attribute shows the presence of the subject. So, if an auctioneer had to sell a house, he would enumerate all its attributes in order to show that it is a most agreeable residence. The projector of a new company enumerates all its attributes in order to show that its shares would turn out a most profitable investment. A candidate for a seat in the House of Commons states all his attributes in order to prove that he should be a most valuable member. To enable you to infer from a single attribute the presence of the subject, that attribute must be a specific attribute. That is, it must belong to no other subject. See page 32. Thus, if it be an attribute of an express train on any railway, that it does not stop at the intermediate stations, you may say, "This train does not stop at the intermediate stations. Therefore, this train is an express train." Here, from the presence of the attribute, we infer the presence of the subject. But mind, if there are other trains besides the express trains that do not stop at the intermediate stations, this conclusion may not be correct. For then the attribute is no longer a specific attribute, but a common attribute. And from the presence of an attribute that is common to several subjects, you cannot infer the presence of any particular subject. All you can do is to infer the presence of either one or other of the subjects. Thus, the express trains and the mail trains are the only trains that do not stop at this station. The train which has just passed has not stopped at this station. Therefore, the train which has just passed is either an express train or a mail train. But, in conformity with the first rule, you may always from the presence of the subject infer the presence of the attributes, even though the same attributes may belong to other subjects. Thus, you may say, none of the express trains stop at the intermediate stations. The train that leaves at 9 o'clock is an express train. Therefore, the train that leaves at 9 o'clock will not stop at the intermediate stations. 3. From the absence of the subject, we infer the absence of its specific attribute. If ye were Abraham's children, ye would do the works of Abraham. John chapter 8, verse 39. He that is of God heareth God's words. Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. John chapter 8, verse 47. Thus, we may say, this animal is not a human being, therefore he is not endowed with reason. Religion is the only source of happiness. This man has no religion, therefore he is not happy. This man is not an educated man, therefore he is not qualified to be a teacher. This man has had no experience in war, therefore he cannot be qualified to be a general. He has an impediment in his speech, therefore he is not fit for an orator. Those who had no season tickets did not attend the opening of the Industrial Exhibition of 1851. Some of the exhibitors had no season tickets. Therefore, some of the exhibitors did not attend the opening of the exhibition. Although the absence of a subject shows the absence of its specific attribute, it does not prove the absence of any of its common attributes or properties, for these attributes belong also to other subjects. Thus, honesty is an attribute of religion, but we cannot say that if a man is not a religious man, he is not an honest man, for a man may be honest without being religious. But we may reverse the case, and from the absence of the common attribute infer the absence of the subject. We may say, if a man is not an honest man, he is not a religious man. For, from the absence of an essential attribute, we infer the absence of the subject. And from thenceforth Pilate sought to release him. But the Jews cried out, saying, If thou let this man go, thou art not Caesar's friend. Whosoever maketh himself a king speaketh against Caesar. John chapter 19, verse 12. This rule is the reverse of the last. By the last rule we should say, this is not a good tree, therefore it will not bear good fruit. By the present rule we should say, this tree does not bear good fruit, therefore it is not a good tree. In the illustration we have given, it is presumed that the friend of Caesar must have as an attribute a desire of suppressing all claims incompatible with his authority. The absence of this attribute would prove the absence of the friendship. The Pharisee employed the same reasoning. Now when the Pharisee which had bidden him saw it, he spake within himself, saying, This man, if he were a prophet, would have known who and what manner of woman this is that toucheth him, for she is a sinner. Luke chapter 7, verse 39. Here, a knowledge of the moral character of those around him is presumed to be an attribute of a prophet, and as the Pharisee presumed from the circumstances that our Lord did not possess this attribute, he inferred that he was no prophet. King Nebuchadnezzar argued in the same way. As the magicians could not tell him his dream, he inferred that they did not possess those supernatural powers to which they laid claim, but had prepared lying and corrupt words to speak before him. Daniel chapter 2, verse 9. See other examples in James chapter 1, verse 26, and 1 John chapter 2, verse 19. So it is an attribute of mind to think. Matter cannot think, and hence we infer that matter is not mind. Again, it is an attribute of matter to be divisible, but mind is not divisible, Hence we infer that mind is not matter. The bread and wine used in the sacrament do not after consecration possess the attributes of flesh and blood, and hence we infer that they are not flesh and blood. The absence of the attributes proves the absence of the subjects. The following is an illustration from a sermon of Dr. Sumner, the present Archbishop of Canterbury, upon "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." Quote, "My brethren, if any of you are conscious that you have not forgiven a neighbor when he trespassed against you, if any of you are conscious that you have taken a malicious pleasure in making a brother's offenses known and injuring his credit, if any have pushed your rights to an extreme and insisted on a severity of justice when you might rather have shown mercy and pity, if any have no feeling for their fellow creatures' wants, and are contented to enjoy themselves without bestowing a thought on those who have in this life evil things, you plainly perceive that the blessing bestowed on the merciful is not addressed to you. You must expect judgment without mercy if you have shown no mercy." End quote. In the same way reasons St. John, quote, "Whoso hath this world's goods, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him?" End quote. 1 John chapter 3, verse 17. Here the argument is, benevolence is an attribute of piety. The absence of benevolence, therefore, shows the absence of piety. The following anecdote of the Reverend Rowland Hill illustrates the same principle of reasoning. Quote, "He always strongly urged upon the poor the necessity of every possible adornment of the Christian character, particularly cleanliness, and used to consider a slovenly person and a dirty house as evidence that religion had effected no salutary change in the character. The neatness of the inmates of his almshouses at Wotton struck every one who visited them. The least symptom of untidiness was noticed by him in an instant, with, 'Here, mistress, is a trifle for you to buy some soap and a scrubbing brush. There is plenty of water to be had for nothing. Good Mr. Whitefield used to say, cleanliness is next to godliness.'" End quote. Sherman. End of section 6. Read by Tasha Lovin. Austin, Texas, February 14th, 2024.
Section 7 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of a Subject and its Attributes, Part 2. 5. If any two attributes may be ascribed to the same subject, then we may infer that these two attributes are not inconsistent with each other. Sir Isaac Newton was a great philosopher and also a man of strong religious principle. Hence we infer that philosophy is not incompatible with religion. The late Sir Robert Peel had a taste for the fine arts. He was also a good man of business. Hence we infer that a taste for the fine arts is not incompatible with habits of business. Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton was a very benevolent man, and yet a great sportsman, and hence we infer that benevolent feelings are not incompatible with a fondness for field sports. The law of Moses required the Israelites to treat all strangers with justice and kindness, and yet the law of Moses allowed the Israelites to receive interest for money lent to strangers. We may therefore infer that it is not unjust or unkind to receive interest for the loan of money. Writers on scholastic logic repeat the subject in this kind of argument so as to form two propositions, which they usually place under one another, and the conclusion under them. And these three propositions taken together they call a syllogism. Thus, Sir Robert Peel had a taste for the fine arts. Sir Robert Peel was a good man of business. Therefore, a taste for the fine arts is not incompatible with habits of business. The following examples of the same kind are copied from Mr. Munro's Manual of Logic. All who assist in the progress of true science deserve the respect of mankind. All who assist in the progress of true science have to contend with difficulties. Some who have to contend with difficulties deserve the respect of mankind. Some distinguished poets have not escaped poverty. All distinguished poets do honour to their country. Some who do honour to their country have not escaped poverty. No bombastic writers are worthy of imitation. Some bombastic writers are amusing. Some things amusing are not worthy of imitation. Footnote. These examples illustrate the third figure of syllogistic reasoning. The maxim is, when the whole of a class possess a certain attribute, and the whole or part of the class possess another attribute, then some things that possess one of these attributes possess the other also. See Bailey, page 72. End of footnote. This mode of reasoning may also be expressed in the form of example. Thus, a taste for the fine arts is not incompatible with habits of business. In proof of this, we may cite the example of Sir Robert Peel. Some who do honour to their country have not escaped poverty, which is proved by the history of some of our distinguished poets. A very interesting book may consist chiefly of quotations. Witness Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature. The following are instances of the same kind of argument expressed in a different form. The example of Virgil shows that a great poet may be seduced into some faults by the practice of imitation. A man remarkable for his knowledge and policy, the wisdom of his maxims, the justness of his reasoning, and the variety, distinctness, and strength of his characters, may want exactness in his diction, and be careless in the art of writing, for we find all these qualities united in Lord Clarendon. You will observe that this argument must not be pushed too far. It does not prove that either of the two attributes is the cause of the other, or that they always or even often accompany one another, but merely that they are not incompatible. Thus, if we say, the historian Gibbon was a man of great learning and a man of infidel opinions, this would not prove that great learning is the cause of infidel opinions, or that they often accompany each other. It shows only that they are not incompatible, that they may coexist in the same subject. 6. If the same attribute cannot be ascribed to two specified subjects, then we may infer that those subjects are different from each other. Thus, if the soul of man can reason, and the soul of a brute cannot reason, we infer that the soul of a man is different from the soul of a brute. If all fever produces thirst, and the patient does not suffer thirst, we infer that the patient has no fever. A spirit hath not flesh and bones. You see that I have flesh and bones. You see then that I am not a spirit. The following examples are taken from the Port Royal Logic. No liar is to be believed. Every good man is to be believed. Therefore no good man is a liar. No virtue is contrary to the love of truth. There is a love of peace which is opposed to a love of truth. Therefore there is a love of peace which is not a virtue. Every virtue is accompanied with discretion. There is a zeal without discretion. Therefore there is a zeal which is not a virtue. Footnote. These examples are adduced as illustrations of the second figure of syllogistic reasoning. The maxims of this figure are, when the whole of a class possess a certain attribute, whatever does not possess the attribute does not belong to the class. And, when the whole of a class is excluded from the possession of an attribute, Whatever possesses the attribute does not belong to the class. Bailey, page 71. End of footnote. You will observe that all these conclusions are negative. We deny that one thing is another, because the attribute can be ascribed to one of these things and not to the other. 7. If a subject have certain attributes, we infer that it is adapted for the use to which those attributes are applicable. Thus, from the attributes of Australia, Cape of Good Hope, or Canada, we infer that those countries are adapted for certain classes of emigrants. From the attributes of the Isle of Wight, Torquay, and Penzance, we infer that those places are suitable residences for people in danger of consumption. From the attributes of wool, we infer that a woolen garment worn next to the skin is sometimes good for rheumatism. From the attributes of certain medicines, we endeavour to learn what are the respective complaints for which they are adapted. From the attributes of bones, lime, seaweed, and fish, we infer that they may be usefully applied as manure to certain kinds of land. So, if a man have the attributes of honesty, industry, prudence, and perseverance, we infer that he will thrive in his pursuits. If a man apply for the office of Member of Parliament, excise officer, banker's clerk, or policeman, he must show that he has those attributes which will qualify him for the discharge of his official duties. The attributes of a joint stock bank are that it has more than 6 partners, that it has an amount of paid-up capital, and that on the death or retirement of any of its partners, their portion of the capital is not withdrawn, but is transferred to other parties. And hence we infer that it is a safer system of banking for the public than if the partners were no more than 6, and the death or retirement of any partner would cause the withdrawal of his portion of the capital. So, from the attributes of the precious metals, it was inferred that they were adapted for the purposes of coin. That medium of exchange must be best which unites in itself the largest amount of the following qualities: sameness of value both as to time and place, divisibility, durability, and facility of transportation. The metals, especially gold and silver, possess all these qualities in a great degree. We may have them in tons or in grains. Wear is slow, fire will not destroy them. When divided, they can be fused again and reblended, and, except where large values are concerned, they are easily conveyed from place to place. Because metals possess these qualities, they were early and, in civilized countries, universally adopted as a medium of exchange. Rev. S. Martin's Lecture on Money. 8. The presence of similar attributes in 2 or more subjects shows the probability of their corresponding in other attributes. This is called reasoning by analogy, which we shall discuss more at length hereafter. We will here give only one example. It is natural to mankind to judge of things less known by some similitude, real or imaginary, between them and things more familiar or better known. And where the things compared have really a great similitude in their nature, where there is reason to think that they are subject to the same laws, there may be a considerable degree of probability in conclusions drawn from analogy. Thus, we may observe a very great similitude between this earth which we inhabit and the other planets, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury. They all revolve round the sun, as the earth does, although at different distances and in different periods. They borrow all their light from the sun, as the earth does. Several of them are known to revolve round their axis, like the earth, and by that means must have a like succession of day and night. Some of them have moons that serve to give them light in the absence of sun, as our moon does to us. They are all in their motions subject to the same law of gravitation as the earth is. From all this similitude, it is not unreasonable to think that those planets may, like our earth, be the habitation of various orders of living creatures. 9. The presence of any attribute shows the absence of a contrary attribute. This, of course, refers only to accidental attributes, for an essential attribute cannot be absent from its subject. Thus, if the weather be hot, it is not cold. If a man be humble, he is not proud. If avaricious, he is not liberal. If he have the gout, he is not in good health. The presence of an accidental attribute, in one instance, proves the possibility of such a subject becoming united to such an attribute in any similar case. Wisdom is the accidental attribute of a man, and therefore we are justified in inferring that a man may become wise. In the same way, wealth, learning, virtue, happiness are attributes of man, and though not essential attributes, but only accidental, yet they may all be acquired. Sometimes, as we have observed at page 31, an accidental attribute may be united to a subject and form a new subject which may have other attributes. Thus we may say, a wise man will receive instruction. Here the word wise is not viewed as an attribute, but as with man, forming a subject, and a readiness to receive instruction is an essential attribute of a wise man. In reasoning upon the relation subsisting between subject and attribute, it is always necessary to distinguish between those attributes which are essential and those which are accidental. For, if we take accidental attributes and argue upon them as though they were essential, our reasonings will be erroneous. Thus, the poet Ovid had a large nose. This was a mere accidental circumstance, and was by no means essential to him as a poet. If, therefore, we were to meet a man in the street with a large nose, we should not be justified in inferring that he was a poet. Some men of great minds have had feeble bodies, but it does not follow that a feeble body tends to invigorate the mind. Some men of great intellectual powers have been addicted to great vices, but it does not follow that great vices are a mark of intellect. Erroneous reasonings under this head sometimes arise from our omission to take into account some one or more of the essential attributes. A tradesman may have all the attributes of a good man of business, except that he is fond of speculation. A young woman may have all the attributes of a good wife, except sweetness of temper. A house may have all the attributes of an agreeable residence, except that the chimney smokes. A man may have all the attributes of an excellent friend, except that he cannot keep a secret. Now, in these cases, if you had, from a review of the other attributes, come to the conclusion that tradesman is worthy of high credit, that young woman would make an excellent wife, that house is a most agreeable residence, that man is a most judicious friend, you would have formed erroneous conclusions. We read of several of the kings of Judah who walked in the ways of David their father, but the high places were not taken away, but the people still sacrificed in high places, and hence, as an old divine observes, we often find that some unlucky but or other comes in and spoils all. It may also happen that when we have noticed all the attributes, our judgment may be kept in suspense from the conflicting character of these attributes. If we have to hire servants, those who are most skilled may be deficient in sobriety, or, if not deficient in sobriety, they may be deficient in industry or in cleanliness. If we want a house, we cannot find one that has all the attributes we require. If we wish to emigrate, we can discover no colony exactly suited to our circumstances. In these cases, we must balance the attributes one against the other. Here, a full knowledge of the subject and plenty of common sense are the best guides. The rules of logic, however, will teach us to decide coolly and systematically. The best way is that of Dr. Franklin. Write down on paper first all the reasons for the affirmative, and then all the reasons for the negative. Having all the reasons thus before your eyes, weigh them deliberately, and see which preponderate. Let thine eyes look right on, and let thine eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Proverbs 4:25-26. End of section 7. Section 8 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Section 2. The relation of a whole and its parts. You must observe that some ideas have no parts. Such are many attributes. The colours green, red, blue have no parts, nor have the tastes sweet, sour, bitter, etc., nor the sounds loud, sharp, shrill, etc., nor the various smells. The things that have parts are subjects having attributes. Such are all animals, all vegetables, all material objects, and all particles of matter, and all mechanical instruments of every kind. An animal may be divided into head, trunk, and limbs. A tree may be divided into root, trunk, branches, leaves, and fruit. A steam engine may be divided into the several parts of which it is composed. A day may be divided into hours. A book may be divided into parts or chapters, and those parts or chapters may be subdivided into sections or verses. An art or science may be divided into parts. Political economy may be divided into production, distribution, interchange, and consumption. The business of a manufactory may be divided into its various operations. A cotton manufacture may be divided into the departments of spinning, weaving, dyeing, and printing. A pound sterling may be divided into shillings, and each shilling into pence. A bushel may be divided into gallons, and each gallon into quarts and pints. A mile may be divided into furlongs, and each furlong into yards. A ton weight may be divided into hundreds, and these into pounds and ounces. A palace may be divided into apartments. A house may be divided into rooms. A farm may be divided into acres. Upon this subject we shall quote Dr. Watts. Each part singly taken must contain less than the whole, but all the parts taken collectively or together must contain neither more nor less than the whole. Therefore, if in discoursing of a tree you divide it into the trunk and leaves, it is an imperfect division, because the root and the branches are needful to make up the whole. In all divisions we should first consider the larger and more immediate parts of the subject, and not divide it at once into the more minute and remote parts. It would by no means be proper to divide a kingdom first into streets and lanes and fields, but it must be first divided into provinces or counties. Then those counties may be divided into towns, villages, fields, etc., and towns into streets and lanes. The several parts of a division ought to be opposite, that is, one part ought not to contain another. It would be a ridiculous division of an animal into head, limbs, body, and brains, for the brains are contained in the head. Let not subdivisions be too numerous without necessity, for it is better many times to distinguish more parts at once, if the subject will bear it, than to mince the discourse by excessive dividing and subdividing. It is preferable, therefore, in a treatise of geography, to say that in a city we will consider its walls, its gates, its buildings, its streets and lanes, than to divide it formally first into the encompassing and the encompassed parts. The encompassing parts are the walls and gates. The encompassed parts include the ways and the buildings. The ways are the streets and the lanes. Buildings consist of the foundations and the superstructure, etc. Divide each subject according to the special design you have in view. One and the same idea or subject may be divided in very different manners according to the different purposes we have in discoursing of it. So, if a printer were to consider the several parts of a book, he must divide it into sheets, the sheets into pages, the pages into lines, and the lines into letters. But a grammarian divides a book into periods, sentences, and words, or parts of speech, as noun, pronoun, verb, etc. A logician considers a book as divided into chapters, sections, arguments, propositions, ideas. And with the help of ontology, he divides the propositions into subject, object, property, relation, action, passion, cause, effect, etc. But it would be very ridiculous for a logician to divide a book into sheets, pages, and lines, or for a printer to divide it into nouns and pronouns, or into propositions, ideas, properties, or causes. In all your divisions, observe with greatest exactness the nature of things. We shall consider the relation between a whole and its parts with reference to arithmetical numbers, physical objects, and moral ideas. 1. With regard to arithmetical numbers. Any arithmetical number may be divided into as many parts as it contains units. And again, a unit may be divided into any number of fractional parts. It is obvious that all the parts into which any number is divided must, when added together, be equal to the whole number. A sovereign is equal to 20 shillings. If then you receive in exchange for a sovereign only 19 shillings, you will infer that you have not the whole. A pound weight is equal to 16 ounces. If then in buying a pound of tea or of sugar you get only 15 ounces, you will infer that you have not the whole. Again, if two numbers that are equal to one another be multiplied respectively by any number, the products will be equal. If 1 Indian rupee be equal to 1 shilling and 10 pence, you will infer that 20 rupees will be equal to 20 times 1 shilling and 10 pence. So also, if equal numbers be added to equal numbers, the totals will be equal. If equal numbers be subtracted from equal numbers, the remainders will be equal. If equal numbers be divided by equal numbers, the quotients will be equal. These maxims are too obvious to require any illustration. They form the foundation of much of our reasoning with regards to figures and quantities. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are the 4 operations with regard to numbers, and these operations are often called into exercise not only with regard to our physical, but also with regard to our moral reasonings. All the portions of the Sacred Cross exhibited in Catholic countries would, if put together, make a much larger cross than could have been carried by Simon the Cyrenian. Hence we infer that some at least of these relics cannot be genuine, for all the parts of anything taken together cannot make more than the whole. We use multiplication when we wish to present any matter of quantity or numbers in a strong light. Thus, in teaching economy, we may prove the evil of a daily extravagance by showing how much it would cost in the course of a year. Compute the pence of but one day's expense, so many pounds and angels, groats and pence are spent in one whole year's circumference. To prove the danger of obstructed perspiration, Dr. Erasmus Wilson, in his practical treatise on healthy skin, states that the pores of the skin are apertures of little tubes about 1/4 of an inch long, that upon average there are about 2,800 of these tubes in every square inch, and that the number of square inches of surface in a man of ordinary height and bulk is 2,500. The number of pores, therefore, is 7 million, and the number of inches of perspiratory tube 1,750,000, that is 145,833 feet, or 48,600 yards, or nearly 28 miles. In the report of the Board of Health upon the supply of water, it is stated that the Thames, Lee, and New River waters contain 16 grains of lime in every gallon. The importance of this mineral ingredient, however, is only to be correctly estimated when viewed in the aggregate, for the daily supply of water is 46 millions of gallons, and this quantity will contain 26 tons of lime. If you are a clerk in a public office and are behind your time 1/4 of an hour every morning, in 300 days that will amount to 75 hours, more than equal at 6 hours a day to a holiday of 12 days in the course of the year. A large number of small parts will make a great whole. The following anecdote proves, by multiplication, the importance of punctuality. A member of the committee, being 1/4 of an hour behind the time, made an apology, saying, "The time passed away without his being aware of it." A Quaker present said, "Friend, I am not sure that we should admit thy apology. It were matter of deep regret that thou shouldest have wasted thine own 1/4 of an hour, but there are 7 besides thyself, whose time thou hast also consumed, amounting in the whole to 2 hours, and 1/8 of it only was thine own property." Parties who keep omnibuses or other public conveyances waiting for them should recollect that they are sporting with the time of all the other passengers. While we multiply in order to prove the importance of an object, we use division when we wish to produce a contrary impression. Mr. Norman, the bank director, published a pamphlet a short time ago to show the lightness of our taxation. He divided the total amount of the taxes by the total number of the population, and he inferred that the taxation was light from the small average amount paid by each individual. 2. We shall next consider this principle of the whole and its parts with reference to physical objects. By physical objects we mean objects known to the senses, such as relate to what is called natural philosophy. By chemistry we ascertain what are the parts of which these objects are composed, and hence we infer the purposes to which they may be applied. Thus we learn that certain substances may be employed as medicines, and we discover the effects of particular kinds of food. Of what is water composed? Of 2 gases, oxygen and hydrogen. In 9 pounds of water, 8 are oxygen and 1 is hydrogen. Of what is atmospheric air composed? Principally of 2 gases, oxygen and nitrogen, mixed together in the proportion of 1 gallon of oxygen to 4 of nitrogen. Dr. Brewer's Guide to Science. Fruits consist principally of gum, sugar, starch, and vegetable jelly, combined with different acids. They contain but little nutritious matter, though, on account of their flavour and coolness, they are very agreeable to the palate, and therefore much prized as an article of diet. Their use is particularly beneficial to the health. Dr. Truman on Food. Here, from a knowledge of the constituent parts of these substances, we infer what would be the effect of the whole. The relation between a part and a whole has sometimes furnished important evidence in cases of judicial proceedings. In a case of housebreaking, the thief had gained admission into the house by means of a penknife, which was broken in the attempt, and part left in the window frame. The broken knife was found in the pocket of the prisoner, and perfectly corresponded with the fragment left. In the case of a man who had been shot by a ball, the wadding of the pistol, which stuck in the wound, was found to be part of a ballad which corresponded with another part found in the pocket of the prisoner. The prophet Isaiah argues against the worship of images on the ground that the wood of the image was only part of a tree and could therefore have no more power or sanctity than the other parts which were used as fuel. The carpenter stretcheth out his rule, he marketh it out with a line, he fitteth it with planes, and he marketh it out with a compass, and maketh it after the figure of a man, according to the beauty of a man, that it may remain in the house. He heweth him down cedars, and taketh the cypress and the oak, which he strengtheneth for himself among the trees of the forest. He planteth an ash, and the rain doth nourish it. Then shall it be for a man to burn, for he will take thereof and warm himself. Yea, he kindleth it, and baketh bread. Yea, he maketh a god, and worshippeth it. He maketh it a graven image, and falleth down thereto. He burneth part thereof in the fire, with part thereof he eateth flesh. He roasteth roast, and is satisfied. Yea, he warmeth himself, and saith, Aha, I am warm, I have seen the fire. And the residue thereof he maketh a god, even his graven image. He falleth down unto it, and worshippeth it, and prayeth unto it, and saith, Deliver me, for thou art my God. And none considereth in his heart, neither is there knowledge, nor understanding to say, I have burned part of it in the fire. Yea, also I have baked bread upon the coals thereof. I have roasted flesh and eaten it. And shall I make the residue thereof an abomination? Shall I fall down to the stock of a tree? Isaiah 44, 13-17, 19. The relation of a whole and its parts has sometimes a reference to questions in political economy. Let us now observe how the value of a commodity resolves itself into three component parts. Take, for instance, a load of hay. Its price pays first the wages of the labourer who cut down the grass and made it into hay, then the profits of the farmer who sells it, and lastly, the rent of the field in which it grew. This therefore constitutes the whole cost of production of the load of hay, and may be called its natural value. Mrs. Marset. 3. We shall now consider the application of this principle to moral ideas. The word moral is not used here in its ethical sense, as opposed to immoral, but as opposed to physical. We cannot divide these ideas into parts so readily as we can divide arithmetical numbers, or as we may carve a fowl. Hence we often use the words imply or include in order to denote the simple ideas of which they are composed. Thus, at page 19, I have considered independence of mind as implying or including several things. Possibly it includes several other things besides those I have mentioned, but we are able to argue from these. For if it be a duty to cherish independence of mind, then it is a duty to cherish every one of the parts or principles of which it is composed. So gratitude includes a consciousness of favours received, a disposition to acknowledge them on proper occasions, and a resolution to return them when an opportunity occurs. Honour includes a regard to truth in words, humanity and generosity in actions, candour and forgiveness in thought, and resentment of insult or affront. Under this relation we may class the points of belief or practice adopted by any public body. The following are the points of the Charter contended for by the Chartist. 1. Equal electoral districts. 2. Universal suffrage. 3. Vote by ballot. 4. Triennial parliaments. 5. No property qualification for members. 6. Payment of representatives. Lord John Russell, in his letter to the Bishop of Durham, thus enumerates the several parts or doctrines that form what is called Puseyism. Clergymen of our own church, who have subscribed the 39 Articles and acknowledged in explicit terms the Queen's supremacy, have been the most forward in leading their flocks step by step, to the very verge of the precipice. The honour paid to saints, the claim of infallibility for the Church, the superstitious use of the sign of the cross, the muttering of the liturgy so as to disguise the language in which it is written, the recommendation of auricular confession and the administration of penance and absolution, all these things are pointed out by clergymen of the Church of England as worthy of adoption, and are now openly reprehended by the Bishop of London in his charge to the clergy of his diocese. From the character of the individual doctrines or practices, we infer the character of the whole system. The settlement of a public question will sometimes turn upon this relation of a whole and its parts. Baron Rothschild took all the oaths required from members of Parliament except the words, "upon the true faith of a Christian." His friends contended that these words were not part of the oath, and that the Baron, having now taken the oath, should be allowed to take his seat. The House of Commons decided that these words formed a part of the oath. The Baron, therefore, could not take his seat. 4. The following are erroneous reasonings in relation to this principle. Saul, the king of Israel, was commanded to destroy the Amalekites and their cattle. He destroyed the Amalekites, but not their cattle. He afterwards contended that he had obeyed the command. He considered that a part was equal to the whole. When a public body or society governed jointly by a number of managers is prosperous, each manager will take to himself a high degree of credit for having caused that prosperity. On the other hand, when the society becomes involved in difficulties, each manager is anxious to show that no part of the blame belongs to him. Thus, the totals of the praise or blame which each manager is willing to take to himself is more or less than the total that belongs to the whole body. It should be recollected in such cases that, whether of applause or censure, the total of all the parts cannot be either more or less than the whole. Mr. Caudle having lent a friend £5, Mrs. Caudle enumerates 4 or 5 ways in which this amount might have been employed, and then concludes that the lending of this one sum of £5 has subjected her to all those privations. "You ought to be very rich, Mr. Caudle. I wonder who'd lend you £5. But so it is. A wife may work and may slave. Ah, dear, the many things that might have been done with £5. As if people picked up money in the street. But you always were a fool, Mr. Caudle. I've wanted a black satin gown these 3 years, and that £5 would have pretty well bought it. All the girls want bonnets, and where they're to come from I can't tell. Half £5 would have bought 'em, but now they must go without. Next Tuesday the fire insurance is due. I should like to know how it's to be paid. Why, it can't be paid at all. That £5 would have just done it, and now insurance is out of the question. I did think we might go to Margate this summer. There's poor little Caroline, I'm sure she wants the sea. But no, dear creature, she must stop at home. All of us must stop at home. She'll go into a consumption, there's no doubt of that. Yes, sweet little angel, I've made up my mind to lose her, now. The child might have been saved, but people can't save their children and throw away their £5 too. Dean Swift, in his sarcastic advice to servants, counsels them to act on the same fallacy. The cook, the butler, the groom, the market man, and every other servant who is concerned in the expenses of the family should act as if his master's whole estate ought to be applied to that servant's particular business. For instance, if the cook computes his master's estate to be £1,000 a year, he reasonably concludes that £1,000 a year will afford meat enough, and therefore he need not be sparing. The butler makes the same judgment, so may the groom and the coachman, and thus every branch of expense will be filled to your master's honour. End of section 8. Chapter 9 of Logic for the Million, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Section 3, The Relation of Genus and Species, Part 1. This relation is founded upon the act of classification. Let us take a tree. There are many kinds of tree, as the oak, the elm, and there is a great number of oaks and elms. Here, then, a tree is the genus, oak, elm are the species, and a particular oak or elm that we may happen to see is an individual. In all the branches of natural history, classification is very generally introduced. It is a rule that the genus can always be asserted of each species. Thus we can say, an oak is a tree, an elm is a tree, a vine is a tree. This shows that tree is a genus and that oak, elm, and vine are species under that particular genus. We may say, a horse is an animal, an ox is an animal, a dog is an animal. This proves that animal is a genus and that dog, horse, and ox are species under that genus. Each species may again be divided into inferior species, as there are various kinds of dogs, horses, and oxen. Genus and species have a reference to moral ideas as well as to physical ones. Thus we may say industry is a virtue, frugality is a virtue, temperance is a virtue. This shows that virtue is a genus, and that frugality, industry, and temperance are its species. You will observe that, although I call this, for brevity's sake, the relation of genus and species, you must always remember that, while a genus may be divided into species, each species may again be subdivided into individuals. I use these words, genus and species, being words in common use, to express the general idea of classification. The word genus denotes a large class, the word species a small class included in the large class. This small class may sometimes be again divided into smaller classes, and an individual is a single thing forming a part of the smallest class. It is clear that any single thing included in a smaller class must be included in a larger class. This is the foundation of all our reasonings from the relation of genus and species. 1. The following are examples of classification. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of men, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. 1 Corinthians 15:39. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as it is fit in the Lord. Husbands, love your wives, and be not bitter against them. Children, obey your parents in all things, for this is well pleasing unto the Lord. Fathers, provoke not your children to anger, lest they be discouraged. Colossians 3:18-21. Mountain water, as it is pure and cold to the taste, is also beneficial to the health for drinking. If it cannot be obtained, river water may be resorted to. Well water I put in the last place, although everywhere it is agreeable for its coldness. It is almost always hard, unsuitable for dissolving soap and for cooking vegetables. The water of lakes, even though they may contain the purest waters and appear pellucid, nevertheless become tepid from their isolation and are flat and vapid. Report of the General Board of Health. The capital of a manufacturer is of two kinds, fixed and circulating. The fixed capital remains always in his possession, as the mills, warehouses, etc. The circulating capital is always going out of his possession, as the materials of the manufacture, the wages of the workmen, etc. So the horses that draw the plough are part of the farmer's fixed capital. The sheep and oxen he sends to market for sale are part of his circulating capital. Anon. we are authorised to announce that J.W. Gilbart, Esquire, FRS, will present the sum of £100 to the author of the best essay, which shall be written in reply to the following question. In what way can any of the articles collected at the Industrial Exhibition of 1851 be rendered especially serviceable to the interests of practical banking? These articles may be architectural models that may suggest improvements in the bank house or office, inventions by which light, heat, and ventilation may be secured so as to promote the health and comfort of the bank clerks, discoveries in the fine arts by which the interior of a bank may be decorated, or the bank furniture rendered more commodious, improvements in writing paper, pens, ink, account books, scales, letter copying machines, or other instruments used in carrying on the business, improvements in printing and engraving, by which banks may get their notes, receipts, letters of credit, and other documents of a better kind at a less expense, or so as to prevent forgery, new inventions in the construction of locks, cash boxes, and safes, which shall render property more secure against fire or thieves, and generally all articles of every kind which can be so applied as to improve, cheapen, or facilitate any of the practical operations of banking. Banker's Magazine for January 1851. 2. The rules for dividing a genus into its species are similar to those for dividing a whole into its parts. A species is part of a genus. Each part singly taken must contain less than the whole, but all the parts taken collectively or together must contain neither more nor less than the whole. Or, as logicians sometimes express it, the parts of the division ought to exhaust the whole thing which is divided. In all distributions we should first consider the larger and more immediate kinds or species, or ranks of being, and not divide a thing at once into the more minute and remote. The several parts of a distribution ought to be opposite, that is, one species or class of beings in the same rank of division ought not to contain or include another. So men ought not to be divided into the rich, the poor, the learned, and the tall, for poor men may be both learned and tall, and so may the rich. Let not subdivisions be too numerous without necessity. Therefore I think quantity is better distinguished at once into a line, a surface, and a solid. That is to say, as Ramus does, that quantity is either a line or a thing lined, and a thing lined is either a surface or a solid. Distribute every subject according to the special design you have in view, so far as is necessary or useful to your present inquiry. Thus a politician distributes mankind according to their civil characters into the rulers and the ruled, and a physician divides them into the sick or the healthy, but a divine distributes them into Turks, heathens, Jews, or Christians. It is to this doctrine of distribution of a genus into its several species we must also refer the distribution of a cause according to its several effects, as some medicines are heating, some are cooling, or an effect when it is distinguished by its causes, as faith is either built upon divine testimony or human. It is to this head we refer particular artificial bodies, when they are distinguished according to the matter they are made of, as a statue is either of brass, of marble, or wood, etc., and all other beings, when they are distinguished according to their end and design, as the furniture of body or mind is either for ornament or for use. To this head also we refer subjects, when they are divided according to their modes or accidents, as men are either merry or grave or sad, and modes, when they are divided by their subjects, as distempers belong to the fluid or to the solid parts of the animal. Watt's logic. 3. The mode of reasoning from genus and species is merely to show that a certain species is properly classed under a certain genus, and then to affirm or deny of the species what you may affirm or deny of the genus. Footnote. This is the principle of the first figure of syllogistic reasoning, or, as Mr. Bailey calls it, class reasoning. The maxim is, whatever is predicated universally of any class of things may be predicated in like manner of anything comprehended in that class. C. Bailey, page 64. End of footnote. Thus you may say, all fruit is useful to health. The apple is a kind of fruit, therefore the apple is useful to health. I may observe that this principle of reasoning from genus to species is the only kind of reasoning in which you gain anything by placing it in the form of a syllogism. And here, mind, the argument gains nothing in point of strength, but sometimes it gains a little in point of clearness, or at least it gives a clearer statement of the meaning of the reasoner. The following are the examples given in the logic of Dr. Watts. Every wicked man is truly miserable. All tyrants are wicked men. Therefore all tyrants are truly miserable. He that's always in fear is not happy. Covetous men are always in fear. Therefore covetous men are not happy. Whatsoever furthers our salvation is good for us. Some afflictions further our salvation. Therefore some afflictions are good for us. Nothing that must be repented of is truly desirable. Some pleasures must be repented of. Therefore there are some pleasures which are not truly desirable. Here you will observe that in the first syllogism the genus is every wicked man, that is, all wicked men, and the species all tyrants. In the second syllogism, he that's always in fear is the genus, and covetous man is the species under that genus. In the third syllogism, whatever furthers our salvation is the genus, and some afflictions is the species. In the fourth syllogism, nothing that must be repented of is the genus, and some pleasures is the species. In natural logic we need not use these syllogisms. We should, in the above cases, express our reasons in the following manner. All tyrants are truly miserable because they are wicked men. Covetous men are not happy because they are always in fear. Some afflictions are good for us because they further our salvation. Some pleasures are not truly desirable because they must be repented of. 4. The application of a general principle to a particular case is another mode of reasoning from the relation of genus and species. Masters, give unto your servants that which is just and equal, knowing that ye also have a master in heaven. Colossians 4:1. This general principle is thus applied with reference to the servants of public companies. Be just in your appointments, and select those who are the most worthy and the best qualified for the duties they will have to discharge. Be just in the amount of your remuneration. Recollect that many of the servants of public companies have greater trusts and heavier responsibilities than the servants of individuals, and in this case it is just and equal that they be rewarded accordingly. Be just in your promotions, and let not merit be supplanted by patronage or favouritism. Be just in the quantity of labour you exact. Appoint a sufficient number of servants to do the work easily. Do not compel them to keep late hours, nor refuse reasonable holidays for the purposes of health and recreation. Be just in your pensions, and let your aged and worn-out servants be treated with respect and liberality. Be just in your reproofs. Let not your censures or your punishments be more than proportionate to the offence, and be as ready at all times to acknowledge the merits of your servants as to notice their defects. All complaints and all applications for increased remuneration or privileges from the servants of public companies should receive mature consideration, and all refusals should be given with kindness and courtesy. Gilbart's Practical Treatise on Banking. End of section 9. Chapter 10 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Genus and Species, Part 2. 5. In the application of general proverbs, we reason from the relation of genus and species. Thus, honesty is the best policy. Therefore, when a public company has sustained losses, it is the best policy to announce them in its annual report to the shareholders, as that is the most honest procedure. This is one of the numerous cases to which this maxim may be applied. Dr. Franklin describes several specific characters under the genus that they paid too dear for their whistle. And in daily life we meet with people to whom is applied the maxim that they have too many irons in the fire, or that they carry too many eggs in one basket, or that they are penny wise and pound foolish. In these cases, the proverb is regarded as the genus, and the particular case to which it is applied is the species. This will appear the more evident if placed in the form of a syllogism. It is unwise to have too many irons in the fire. The man who carries on more trades than he can attend to has too many irons in the fire. Therefore, the man who carries on more trades than he can attend to acts unwisely. 6. Rules and examples in any art or science sustain the relation to each other of genus and species. Take the following general rule in grammar from Lindley Murray. 2 or more nouns, etc., in the singular number joined together by a copulative conjunction, expressed or understood, must have verbs, nouns, and pronouns agreeing with them in the plural number. Here is the general rule. Now, when we meet with 2 or more nouns, joined together in the manner stated, we apply the rule, and if we find that the verbs, nouns, and pronouns agreeing with them are put in the plural number, we infer that the sentence is grammatical, but if otherwise, we say the sentence is ungrammatical. Now then, try by this rule the following sentences. Socrates and Plato were wise. They were the most eminent philosophers of Greece. Here the rule is observed. And so was also James and John, the sons of Zebedee, who were partners with Simon. Here the rule is violated. You perceive then that the application of any general rule to a particular case is a logical process, and forms an argument on the principle of genus and species. I may also observe that although in teaching an art systematically we lay down our rules first and then give the examples, yet in the practical operations of teaching, especially in conversation, it is usually best to state the example first and then state the rule as a deduction from the example. Indeed, most general rules were probably in the first instance deduced from examples. Men did not invent grammar first and then learn to speak, but speech existed before grammar. The same remark may be applied very extensively. Poets existed before critics, and the practical arts before the sciences. 7. Arguments from enumeration may justly be classed under genus and species, as the enumeration is either of the individuals of a species or of the species of a genus. Sometimes we enumerate the several arguments by which an opinion may be supported. Public speakers at the close of their address often do this, and judges on the bench enumerate, or sum up, as it is called, the arguments that have been used by the advocates. Sometimes, to prove the advantages or disadvantages of any engagement or pursuit, we enumerate them. In order to show that there is a pleasure in science, Lord Brougham thus enumerates the pleasures that it tends to produce. It is easy to show that there is a positive gratification resulting from the study of the sciences. If it be a pleasure to gratify curiosity, to know what we are ignorant of, to have our feelings of wonder called forth, how pure a delight of this very kind does natural science hold out to its students. Recollect some of the extraordinary discoveries of mechanical philosophy. Observe the extraordinary truths which optical science discloses. Chemistry is not behind in its wonders, and yet these are trifling when compared to the prodigies which astronomy opens to our view, the enormous masses of the heavenly bodies, their immense distances, their countless numbers, and their motions whose swiftness mocks the uttermost efforts of the imagination. Then, if we raise our view to the structure of the heavens, we are again gratified by tracing accurate but most unexpected resemblances. Is it not in the highest degree interesting to find that the power which keeps the earth in its shape and in its path wheeling round the sun extends over all the other worlds that compose the universe and gives to each its proper place and motion? That the same power causes the tides upon our earth and the peculiar form of the earth itself, and that, after all, it is the same power which makes a stone fall to the ground? To learn these things and to reflect upon them produces certain as well as pure gratification. Sullivan's Literary Class Book. In the following quotation, the genus is various writers, and Moses, the prophets, the evangelists, etc., are enumerated as the species. The various writers of the Bible were themselves persuaded that they wrote under divine inspiration, and claimed the acknowledgment of that inspiration from others. Moses ascended the mount in the view of all the people, and, surrounded by the visible and refulgent glories of the present deity, he there received the law immediately from his mouth. The economy of religion he established included, according to divine institution, the symbols of the presiding presence of God, and the means of infallibly ascertaining his will, giving the character of divinity to the whole. And all its several parts, relating both to faith and practice, were devoutly regarded by the Israelitish people as the words which the Lord their God had commanded them to believe and to do. The prophets uniformly acknowledged their belief in the agency of divine influence, calling them from their respective avocations in life, revealing to them important religious truths previously unconceived, and commissioning them to proclaim those truths in the hearing of the people. In perfect accordance with such an acknowledgment, their several messages usually bear the affixment of a signature, at once descriptive of their character and origin as divine. Thus saith the Lord. The evangelists, though in express terms they do not affirm their own inspiration, yet tell us that Christ promised to send the Spirit of truth to guide them into all truth, and to bring all things to their remembrance, whatsoever he had said unto them. And in recording such promises, they obviously imply that it was in virtue of their accomplishment, or by the promised assistance of the Spirit, that they were enabled to give a faithful narrative of the words and works of their Redeemer. The apostles, in a great variety of texts, and in language the most unequivocal and clear, affirm that the things which they taught God had revealed to them by his Spirit, and that he who despised those things despised not man, but God. The careful and specific notification of one or two matters as of private opinion, in contradistinction to the general tenor of their writings as of divine authority, is corroborative of their persuasion in this particular. The New Testament, speaking of itself, certifies that the gospel it contains was not received of man, but by the revelation of Jesus Christ. Speaking of the Old Testament, it asserts that the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Ghost. Uniting the Old and New Testament together in one testimony, it declares that God, who at sundry times and in divers manners spake unto the fathers by the prophets, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. And in the union of the Old and New Testaments closing the canon of divine truth, it solemnly affirms, all Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and if any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. Lectures on the Holy Bible by the Reverend Thomas Gilbart, minister of York Street Chapel, Dublin, 1820. Sometimes, in regard to public questions, we enumerate the parties whose opinions are in favour of the proposed measure. There is an excellent example of this kind of argument in the speech delivered in the House of Commons by Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton on the amelioration of the criminal code. It is copied into the preface to his life, written by his son. The following example is taken from a speech delivered at the Mansion House in January 1850 by Mr. Samuel Jones Lloyd, now Lord Overstone, in favour of the industrial exhibition. It was no longer necessary for them to discuss its character or expediency. On these points the public were united. The scheme now went forth to the world, stamped by the approbation and recommendation of our gracious Sovereign, as expressed in the Act constituting the Royal Commission, and as further proved by the munificent donation with which he has headed the subscription. It was further stamped with the continued support of her illustrious consort, whose original suggestion it was, and who had already been alluded to in terms not more complimentary than he deserved. For those who wish to know his true character should see him seated at the council board and observe his capacity for conducting complicated public business with sagacity, perseverance, and energy. Beyond this, the project went forth sanctioned by the authority of the ministers of this country, as evidenced by their advising the Crown to issue the Royal Commission, and by their presence on this occasion, through which so much weight was given to the proceedings of the day. It was still further sanctioned by the recorded resolutions of the people of England, assembled in almost every great district of the Empire, and lastly, by the 2 great meetings held in the Egyptian Hall. 8. Under this head of genus and species we may place reasoning from the definition. The genus and the specific difference, as we have already stated, are joined together to make a formal definition. Thus, in the example quoted from Dr. Watts at page 25, juice is the genus, and pressed from grapes the specific difference, and those together, the juice of the grape, is the definition of wine. A definition formed in this way by the union of the genus and the difference is called by scholastic logicians a formal definition. We cannot always obtain a definition of this kind, but when we can do so, we may reason from it in various ways. We may infer that everything to which this definition will apply are so many species under this generic term. Thus, port, sherry, claret, champagne, being all juices of grapes, are so many species of wine. All subjects will not, as we have said, admit of this formal definition, but you may generally commence your definition by stating the genus or general nature. Thus, if asked what is justice, you may say it is a moral virtue. This is the genus. And then you may state wherein it differs from other moral virtues, as temperance, cleanliness, patience, etc. And you may say, justice is a moral virtue which consists of giving to every one his due. So, if you have seen the hippopotamus, and are asked what sort of a thing it is, you may say it is an animal that resembles a pig. This is the genus. And then you may state the points wherein it differs from a pig, and this will complete the description. Now, having got a definition, you may consider it as a species, and affirm of it what you may affirm of the genus. Thus, having defined justice to be a moral virtue, you may infer that it ought to be cultivated, inasmuch as all the moral virtues ought to be cultivated. Then you may consider the definition as a general principle applicable to individual cases. And as the specific difference of justice consists in giving to every one his due, you will infer that a master who defrauds his servant of his wages, a tradesman who cheats his creditors, a slanderer who speaks ill of worthy men, a magistrate who punishes the innocent, or who lets the guilty go free, does not act consistently with justice, as these parties do not give to everyone his due. But you must not be too precise about this matter of definition. If your opponent is disposed to cavil, he may easily find fault with any definition you can give. Even men of great talent and learning cannot agree among themselves upon this subject. The most eminent political economists give different definitions of such plain words as capital, profit, rent, wages, words that we use in our ordinary conversation, without fancying that there is any difficulty or mystery about them. Sidney Smith, the most witty man of his time, was at a loss to find a definition for wit, and at the same time is very witty upon the definitions he quotes from other writers. Dryden's definition of wit, he says, will apply to Blair's sermons, and Pope's to the funeral orations of Bossuet. 9. We reason erroneously from the relation of genus and species when we place under the genus several species that do not belong to it, and then assert of each species what may be truly asserted of the genus. Mrs. Opie, who had previously become a member of the Society of Friends, published a book entitled Illustrations of Lying in All Its Branches. Under the class of practical lies, she places the practice of wearing false hair. This, we think, is an erroneous classification, for if we use the word liar in the sense in which it is usually employed, the wearer of false hair is not a species of that genus. A lie implies something immoral, but we do not think it immoral to conceal defects that are inconvenient to the party himself, or that would be unpleasant to the beholders. Mrs. Opie's argument stands thus: a liar is one who wishes to deceive. He who wears false hair wishes to deceive. Therefore, he who wears false hair is a liar. We may refute this argument in the following ways. We may say that the words wishes to deceive have not the same meaning in the first or major proposition which they have in the second or minor proposition, and hence the two propositions are independent of each other, and they have no relation that can be a foundation for any reasoning respecting them. See page 30. Or we may admit that in both propositions the words wishes to deceive have the same meaning, but then they merely denote a common property, not a specific difference, and hence they do not prove that the two subjects are the same. Gold is yellow, and saffron is yellow, but it does not follow that saffron is gold. So in the present case, the common attribute does not prove that the two subjects are the same. See page 32. Or we may reduce the conclusion to an absurdity, thus: all liars shall have their portion in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. The man who wears false hair is a liar. Therefore the man who wears false hair shall have his portion in the lake that burns with fire and brimstone. This conclusion shows the absurdity of the classification. In actual life we often meet with erroneous classifications of this kind. The words want of courtesy is a general term, often unjustly applied to individual actions. A person goes to transact some business at a public office and is detained much longer than he expected. He becomes irritated and declares he is treated with want of courtesy, whereas the delay may have been occasioned by the necessary forms of the office or by his own ignorance of those forms. When a servant for some trifling oversight is charged with neglect of duty, it is a fallacy of the same kind. The words neglect of duty is a generic phrase that is applied only to cases of willful or serious omissions. To apply it in trifling cases is to use it illogically. Whenever we wish to represent any act in its worst colours, we use generic terms of so wide a meaning as to include several species of offences of a deeper dye than that we are called upon to censure. And, on the other hand, when we wish to extenuate, we employ generic terms that shall include only offences of a lighter hue. All these are fallacies arising from erroneous classification, similar to that we have exemplified from Mrs. Opie. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Genus and Species, Part 3. 10. We must also avoid the error of confounding two or more species because they belong to the same genus. Thus, when we find that two species resemble each other in some respects, which of course they always must do, we should not infer that they resemble each other in all respects. For example, he that says you are an animal says true. He that says you are a goose says you are an animal. Therefore he that says you are a goose says true. Here the two premises are true, and yet the conclusion is absurd. It is true that you are an animal, and that a goose is an animal, and yet it is not true, of course I mean literally, that you are a goose. For you and the goose belong to different species, and although you resemble each other so far as to be properly classed under the same genus, animal, yet you cannot be asserted to be each other. So, dog, horse, camel, elephant are species of animal, but a dog is not a horse, nor is a camel an elephant. In the case of the genus animal, we are not in much danger of falling into error, but we meet with similar errors elsewhere. I have read a debate in the House of Commons in which Unitarians were called Mahometans. Both these bodies agree in disbelieving the doctrine of the Trinity, but under this generic description they form two widely different species, and one cannot logically be confounded with the other. You will often observe this practice in party writers. They will class the party against whom they write with some other party that has a disreputable name, and confound them both together under some generic description. 11. In reasoning on this principle, we should always be on our guard against mere mental classifications. I mean such as exist only in the mind, and not in the nature of the things themselves. The following quotation from Dr. Watts will explain what I mean. I may borrow a remarkable instance for my purpose almost out of every garden which contains a variety of plants in it. Most or all plants agree in this, that they have a root, a stalk, leaves, buds, blossoms, and seeds. But the gardener ranges them under very different names, as though they were really different kinds of being, merely because of the different use and service to which they are applied by men. As, for instance, those plants whose roots are eaten shall appropriate the name of roots to themselves. Such are carrots, turnips, radishes, etc. If the leaves are of chief use to us, then we call them herbs, as sage, mint, thyme. If the leaves are eaten raw, they are termed salad, as lettuce, purslane. If boiled, they become pot herbs, as spinach, coleworts, and some of those plants which are pot herbs in one family are salad in another. If the buds are made our food, they are called heads or tops, so cabbage heads, heads of asparagus, and artichokes. If the blossom be of most importance, we call it a flower. Such are daisies, tulips, and carnations, which are the mere blossoms of those plants. If the husk or seeds are eaten, they are called the fruits of the ground, as peas, beans, strawberries, etc. If any part of the plant be of known and common use to us in medicine, we call it a physical herb, as cardus, scurvy grass. But if we count no part useful, we call it a weed, and throw it out of the garden. And yet, perhaps, our next neighbour knows some valuable property and use of it. He plants it in his garden, and gives it the title of a herb or a flower. Now, when things are set in this clear light, it appears how ridiculous it would be for two persons to contend whether dandelion be a herb or a weed, whether it be a pot herb or a salad, when, by the custom or fancy of different families, this one plant obtains all these names according to the several uses of it and the value that is put upon it. A dispute somewhat similar to what is here intimated took place between Mr. McCulloch and Mr. Malthus upon the classification of labourers into productive and unproductive. Mr. Malthus, following Adam Smith, applied the word productive to such labourers only whose exertions directly produced material wealth. Mr. McCulloch extended the word so as to include those also whose labour indirectly produced wealth. Hence rose the important question, whether a dancer at the opera should be styled a productive or an unproductive labourer. Some good paper and printing were expended in this wordy warfare, and after all it was only a dispute about classification, for in other respects the antagonists did not differ in opinion. This example may teach us to use caution in the choice of the words we employ to denote our classifications. The words productive and unproductive seem to convey praise and censure. Had other words been employed, Adam Smith's distinction would not probably have been thought worthy of so much reproach. Footnote. We fear Mr. Bailey has committed an error of this kind in dividing reasoning into demonstrative and contingent. Page 5. In defiance of all explanation, the mind will associate some degree of uncertainty with the word contingent. End of footnote. 12. In reasoning from this relation of genus and species, we should carefully notice the kind of universality which is attributable to the genus. For, if the general proposition be taken in too extensive a sense, the conclusion will be erroneous. On this subject we quote Dr. Watts. Universal terms may either denote a mathematical, a physical, or a moral universality. A mathematical universality is when all the particulars contained under any general idea have the same predicate belonging to them without any exception whatsoever, or when the predicate is so essential to the universal subject that it destroys the very nature of the subject to be without it, as all circles have a centre and circumference. All spirits in their own nature are immortal. A physical or natural universality is when, according to the order and common course of nature, a predicate agrees to all the subjects of that kind, though there may be some accidental and preternatural exceptions. As, all men use words to express their thoughts, yet dumb persons are excepted, for they cannot speak. All beasts have 4 feet, yet there may be some monsters with 5, or maimed, who have but 3. A moral universality is when the predicate agrees to the greatest part of the particulars which are contained under the universal subject, as, all Negroes are stupid creatures, all men are governed by affection rather than by reason, all the old Romans loved their country, and the Scripture uses this language when St. Paul tells us, the Cretes are always liars. Now it is evident that a special or singular conclusion cannot be inferred from a moral universality, nor always and infallibly from a physical one, though it may be always inferred from a universality which is mathematical, without any danger or possibility of a mistake. Let it be observed also that usually we make little or no distinction in common language between a subject that is physically or mathematically universal. You will find that some political economists lay down general propositions and reason from them as though they possessed a mathematical universality. But from the nature of the science, this cannot be the case. It is a moral science, and its general propositions have only a moral universality. I mean that these rules have a good many exceptions. For example, one of its principles is that the government should not interfere with matters of trade. A very good rule, as a general rule, but when we are told that this rule is so inflexible that the government must not interfere even in behalf of humanity and religion, then we contend that its advocates claim for this rule a universality to which it is not entitled. In this sense we deny the soundness of the rule. Nay, even those political economists who maintain most strongly this principle maintain at the same time that the government ought to pass laws for the regulation of the currency, a subject with which trade has a very close affinity. It is rarely that a mathematical universality can be obtained with regard to those propositions that we usually act upon in ordinary life. We believe that all noblemen have honourable and patriotic feelings, that all judges are impartial in their decisions, that all London merchants are honest in their dealings, that no clergyman would tell an untruth, that our friends, whose constancy we have tried, will never desert us, that a man who has maintained a high reputation for 30 years will maintain it as long as he lives. But we have only moral evidence for all these propositions, and we can get no more. He who, in these and similar instances, would refuse to act until he should obtain mathematical evidence, would show a want of that wisdom and decision which are essential to the good administration of the affairs either of a family, a commercial establishment, or a political community. 13. We may observe that all arguments formed on the relation of subject and attribute may also be brought under the relation of genus and species. All subjects may be distributed into classes according to their attributes. Thus, some horses are of a grey colour. Now, we may consider grey as an attribute of the horses, or we may consider grey horses as forming a class, and our reasonings will be substantially the same, though, perhaps, changed in regard to form. Let us take an example from Dr. Watts. No liar is fit to be believed. Every good Christian is fit to be believed. Therefore, no good Christian is a liar. Here the words fit to be believed express an attribute, and as this attribute will not apply to both the subjects, we infer that these subjects are different. See page 40. But let us suppose that these words, fit to be believed, denote a class. Then the argument will stand thus. No man who is fit to be believed is a liar. Every good Christian is fit to be believed. Therefore no good Christian is a liar. Here, fit to be believed denotes a class of persons, and a good Christian is one of that class. Let us take another instance of a different kind. Whosoever loves God shall be saved. All the lovers of God have their imperfections. Therefore, some who have imperfections shall be saved. Here we consider shall be saved and have their imperfections as denoting attributes, and as these attributes belong to the same subject, we infer that they are not incompatible with each other. See page 39. But we may put the argument in a different form. We may consider the words lovers of God as denoting a class or genus, and some who have imperfections as a species under that class. The reasoning would then stand thus. All the lovers of God shall be saved. Some who have imperfections are lovers of God. Therefore, some who have imperfections shall be saved. 14. So arguments founded on the principle of cause and effect may be brought under the principle of genus and species. One of the examples taken from Dr. Watts will exemplify this. Some afflictions are good for us because they further our salvation. Here we have evidently cause and effect, and this, in fact, is the best mode of stating the argument. But in the syllogism, Dr. Watts makes a class of all those things that further our salvation, and then some afflictions become a subordinate class under that larger class, a species under a genus. Whatsoever furthers our salvation is good for us. Some afflictions further our salvation. Therefore, some afflictions are good for us. Again, a good education is highly valuable, for it softens the manners and ameliorates the dispositions of the heart. Here is the relation of cause and effect. But a scholastic logician would not be satisfied with the argument in this form, but would turn it into genus and species. This is done by making the effect a genus and the cause a species. Thus, everything that softens the manners and ameliorates the disposition of the heart is highly valuable. But a good education softens the manners and ameliorates the dispositions of the heart. Therefore, a good education is highly valuable. You will observe that this relation of genus and species does not strengthen your argument. It rather weakens it, or at least it widens the field of objection. An opponent might deny your first proposition. He might say, I do not admit that everything that softens the manners and ameliorates the disposition of the heart is highly valuable, for there are some things that produce these effects, but at the same time produce other effects of a dangerous character. Such things, for instance, it might be said, are theatrical exhibitions. Here you see a new field of argumentation is at once thrown open. Had you stuck to your original principle of cause and effect, you would have been on safer ground. It is never advisable in argumentation to put yourself in a position to be called upon to prove the affirmative of a universal proposition. If a single exception can be adduced, your proposition is refuted and your argument is overthrown. It is generally best to argue from those principles of reasoning which arise from the relation of the things themselves, and not to attempt by mere verbal changes to bring your reasonings under a different principle. You should be on your guard against this practice, lest you fall into that system of scholastic logic which refers only to the use of words and leaves unnoticed the nature of things. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The relation of cause and effect, physical causes. The relation of cause and effect is a principle of extensive use in the art of reasoning, but as causes are of various kinds, we must consider them separately in different sections, and in this section we shall confine our attention to those causes that refer to material substances and are consequently styled physical. We shall, in the subsequent sections, consider these causes that are moral, conditional, and final. We may observe with regard to these four kinds of causes, physical, moral, conditional, and final, the first has reference to the physical sciences, as botany, physiology, geography, chemistry, etc. The second has a reference to the sciences of politics and political economy. The third has a reference to jurisprudence and the affairs of ordinary life. The fourth has a reference to ethics and theology. We do not mean an exclusive reference, but a general reference. 1. The first class of causes we call physical causes. To this class of causes we refer all those effects which are produced by the uniform and necessary operations of nature. Thus, it is an established law of nature that the earth should move round the sun, and that the moon should move round the earth. All the phenomena which result from the revolutions of the heavenly bodies are the result of natural causes. It is a law of nature that all bodies on the earth should tend towards the center, and that different kinds of matter, whether fluid or solid, should have certain properties, and that some of them should have an affinity for each other. Hence, all reasonings connected with astronomy, mechanics, chemistry, and the other branches of experimental philosophy are founded on natural causes. The reasonings founded on this class of causes amount to demonstration. The cause necessarily and invariably produces the effect. The following are examples. Quote, He sendeth the springs into the valleys which run among the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. The wild asses quench their thirst. By them the fowls of the heaven have their habitation, which sing among the branches. He watereth the hills from his chambers. He causeth the grass to grow for the cattle and herb for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth, and wine that maketh glad the heart of man, and oil to make his face to shine, and bread which strengtheneth man's heart. End quote. Psalm 104, verses 10 through 15. Quote, The benefits arising from the winds are almost innumerable. They purify the air, moderate the heat, dry wetlands and damp houses, chase away the fogs and hazy weather, and bring us rain in due season. Also frost and snow, and even mild weather. They are particularly serviceable for navigation and commerce. When the air is so full of heavy vapors that it can no longer sustain them, then these small moist particles run together and fall down in fine drops which we call rain. The rain descending in drops is a further manifestation of divine wisdom, for if it fell in strong streams it would injure the earth by washing away its fine, light mold from the roots and seeds of plants, and we should suffer the great inconvenience from it. End quote. Joyce's Catechism of Nature. Quote, The annual overflowing of the Nile is caused by the periodical rains in Ethiopia. The river begins to rise in the latter end of June and attains its utmost height about the middle of August, when Egypt presents the appearance of a vast sea, while the cities and towns appear like so many islands. After this, the waters gradually subside, and about the end of November the river has returned to its ordinary limits. During this period, the earth, or mud, which the waters held in solution, has fallen on the soil, and on the retiring of the waters, the whole land is covered with a rich manure, and according to Herodotus, requires so little cultivation that in some cases it was only necessary that the seed should be thrown upon the surface and trodden down by pigs. End quote. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. 2. There are 4 ways of reasoning in regard to these physical causes. First, from the existence of the cause, we may infer the existence of the effect. If the sun has arisen, we know it must be day. If the earth comes between the sun and the moon will be eclipsed. If a body of less specific gravity than water will be thrown into water, we know it will float. If fire be applied to gunpowder, an explosion will take place. If the colors blue and yellow be mixed together, they will produce a green. If a man has had his head cut off, we may infer that he is dead. The second mode of reasoning is from the existence of the effect to infer the existence of the cause. All theories or systems are founded upon this mode of reasoning. We observe the appearances of nature, and we endeavor to ascertain the causes which have produced them. If we see an abundant harvest, we may infer that the land is good. The third mode of reasoning is from the non-existence of the cause to infer the non-existence of the effect. In the deserts of Arabia there is no rain, consequently there can be no vegetation. The fourth mode of reasoning is from the non-existence of the effect to infer the non-existence of the cause. The streets are not wet, therefore it cannot have rained recently. Upon the farther application of this principle to reasoning, we quote Dr. Watts. Quote, There is a system of beings round about us, of which we ourselves are a part, which we call the world. And in this world there is a course of nature, or a settled order of causes, effects, antecedents, concomitants, consequences, etc., from which the author of nature doth not vary but upon very important occasions. Where antecedents, concomitants, and consequence, cause and effects, signs and things signified, subject and adjuncts, are necessarily connected with each other, we may infer the causes from the effects, and the effects from causes, the antecedents from the consequence, as well as consequence from antecedents, etc., and thereby be pretty certain of many things both past, present, and to come. It is by this principle that astronomers can tell what day and hour the sun and moon were eclipsed 500 years ago, and predict all future eclipses as long as the world shall stand. They can tell precisely at what minute the sun rises or sets this day at Pekin in China, or what altitude the dog star had at midnight or mid-noon in Rome on the day when Julius Caesar was slain. Gardeners, upon the same principle, can foretell the months when every plant will be in bloom, and the plowman knows the weeks of harvest. We are sure if there be a chicken, there was an egg. If there be a rainbow, we are certain it rains not far off. If we behold a tree growing on the earth, we know it has naturally a root underground. Where there is a necessary connection between causes and effects, antecedents and consequence, signs and things signified, we know also that like causes will have like effects, and proportionable causes will have proportionable effects, contrary causes will have contrary effects, and observing men may form many judgments by the rules of similitude and proportion, where the causes, effects, etc. are not entirely the same. Where there is but a probable and uncertain connection between antecedents, concomitants, and consequence, we can give but a conjecture or a probable determination. If the clouds gather or the weather glass sinks, we suppose it will rain. If a man spit blood frequently with coughing, we suppose his lungs are hurt. If very dangerous symptoms appear, we expect his death." End quote. 3. We are in danger of false reasoning when we ascribe effects to wrong causes. Thus, for many ages the appearances of the celestial bodies were ascribed to their motion round the earth, whereas it has since been demonstrated that these effects could not be produced by such a cause. The French philosopher Descartes imagined certain whirlpools in the atmosphere by which he attempted to account for the appearances of nature. Thunder and lightning, earthquakes and volcanoes are effects which have been ascribed to a variety of causes according to the hypotheses of different philosophers. The flux and reflux of the tide, the origin of rivers, the phenomena of electricity, and many other appearances connected with natural philosophy have furnished curious specimens of false reasoning in assigning causes. Quote, "I would make this matter a little plainer still by instances borrowed from the paraphetic philosophy which was once taught in all the schools. The professor fancies he has assigned the true reason why all heavy bodies tend downward, why amber will draw feathers or straw, and the lodestone draw iron, when he tells you that this is done by certain gravitating and attractive qualities, which proceed from the substantial forms of those various bodies. He imagines that he has explained why the lodestone's north pole shall repel the north end of a magnetic needle, and attract the south, when he affirms that this is done by its sympathy with one end of it, and its antipathy against the other end. Whereas, in truth, all these names of sympathy, antipathy, substantial forms, and qualities, when they are put for the causes of these effects in bodies, are but hard words which only express a learned and pompous ignorance of the true cause of natural appearances." End quote. Watts. Writers on metaphysics have also adopted theories calculated to weaken our confidence in the relation of physical causes and effects. The most remarkable of these writers is Bishop Berkeley. Quote, "Since he asks, the mind does not perceive physical objects, but merely the images of those objects formed in the eye, how do you know that any such object exists?" End quote. To this we may reply that the representation formed in the eye is the effect of the external objects, and is in itself a proof of their existence. When we look at an object through a telescope, we know that the object exists, though we see only the image formed by the speculum. Mr. Mill observes in his System of Logic, quote, "I affirm that I saw my brother at a certain hour this morning. If any proposition concerning a matter of fact would commonly be said to be known by the direct testimony of the senses, this surely would be so. The truth, however, is far otherwise. I only saw a certain colored surface, or rather I had the kind of visual sensations which are usually produced by a colored surface, and from these, as marks known to be such by previous experience, I concluded that I saw my brother." End quote. Mill's Logic, Volume 2, page 208. Upon this theory, we should suppose that as soon as an infant can recognize its mother, it has begun to draw conclusions, and has also had sufficient experience in the arts to know that a human body may be represented on a colored surface. To all theories of this description we may reply in the words of Dr. Watt, quote, "Though our senses are sometimes liable to be deceived, yet when they are rightly disposed and fitly exercised about their proper objects, with the just assistance of reason, they give us sufficient evidence of truth. This may be proved by an argument drawn from the wisdom, goodness, and faithfulness of God our Creator. It was He gave us our senses, and He would not make us of such a constitution as to be liable to perpetual deception and unavoidable error, in using these faculties of sense in the best manner we are capable of, about those very things which are the proper objects of them. This may be proved also by the ill consequences that would follow from the supposition of the contrary. If we could have no certainty of the dictates of our senses, we could never be sure of any of the common affairs and occurrences of life. Men could not transact any of their civil or moral concerns with any certainty of justice, nor indeed could we eat or drink, walk or move with safety. Our senses direct us in all these. Again, the matters of religion depend in some measure upon the certainty of the dictates of sense. For faith comes by hearing, and it is to our senses that God appeals in working miracles to prove his own revelation. Now, if when our eyes and ears and other organs of sense are rightly disposed and exercised about their proper objects, they were always liable to be deceived, there could be no knowledge of the gospel and no proof of divine revelation by visions, voices, or miracles. End quote. 4. To prove the connection between a physical cause and its effects, it is not the province of reasoning, but of observation and experiment. During the Middle Ages, the scholastic logicians treated the physical sciences in the way intimated by Dr. Watts. Lord Bacon first advocated the necessity of a different course. Soon afterwards, the Royal Society for the Improvement of Natural Science was established, and its transactions were very influential to leading a more accurate mode of ascertaining the causes of natural phenomena. Quote, "But it must not be forgotten how much is due to Lord Bacon, who died only 36 years before the incorporation of the Royal Society. With a comprehensive and commanding mind, patient in inquiry, subtile in discrimination, neither affecting novelty nor idolizing antiquity, Bacon formed and in a great measure executed his great work on the Institution of the Sciences, which, being clearly connected in its main features with the Royal Society, connects itself with our inquiry. The design was divided into 6 capital divisions. The first proposes a general survey of human knowledge, and is executed in the admirable treatise, The Advancement of Learning. In this, Lord Bacon critically examines the state of learning in its various branches at that period, observes and points out defects and errors, and then suggests proper means for supplying omissions and rectifying mistakes. The second and the most considerable part is the Novum Organum, in which the author, rejecting syllogism as a mere instrument of disputation and putting no trust in the hypothetical systems of ancient philosophy, recommends the more slow but more satisfactory method of induction, which subjects natural objects to the test of observation and experience, and subdues nature by experiment and inquiry. It will be seen how rigidly the early Fellows of the Royal Society followed Bacon's advice. Whilst the memory of this great man was cherished and the spirit of his philosophy abroad, the establishment of the Royal Society was accomplished. A great number of eminent men existed at that period in England, nearly all of whom were warmly interested in the progress of science, and it thus only required the cessation of domestic troubles to cause their attention to be turned to experimental philosophy." End quote. In the year 1662, the Royal Society obtained a charter of incorporation from Charles II. The following is an extract from the preamble. "And whereas we are well informed that a competent number of persons of eminent learning, ingenuity, and honor, concording in their inclinations and studies towards this employment, have for some time accustomed themselves to meet weekly and orderly to confer about the hidden causes of things, with a design to establish certain and correct uncertain theories in philosophy, and by their labors in the disquisition of nature to prove themselves real benefactors to mankind, and that they have already made a considerable progress by divers useful and remarkable discoveries, inventions, and experiments in the improvement of mathematics, mechanics, astronomy, navigation, physic, and chemistry, we have determined to grant our royal favor patronage, and all due encouragement to this illustrious assembly in so beneficial and laudable an enterprise." History of the Royal Society by C.R. Weld. It has been asserted that the incorporation of the Royal Society was the only wise act of Charles II. On one occasion, the Merry Monarch is said to have asked a company of philosophers how they could account for the fact that if a live fish were put into a vessel of water, the vessel would weigh no heavier than before. Some of them learnedly discussed the question, broaching several theories respecting the properties of water and air, the phenomena of life, etc. At last the king said to one who had not previously spoken on the subject, "Well, doctor, how do you account for this?" He replied, "Before I assign any cause for it, I should like to ascertain the fact. Suppose we make the experiment. A vessel of water was accordingly brought in and weighed. A live fish was then put into the water, and behold, the weight of the vessel was increased by precisely the weight of the fish." To form theories without investigating the facts was the method of the Aristotelian philosophy. To ascertain the facts first by experiment was a method introduced and recommended by Lord Bacon. 5. The sciences of medicine, politics, and political economy are partly physical, partly moral. You maintain your health by wholesome diet, pure air, early rising, occupation, and exercise. These are physical causes. It is also maintained by the discipline of the mind and the government of the passions. These are moral causes. Under the head of physical causes and effects, we include those which refer to living animals. Our knowledge here is derived from observation, but still there is much room for reasoning. We may inflate a balloon with certainty whenever we please, but we cannot with equal certainty fatten an ox. There is an art in this. Some kinds of cattle will fatten sooner than others, and some kinds of food will produce fat sooner than others. To ascertain the cheapest and best modes of fattening, we must have recourse to experiments. The results of such experiments are exhibited at the agricultural shows. We sometimes read in the public papers complaints against the excessive fattening of cattle, inasmuch as these cattle become unfit for food. We think these complaints have no solid foundation. The cattle are not fattened for food, they are fattened to teach the art of fattening, and whether these few cattle thus fattened to excess should be eaten or not is a matter of little importance as compared with the practical knowledge which by this means the agriculturalist may be able to obtain. The human body is an animal, but from its union to mind it is less than other animals under the control of physical agencies. We cannot fatten a man with as much certainty as we can fatten an ox. A tradesman on the verge of bankruptcy, a lady languishing with a broken heart, would from anxiety of mind baffle all attempts to make them fat. But when the mind is unoccupied, the body will yield to physical treatment. Pugilists and pedestrians undergo a course of training previous to their performances. By a regular course of diet and exercise, strength and agility are greatly increased. The science of medicine is founded on experiments. What effect any substance taken into the stomach would produce generally upon the body could only be known at first by making the trial. But in the use of new medicines and in the application of medicines generally to different constitutions, there is much need of sound reasoning. But after all, the result is the only test of medical skill. The surest proof of good treatment is the recovery of the patient. Homeopathy must likewise be tested by experiments. The homeopathists contend that every disease has a specific remedy. This remedy will cure the disease with as much certainty as bark cures ague or as acids cure scurvy. They say they have discovered all these specific remedies. This is a fundamental principle of the system. The doctrine of small doses is subordinate. They say that by trituration the power of medicines is so much increased that a small dose will have a greater effect than a larger dose which has not undergone this operation. These are the two main principles of homeopathy. Their truth must be proved by experiment, not by reasoning. But the reasoning may be useful in deciding on the best ways of making the experiments. The relation between physical causes and effects is first proved by observation and experiment. Having ascertained this, we employ reasoning for the purpose of applying this knowledge to a practical purpose. For instance, we ascertain not by reasoning but by experiment or observation that fire will turn water into steam, and then by reasoning we apply that steam to work an engine. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ashley Jung. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The relation of cause and effect. Moral causes. While physical causes refer to the operations of matter, moral causes refer to the operations of mind. The former relate to the sciences of chemistry, geology, astronomy, and other physical sciences. The latter relate to moral philosophy, political economy, and those other sciences that relate to the acts and habits of intelligent beings. We trace the operations of these causes with reference to individuals, families, and nations. 1. The following are examples of moral causes and effects. Who hath woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath contentions? Who hath babbling? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of eyes? They that tarry long at the wine, they that go to seek mixed wine. Prov 23, 29, 30. Certainly, says Sydney Smith. The two human beings who have had the greatest influence upon the understandings of mankind have been Aristotle and Lord Bacon. To Lord Bacon, we are indebted for an almost daily extension of our knowledge of the laws of nature in the outward world, and the same modest and cautious spirit of inquiry extended to moral philosophy will probably at last give us clear, intelligible ideas of our spiritual nature. Every succeeding year is an additional confirmation to us that we are traveling in the true path of knowledge. And as it brings in fresh tributes of science for the increase of human happiness, it extorts from us fresh tributes of praise to the guide and father of true philosophy. To the understanding of Aristotle, equally vast, perhaps, and equally original, we are indebted for 1,500 years of quibbling and ignorance, in which the earth fell under the tyranny of words, and philosophers quarreled with one another, like drunken men in dark rooms, who hate peace without knowing why they fight, or seeing how to take aim. Smith's Moral Philosophy. It is a doctrine of Mr. Hume in his Essay on Money that an influx of the precious metals gives great encouragement to industry during the interval which elapses before the prices of commodities are adjusted to the increased quantity of specie. We find, says he, that in every kingdom into which money begins to flow in greater abundance than formerly, everything takes a new face. Labor and industry gain life. The merchant becomes more enterprising, the manufacturer more diligent and skillful, and even the farmer follows his plow with greater alacrity and attention. In my opinion, he continues, it is only in this interval or immediate situation between the acquisition of money and rise of prices that the increased quantity of gold and silver is favorable to industry. Questions on political economy. We hold that a church establishment is the most effective of all machines for the moral instruction of the people, and that, if once taken down, there is no other instrumentality by which it can be adequately replaced. We are aware that it may be feebly and even corruptly administered, but the way to rectify this is not to demolish the apparatus, but to direct its movements. It is the means of turning so much unproductive into productive consumption. Without a church, the whole of our ecclesiastical wealth would have been in the hands of those who give no return for it. With a church, we have the return of all its usefulness, its theological learning, the protection which it affords against a desolating infidelity, the service which it renders to the morality of the commonwealth, and, above all, to the eternal well-being of the individual members who compose it. Dr. Chalmers on Political Economy. To all who desire a clear, common sense, and eminently practical system of logic, and do not object to the volume that contains it, comprising also a most entertaining series of extracts from some of the ablest pieces of modern argumentation, we heartily commend this Logic for the Million. We know not where a young man desirous of self-cultivation could more certainly or more pleasurably find it than in this volume. He will only have himself to blame if he does not rise from its study with clear thought, invigorated powers, and a mind enriched by some of the best good sense of our best writers. Weekly News. Even with reference to the parts of any single nation, it is the lack of facility of intercourse which is the acknowledged cause of all that is defective in the rural population. It perpetuates peculiarities of idiom and of pronunciation, local prejudices, inactivity of mind, roughness of manner, and subjection to the power of superstition. Everything, therefore, which quickens circulation or facilitates intercourse between either the different members of the same nation or between members of different nations is calculated to promote the general welfare. The Great Exhibition Prize Essay by the Rev. J.C. Wish, M.A. 2. With regard to moral causes, we may adopt the following modes of reasoning. First, from the existence of the cause we may infer the existence of the effect. Thus, if a man be industrious, we may infer that he will get rich. If a man be given to intoxication, we may infer that he will reduce himself to beggary. If a man exercise his intellectual faculties, we know he will improve them. Secondly, from the existence of the effect, we may infer the existence of the cause. Thus, if a servant enjoy in a high degree the confidence of his master, we may infer that he has served him well. if a man be involved in debts which he is unable to pay, we may infer that he has been either imprudent or unfortunate. Thirdly, from the non-existence of the cause, we may infer the non-existence of the effect. Thus, if a man has not been unfortunate nor improvident, we may argue that he cannot be poor. Fourthly, from the non-existence of the effect, we may infer the non-existence of the cause. Thus, we may say, such a person is not poor, he cannot then have been extravagant. Such a person is not an intelligent man, he cannot, then, have spent much time in reading and study. He does not speak correctly, therefore he cannot have learned grammar. On one occasion, when speaking to the working class, Rowland Hill observed, "I don't think much of that man's religion who is without his Sunday coat, when a good Providence gives him plenty of work." Sherman. 3. In the relation of moral causes and effects, we have, generally, in the first instance, to prove by reasoning that such a relation exists. If, for instance, I contend that education produces good morals, and hence ask my neighbors to assist me in establishing a school for the poor, I may be asked to prove, in the first instance, that education does produce good morals. For, unless I can prove the relation of cause and effect in this case, my efforts will be unavailing. So in many of the acts of ordinary life, and in nearly all our public proceedings, whether a certain cause will produce a certain effect is, in fact, the whole question in dispute. In reasoning upon moral causes, we are exposed to much difficulty from the circumstance that one effect is often produced by a variety of causes. The greatest sophistry arises from inputting to one particular cause an effect which results from the joint operation of many causes. Thus, the ruin of an individual may be the consequence of the accidental burning of his house, of imprudent conduct, of the treachery of friends, and of robbery by thieves. The fall of a state may be the effect of the united operation of a tyrannical government, a seditious people, the encroachments of a foreign enemy, and pestilence and famine. Now, should a person take the effect and argue that it was produced solely by one cause, he would be in error. We shall also fall into error if we deny the existence of any one cause, because other causes contributed to produce the effect. Thus, it has been contended that Sir Robert Peel's Act for Regulating the Currency, passed in the year 1844, was a cause of the commercial distress that occurred in the year 1847. In reply, it was contended that the distress of 1847 was produced by the famine in Ireland and the speculations in railways. Now, this is no refutation of the former opinion, for all the three causes may have united in producing the same effect. We should also fall into error, were we to infer that of two events, one is the cause of the other, merely because it occurred first in the order of time. This fallacy is often ridiculed by a reference to the building of Tenterden Steeple being the cause of the Goodwin Sands. The story is told, I believe, by Bishop Latimer. There was a time when the Goodwin Sands, which lie in the neighborhood of Dover, did not exist. Some time after they had collected, government commissioners were appointed to ascertain the cause. They accordingly proceeded to the spot to examine witnesses. Among others, an old man assured them that the cause of the Goodwin Sands was the building of the Tenterden Steeple. They asked him how this could be. He stated he could not tell how, but he knew it was so, for he recollected that when there was no steeple, there were no sands. But soon, after the building of the steeple, in came the sands. He therefore inferred that the building of the steeple was the cause of the sands. We shall give an example of the way in which this illusion is applied. The following argument is taken from the Sophisms of Free Trade by a barrister. All great manufactures had their origin in the productive system. Take our own, the greatest and least sickly of any. All our own manufactures took their rise in a system of protective duties, so high as to amount to prohibitions. In addition to this, owing to the fearful hostilities that raged in Europe for nearly a quarter of a century before 1815, we enjoyed a further accidental monopoly of the manufacturing industry of the world, and this stringent protection has not only created manufactures, but created them where they would not naturally have existed, in spite of great natural disadvantages. Other nations have coal and iron ore as well as we, The United States are even richer in this respect. But other nations have, also, what we have not. They have native raw materials. It has been justly observed that Great Britain is singularly poor in the raw materials which constitute the basis of the greater portion of her manufacturing industry. We have no cotton, no silk, no fine wool. Even our best iron for the manufacture of hardware comes from Sweden. Our oils, gums, colors, woods, from the ends of the earth. Next to us in manufacturing industry is France. Her manufacturing industry, though still inferior to ours, has nevertheless, since the peace, augmented in an even greater ratio, but under strict and jealous protection. Sophisms of Free Trade by a barrister. The following reply is taken from Free Trade and its so-called sophisms. There is no doubt that, until recently, the governments of almost all countries considered that the way to establish an industry and make it prosper was to protect it, and consequently, whenever an industry flourishes simultaneously with the existence of protection, a great shout of triumph is raised, as if the former were dependent on the latter, the old fallacy of post hoc, ergo propter hoc. It is only necessary to refer to the well-known case of Tenterden Steeple and the Goodwin Sands for an illustration. Free Trade and its so-called sophisms. The reader will observe that the barrister's argument with regard to manufactures is that in several countries protection preceded prosperity, and he infers that protection was the cause of prosperity. His opponent replies that though protection preceded prosperity, it was not the cause of prosperity, the two facts having no more relation to each other than Tenterden Steeple and the Goodwin Sands. In order to prove that two events sustain the relation to each other of cause and effect, it is necessary to show, first, that the two events did actually occur. Secondly, that the event which we call the cause occurred in the order of time before the effect. And thirdly, that there was an adaptation in the cause to produce the effect. In refutation, we may state that one or both of the two events did not occur, or that they did not occur in the order of time, or that there was no adaptation in the one to produce the other. We may go further and maintain that the alleged cause, so far from being the cause, was an obstruction to the effect. The words "in spite of" are sometimes used on such occasions. Gentlemen, I contend that trade did not prosper in consequence of protection, but that it prospered in spite of protection. 4. Public measures are usually approved or condemned on account of the effects they are alleged to produce. Here is a wide field for controversy. The affairs of a nation are so multifarious, so many causes are perpetually at work, that it is difficult to trace with certainty the precise effects of any one cause. Even after measures have become law, and we have had some experience of their operation, the same difference of opinion is still maintained. If a measure already adopted is applauded on account of the good effect it has produced, we may contend in opposition to this, that the event, called the effect, has not taken place, or admit that the event has taken place but was not the effect of that cause. Or we may go further and admit that the event was the effect of the cause, but that the effect was a bad effect. Or we may go still further and admit that the effect was a good effect, and then contend that the same cause produced other effects of a different character, so that the bad consequences more than counterbalance the good ones. Sometimes it is matter of dispute when two circumstances sustain the relation of cause and effect. Which is the cause and which is the effect? Heretofore the landlords have been accused of keeping up the price of corn by demanding high rents. But Dr. Chalmers observes that there is no sounder principle in political economy than that the high prices of corn are not the effect but the cause of high rents. The country bankers were accused of causing a general rise in prices by an excessive issue of their notes, but they stated in reply that it was not the increased issue of notes that caused the high prices, but the high prices called out the notes. The error of the Ricardo system of political economy on the subject of rent has been well characterized by Mr. T. Perrone Thompson as the fallacy of inversion. It confounds the effect with the cause. It is not because of the existence of inferior soils that the superior pay a rent, but it is because the superior pay a rent that the inferior are taken into occupation. There does not occur to us any logical term by which to denominate the fallacy that is now under consideration, but it is not less a fallacy notwithstanding. Dr. Chalmers. If the effect may have been produced by several causes, and we can prove the absence of all the causes except one, this fixes the effect upon that one cause. We take the following extract from the report of the General Board of Health on the supply of water to the metropolis. With respect to this case of Rotherhithe, the fact of the people in the first street mentioned having been the first victims in the great outbreak shows that they must have been highly predisposed. And as they lived in decent houses and were in comfortable circumstances, two of the more ordinary causes of the disease, overcrowding and poverty, could not have operated. Those considerations can leave no doubt that the one main cause of the great severity of the attack was the use of domestic purposes of polluted Thames water. In investigating the relation of cause and effect, it is sometimes advisable not to stop at the immediate causes, but to go further back and ascertain what are the original causes of that immediate cause. It has been disputed whether the price of food has any influence on the rate of wages. It has been answered no, for the rate of wages is regulated by the proportion between the demand for labor and the supply. Admitting the latter opinion to be correct, it does not refute the former, for the demand and the supply of labor are influenced by anterior causes, and the price of food may be one of those anterior causes. So, we are told that the rate of interest is regulated by the proportion that may exist between the demand and the supply of capital. This throws but little light upon the matter, unless we are told at the same time what are the anterior causes that regulate this demand and this supply. If it be a matter of dispute whether two events sustain the relation of cause and effect, we may be able to solve the difficulty if it is found that the removal of the supposed cause is followed by the removal of the supposed effect. There was the case of a man who lived in the Coburg Road in Camberwell Parish in a semi-detached house in a healthy situation and with a garden behind the premises. His wife had noticed that the water supplied to them was exceedingly bad, and, having been informed that it was likely to affect the health of her family, she invariably boiled and filtered it, all kept in perfect health except the father, who objected to drink this water from its being flat and unaerated. He would still drink it as it came from the water butt, and the consequence was that he was attacked with choleric diarrhea. He afterwards drank no more of it and got well. Report of the Board of Health. Thus, it was disputed whether the Act of 1844 for regulating the currency was the cause of the monetary pressure of 1847. But it was found that when the Act was suspended in October 1847, the pressure immediately ceased. A writer on this subject observes, "It has been denied that this pressure was produced or increased by the Act. But how stand the facts? The Act was passed, and as predicted, a pressure came. The Act was continued, and the pressure increased. The Act was suspended and the pressure went away. These are not opinions, they are facts." In reasoning upon moral causes and effects, we should inquire whether at all times and under all circumstances, the same causes will produce precisely the same effects. We often meet with cases of this kind in the consideration of historical and international questions. Thus it is said the woolen manufacture in England and the linen manufacture in Ireland prospered in consequence of protective laws, and therefore the same laws would cause increased prosperity at the present time. The navigation laws were useful to England at the time of Oliver Cromwell, therefore they would be useful still. A few years ago, it was contended that joint stock banks were adapted only for countries having little capital, such as Ireland and as Scotland, when they were first established there, but were quite unsuitable for a wealthy country like England. The same argument is now employed against the introduction of partnerships in commandite, such as exist in France and America. End of section 5. Read by Ashley Yoongjung, Irvine, April 30th, 2024.
Section 14 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Cause and Effect. Moral Causes, Part 2. We sometimes attempt to refute a doctrine by tracing the absurd consequences that must result from it. This is called by scholastic logicians a reductio ad absurdum. You reduce it to an absurdity. It is not necessary, however, in this mode of reasoning that the deduction should be absurd in the ordinary sense of the word. It is sufficient if it shows the unsoundness of the sentiment from which it is fairly inferred. To prove the utility of labor, of property, or of money, show the evils that would arise from its abolition. Labor. Were mankind not under the necessity of laboring for a subsistence so far from becoming philosophers, I'm inclined to think that they would ever have remained a race of indolent savages, scarcely raised above the brute creation. What motive would they have had for exertion? What incentive to awaken their faculties and rouse them from the apathy of indolence so natural to man? The necessity of regular industry to secure subsistence appears to be the first step towards the development of their faculties, both physical and mental. Mrs. Marceff's Conversations on Political Economy. Property. Can it be supposed that the poor would be better off if all the property of the rich were taken away and divided among the poor, and no one allowed to become rich for the future? The poor would then be much worse off than they are now. They would still have to work for their living, as they do now, for food and clothes cannot be had without somebody's labor. But they would not work near so profitably as they do now, because no one would be able to keep up a large manufactory or farm well stocked, and to advance wages to workmen, as is done now, for work which does not bring any return for perhaps a year or two. And if a bad crop or a sickly family brought any one into distress, which would soon be the case with many, what could he do after he had spent his little property? He would be willing to work for hire, but no one could afford to employ him, except in something that would bring in a very speedy return. Money. What a useful thing is money! If there was no such thing as money, we should be much at a loss to get anything we might want. The shoemaker, for instance, who might want bread and meat and beer for his family, would have nothing to give in exchange but shoes. He must go to the baker and offer him a pair of shoes for as much bread as they were worth, and he must do the same thing if he went to the butcher for meat or to the brewer for beer. Easy lessons on money matters. Sometimes we meet with zealous advocates who reduce their own principles to an absurdity by deducing from them extravagant conclusions. Dr. Chalmers adopted the Malthusian theory of population and drew from it such startling and yet apparently legitimate conclusions that his readers were led to doubt the soundness of the theory. They judged of the tree by its fruits. Dr. Alexander of Edinburgh, in an address respecting recent events, has pointed out a similar example in the conduct of some advocates of a popular principle. It is possible to drive a good horse to death. It is equally possible to drive a sound principle to weakness and contempt. Mr. Holloway's pills are, we believe, very fair and honest sort of pills, and very good for some purposes. But when Mr. Holloway advertises them as good for every disease the human body is heir to, sensible people are apt to treat Mr. Holloway as a quack and his pills as trash. We fear the voluntary principle is about to be served in the same way. With some people it seems the one truth for the age. It is the grand religious Catholicon, the panacea of piety, like the mistletoe of the Druids, a heal-all for the ills of the community. We dread the effect of this indiscreet advocacy on the minds of the nation at large. We fear it will retard rather than promote the cause of voluntarism. We fear lest when men are incessantly told that it is good for everything, they will turn from it in disgust and hold it to be good for nothing. If an absurd conclusion can be legitimately deduced from any general principle, it is a sufficient proof that the principle is unsound. But in this case, we should carefully investigate the logical accuracy of the deduction, for weak or zealous advocates will sometimes make deductions from even sound principles. Early marriages. Lord Harewood, to get rid of the evil of overcrowding in country villages, refuses to permit his cottage tenantry to take lodgers, or to allow a son or daughter to marry from the cottage and continue to occupy it with the wife or husband conjointly with the parents. The first of these regulations is one with which every landlord is familiar. The offense lies in the second, which has been interpreted to mean a prohibition to the poor to marry, and some country newspaper talks about feudal laws, and we know not what besides. Now, the regulation means nothing of the sort. It is a simple refusal on the part of Lord Harewood to permit persons to continue his tenants to marry without the power of having a house of their own. Now we are quite satisfied that it is the bounden duty of a landlord to put every check in his power upon the mania of the poor for headlong marriages. God forbid we should attempt to restrain them from marrying at all. But in the name of morality and decency, let them wait till they have a chair and bed of their own. Without question or doubt, 9/10 of agrarian misery, pauperism, and crime arise from the extraordinary hurry and recklessness of the poor in marrying early. It is a madness, neither more nor less. A young woman in the country is never satisfied till she has got a sweetheart. As soon as she has caught her Lubin, she must needs fix him, lest, as she says, next time she should get a worse. And so, in 1/2 year, a tidy lad and decent lass become a couple of ragged, ill-looking, slovenly trampers. Let them only do as all other members of society do, from the top of the ladder downwards, until it reaches themselves. Let them be patient and provident. Let them stay till they have bought a pot to boil their potatoes in and a sack in advance. Many a couple begin life without either. The poor obtain a multitude of advantages by delay. They start fair. They learn carefulness. They have an idea of comfort and some notion of character, and more than all, Malthusian though the consideration be, they will find 4 children much easier to bring up than 14. A landlord has an unquestioned right to keep bad characters from his cottages. He owes this duty to himself and to his honester tenants. He has an equal right to exclude those who, from their circumstances, are certain, we use the word advisedly, to become bad characters. In the last case, he may prevent not the contagion alone, but the evil itself. If this right were used cautiously and yet firmly throughout the country, the villages would not be what they are. Atlas. Crime, the cause of its increase. The case of Professor Webster has excited among the philanthropists of the United States no small concern of late, giving intensity to the controversy which has for years been going on between the advocates of death punishment and its opponents, who have, in perfect consistency, clamored most vehemently for the preservation of the life of this execrable monster of human depravity. But notwithstanding the clamor of a few, the voice of the millions, as with the sound of many waters, has called for his execution. In truth, the people of Massachusetts were in some degree prepared for decision in this case, inasmuch as past leniency has materially contributed to the increase of crime, as will appear from the following extract from a transatlantic paper of great respectability. It appears from Governor Briggs' annual address to the legislature that there has been for the last 10 years a great increase of convicts in our state prison. The way in which some, and if we remember right, the governor with the rest, account for the increase, is that the sentences of the courts have been much less severe than formerly. We will not undertake to say how much of the effect is to be attributed to this cause, but there has been another cause of more evident potency. The last 10 years have been specially marked by the efforts of the so-called prisoners' friends, alias criminals' aides. The class of people called by courtesy the philanthropists have worked with no little energy a broad machinery, not only against capital punishment, but really against all punishments. From them the sentiment has had a wide diffusion, that crime is a mere disease or misfortune, deserving to be treated with medicine rather than with punishment. And to some extent, the idea has been conveyed that the robber, thief, and murderer have a sure passport to public sympathy. Now, what else could we expect than that this class of operatives would be greatly increased? What is more natural than that the demand should create the supply? And if the leniency of the courts has been a cause cooperating, that itself has had a cause. If the courts have been unduly lenient in the administration of the laws, it has doubtless been by yielding to a morbid public sentiment, which to them has seemed to require it. And how has that sentiment been created? Either we come to the conclusion that it is our spurious philanthropists that have added so many recruits to the army that wars upon the peace, property, and lives of the community. At any rate, the fact that a time which has been distinguished for unusual leniency in punishments has been as distinguished for the increase of crime is a very effectual condemnation of the theory of those philanthropists. British Banner. Abolition of the office of Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. In the first place, the office of Lord Lieutenant is an anomaly, for which the reason and justification ceased when the modern improvements in locomotion, both by sea and land, made the communication between London and Dublin as easy and regular as that between London and York. Secondly, the separate form of government tends to divide the people of Ireland from the people of Great Britain, to keep up separate views, ideas, and sentiments, unfounded notions of an opposition of interests, mutual jealousy, ignorance, and estrangement. Thirdly, it involves a division of responsibility, a clashing of authorities, a confusion of jurisdictions which impede the march of government and tend to weaken and retard it, when vigor and promptitude are of the most consequence. Fourthly, the local government of Ireland tends more than any other cause we know of to encourage that inveterate and fatal habit to which Irishmen of all classes and positions are so notoriously addicted, the habit of leaning upon government in all their difficulties instead of depending upon their individual resources and relying upon themselves. Edinburgh Review. The Convocation. I believe that there are formal and technical difficulties attending the revival of the powers of convocation, and the noble lord has already acknowledged that before it can act, it must be remodeled. Into these I will not enter. I will suppose that all such technicalities are overcome, all obstacles removed, Her Majesty's advisers satisfied, Her Majesty consenting, and convocation called together. What would follow? Great disappointment or great excitement? What business is to be dispatched? Some would say the liturgy requires revision. Some rubrics are inconsistent, and others unintelligible. If the assembling of convocation were to end in the reconciliation of some conflicting rubrics, or in supplying the deficiency of others, or even in the change of a few obsolete words or questionable phrases, the result would be little worth the cost of production. Thus far, then, you disappoint. Go further, and you excite. If more were attempted, and the doctrine of the prayer book were touched, even with the lightest hand, a flame would be lighted up from one end of the country to the other. Where we have now a smothered fire, hotter perhaps than is agreeable, but still manageable, we should raise a conflagration which it would require all Her Majesty's prerogative to extinguish. Suppose then the liturgy untouched, and nothing more attempted than what we know to be desired by many members of the Church, the issuing a declaration which should contradict a recent decision of the Privy Council, and define the effect of baptism more exactly than it is defined in our articles. Would peace follow? Can we suppose that this would prove a healing measure? I cannot so interpret the spirit of the age as to believe the great body of the church, laity, or clergy are prepared to restrict the liberty of opinion on matters hitherto undecided, which our forefathers have always enjoyed, and under which the church has flourished for 300 years. Speech of the Archbishop of Canterbury in the House of Lords, July 12, 1851. End of section 14. Section 15 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Cause and Effect. Conditional Causes, Part 1. A conditional cause is a circumstance or state of things which is necessary to the production of an effect, but which does not actively produce that effect. Thus, if a man fall from his horse, it is a necessary condition that he should previously have been on his horse, otherwise he could not have fallen. If a man is hanged for forgery, the active or efficient cause of his being hanged is the commission of the crime. But if he had never learned to write, he could not have committed a forgery. Hence, his knowledge of writing is a necessary condition. As the condition does not thus actively or necessarily produce the effect, we do not usually use the words conditional cause and effect, but we say the condition and the sign. Thus, a physician feels the pulse of his patient to ascertain the state of his health. The state of his health is the condition. The state of the pulse is the sign. Now, a man may be in a bad state of health, and yet his pulse may be regular. The existence of the condition is no proof of the existence of the sign. But if the pulse be irregular, it shows that the health is disturbed. The existence of the sign is a proof of the existence of the condition. So it is a necessary condition to the performance of any act that the man who performs it should be alive. Now then, if a will is produced of a date some years subsequent to the death of the alleged testator, it proves that the will is a forgery. The man might have been alive without making a will, but he could not have made a will unless he had been alive. The condition must have preceded the sign. 1. This relation of condition and sign supplies us with various modes of reasoning. From the non-existence of the condition, we infer the non-existence of the sign. Qualifications, instruments, and opportunities are necessary conditions to the performance of any act. If we prove the absence of these, we prove the non-performance of the act. If a man has committed murder, it is a necessary condition that he should have been at the place when the murder was committed, and at the time the murder was committed. Now, if he can prove an alibi, this word is Latin for elsewhere. That is, if he can prove that he was at a distant place at the time the murder was committed, this proves he did not commit the murder. The non-existence of the condition proves the non-existence of the sign. But you cannot reverse this rule. The existence of the condition will not of itself prove the existence of the sign, for he might have been at the place where, and at the time when, the murder was committed, and yet might not have committed the murder. It might have been committed by some of his companions. Again, from the existence of the sign, we infer the existence of the condition. Take the same instance. If a man is proved to have committed a murder, it proves the condition, that he was at the place where and at the time when the murder was committed. But if it is proved that he did not commit the murder, that is in itself no proof that he was not present when the murder was committed. The non-existence of the sign is no proof of the non-existence of the condition. Sometimes it is contended in favor of a proposed measure that it is a necessary condition, i.e. a conditional cause, to some other measure of still greater importance. Thus, the Earl of Shaftesbury advocated in the House of Lords the establishment of lodging houses for the poor, upon the ground that domestic comfort is a necessary condition to their intellectual and moral improvement. Could their lordships suppose that these physical evils produce no mischievous moral consequences? He was sorry to have to inform them that they produce the most fatal and deadly consequences. They generated habits of drinking. They led to the overthrow of decency. Every function of nature was performed in public. There was no retirement for any purpose, There was no domestic education. Nay, education itself was useless if children returned to their homes to unlearn by example what they had learned elsewhere by precept. He grieved to reflect that in these dens there could be no domestic training of that description, which was more valuable than any other training, the training of the mother, and that the want of such domestic training could not be compensated by any system of public education which could be devised. This he saw daily. He had, as many of their lordships perhaps knew, been for some time connected with the ragged schools recently established in the metropolis. Most of the ragged children whom they saw about the streets attended those schools, and not, he trusted, without benefit. A young boy or girl received there useful lessons, but they returned to the single room in which 6 families might be residing, without any regard to the restraints which were necessary for a social, moral, and religious life. And they lost in 1 hour all the decent impressions which they had gained in the previous 6. Until this source of evil were removed, all your hopes to improve the morals of your people, all your efforts to give them a useful and a religious education will be vain. You must stop this welling fountain of disaster, if you would carry into execution the benevolent and provident views which you, in common with all who have property to protect, entertain towards the lower class. Dr. Hamilton uses the same kind of argument in his sermon upon early closing the shops in London. Vainly, my friends, shall we multiply the means of rational instruction if we do not shorten the hours of labor? Vainly shall libraries and reading rooms hold out their attractions, and vainly shall popular lectures and polytechnic exhibitions keep open till late at night, unless, along with the lecture or the show, we give the leisure to look and listen. And vainly shall kind-hearted tradesmen treat their hands to an occasional holiday evening in order to visit some instructive sight or hear some appropriate address, unless the boon be prolonged and perpetuated, unless time be afforded to follow up the study or drink again the stream they have once tasted. By a similar mode of reasoning, we sometimes adduce a precept to prove a doctrine, the truth of which seems a necessary condition to the justice of the command. Thus, the commands of Scripture to repent, believe, obey imply as a necessary condition that man has the power to repent, believe, and obey. The threatenings of punishment imply as a necessary condition that man is a free agent. Otherwise, he could not justly incur punishment. So Archbishop Whately cites an injunction to almsgiving as a scriptural authority for the institution of property. It is plain from this and from many other such injunctions of the apostles that they did not intend to destroy among Christians the security of property which leads to the distinction between the rich and the poor. For their exhortations to the rich to be kind and charitable to the poor would have been absurd if they had not allowed that any of their people should be rich. And there could be no such thing as charity in giving anything to the poor, if it were not left to each man's free choice to give or spend what is his own. Indeed, nothing can be called your own which you are not left free to dispose of as you will. The very nature of charity implies that it must be voluntary, for no one can be properly said to give anything that he has no power to withhold. Easy lessons on money matters. 2. You will observe that much erroneous reasoning has taken place from confounding the conditional with the active cause.
In cases where a number of causes, some active and some only conditional, conspire to produce the same effect, it is not always easy to distinguish between the active and the conditional causes. This difficulty is often experienced in the investigation of historical facts. Thus, it has been said that the Reformation was the cause of all the wars in Germany in the 15th century. The Reformation was certainly a condition, for if there had been no Reformation, there could have been no fighting about it. But it was only the condition. The active cause of those wars was the interference of those hostile parties who would not allow the people to follow the convictions of their own judgments. In the following argument, the existence of the condition is insisted on as essential to the sign. No man will excel in his profession if he thinks himself above it, and commerce will never flourish in any country where commerce is not respected. Commerce flourished in England because there a merchant was respected, and was thought worthy of the highest honor his country could bestow. Commerce never flourished in France because there it was despised, and the character of the rich bourgeois, a rich citizen, was the character which their dramatic writers were fond of introducing as the subject of ridicule. Commerce will never flourish in a country where young men, whose fathers are barely able to maintain a genteel appearance, think it beneath their rank to enter a counting-house, and prefer sustaining the character of cigar-smoking loungers. Commerce will never nourish in a country where property acquired by industry is considered less deserving of respect than property acquired by inheritance. Commerce will never nourish in a country where men in business, instead of bringing up their sons to do the same business, think it more respectable to send them to professions. Commerce will never nourish in a country where men, as soon as they get a few £1,000 by trade, are anxious to get out of trade and to mix with the society of the fashionable world. Lectures on Commerce. 3. This principle of reasoning is used very extensively in the examination of evidence adduced in our courts of law. Sometimes parties are accused of crimes, to the perpetration of which there were no witnesses. Their guilt is inferred from the circumstances of the case. This is called circumstantial evidence, and sometimes presumptive evidence, as the guilt is presumed from the circumstances adduced. Some lawyers have maintained that circumstantial evidence is more conclusive than direct evidence, as there is no danger from the perjury of the witnesses. But others have thought differently. No certain rules can be given for circumstantial evidence. Each cause must depend upon itself. The reader will remember that within a short period several atrocious criminals have been convicted upon circumstantial evidence. The following are some general remarks on this kind of evidence. The force and effect of circumstantial evidence depend upon its incompatibility with, and incapability of, explanation or solution upon any other supposition than that of the truth of the fact which it is adduced to prove. The mode of argument resembling the method of demonstration by the reductio ad absurdum. These circumstances may be considered under the heads of motives to crime, declarations indicative of intention, preparations for the commission of crime, possession of the fruits of crime, refusal to account for appearances of suspicion or unsatisfactory explanations of such appearances, evidence indirectly confessional, and the suppression, destruction, simulation, and fabrication of evidence. The principal facts of circumstantial evidence of an external character relate to questions of identity, 1. Of person, 2. Of things, 3. Of handwriting, and 4. Of time. But there must necessarily be a number of isolated facts which admit of no more specific classification. Since an action without a motive would be an effect without a cause, a presumption is created in favor of innocence from the absence of all apparent inducement to the commission of the imputed offense. But the investigation of human motives is often a matter of great difficulty from their latency or remoteness, and experience shows that aggravated crimes are sometimes committed from very slight causes, and occasionally even without any apparent or discoverable motive. This particular presumption would therefore seem to be applicable only to cases where the guilt of the individual is involved in doubt, and the consideration for the jury in general is rather whether, upon the other parts of the evidence, the party accused has committed the crime, than whether he had any adequate motive. Since falsehood, concealment, flight, and other like acts are generally regarded as indications of conscious guilt, it naturally follows that the absence of these marks of mental emotion, and still more a voluntary surrender to justice, when the party had the opportunity of concealment or flight, must be considered as leading to the opposite presumption.
And these considerations are frequently urged with just effect as indicative of innocence. But the force of the latter circumstance may be weakened by the consideration that the party has been the object of diligent pursuit.
It must also be remembered that flight and other similar indications of fear may be referable to guilt of another and less penal character than that involved in the particular charge. If it be proved that a party charged with crime has been placed in circumstances which commonly operate as inducements to commit the act in question, that he has so far yielded to the operation of those inducements as to have manifested the disposition to commit the particular crime, that he has possessed the requisite means and opportunities of effecting the object of his wishes, that recently, after the commission of the act, he has become possessed of the fruits or other consequential advantages of the crime, if he be identified with the corpus delicti by any conclusive mechanical circumstances, as by the impressions of his footsteps, or the discovery of any article of his apparel or property at or near the scene of the crime, if there be relevant appearances of suspicion connected with his conduct, person, or dress, and such as he might reasonably be presumed to be able to account for, but which nevertheless he cannot or will not explain, if he be put upon his defense recently after the crime under strong circumstances of adverse presumption, and cannot show where he was at the time of its commission, if he attempt to evade the force of those circumstances of presumption by false or incredible pretenses, or by endeavors to invade or pervert the course of justice by conduct inconsistent with the supposition of his innocence, the concurrence of all or of many of these cogent circumstances, unopposed by facts leading to a counter-presumption, naturally, reasonably, and satisfactorily establishes the moral certainty of his guilt, if not with precisely the same kind of assurance as if he had been seen to commit the deed, at least with all the assurance which the nature of the case and the vast majority of human actions admit. In such circumstances, we are justly warranted in adopting, without qualification or reserve, the conclusions to which, by a broad, general, and comprehensive view of the facts, and not relying upon minute circumstances with respect to which there may be some source of error, the mind is thus naturally and inevitably conducted, and in regarding the application of the sanctions of penal law is a mere corollary. Nor can any practice be more absurd and unjust than that perpetuated in some modern codes which, while they admit proof by circumstantial evidence, inconsistently denies it to its logical and ordinary consequences. Will's Principles of Circumstantial Evidence. It may be observed that the conclusiveness of circumstantial evidence does not depend upon the force of any one circumstance, but upon the strength of the whole united. If we see a man coming out of a house with blood on his clothes, that is no proof that he has committed murder. There are many other ways in which his dress may have become bloody. But if we enter the house and find there a person who has the appearance of having been recently murdered, this causes the former individual to become suspected. If again you find the hat of this person in the house of the murdered man, and when this person is apprehended he denies ever having been in the house, and moreover you find concealed in his dress some property proved to have belonged to the man who was murdered, now, putting these and similar circumstances together, you may have sufficient proof of the prisoner's guilt. For although you might easily assign other causes for any one of these circumstances separately, you cannot assign sufficient causes to account for them all, except on the supposition that the prisoner is the man who has committed the crime. In cases of this kind, the prisoner's counsel exercises his ingenuity in assigning other causes to account for these criminating appearances, and some barristers think themselves justified in doing this, even after the prisoner has confessed his guilt. Lawyers of high standing have declared that such conduct is not, in their judgment, a violation of professional morality. It must also be observed that if the circumstances brought in evidence against a prisoner can be accounted for on any other supposition than his guilt, he's entitled to an acquittal. The evidence must prove not merely that he may be guilty, but that he must be guilty. The circumstances adduced must be wholly incompatible with the supposition that he is innocent, and incapable of explanation upon any other hypothesis than that of his guilt. It is upon this kind of evidence that most criminals are convicted. As crimes are usually committed in secret, witnesses can rarely be obtained, and circumstantial evidence is the only evidence that can be adduced. And Providence seems always to have arranged that all great crimes shall in this way be brought to light. Plans hatched with consummate ingenuity and in profound secrecy have in their execution been attended with some slight oversight, which has been supplied a thread by which the whole plot has been unraveled. True, some persons convicted upon circumstantial evidence have afterwards been proved to be innocent. So, also persons convicted upon direct evidence have afterwards been proved to be innocent. If, on the one hand, circumstances may seem to warrant an erroneous conclusion, on the other hand, you may have mistaken or perjured witnesses. End of section 15. Section 16 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Cause and Effect. Conditional Causes, Part 2. 4. Circumstantial evidence is also employed by theologians. Under this principle of reasoning, we may class Paley's Oroi Paulins and similar works designed to prove the authenticity of the sacred writings. This work of Paley is confined to the consideration of the Acts and the Epistles. It does not attempt to prove they are genuine, but to prove they are not forgeries. The result is the same, but the mode of reasoning is different. It is presumed that some party has accused these books of being forgeries, and the reasoning is to show, by circumstantial evidence, that the accusation is not true. The evidence is derived from the writings themselves, and rests upon the incidental coincidences that occur between the Acts of the Apostles and the Epistles. The following example is taken from Paley. In the Acts of the Apostles, in the 16th chapter and at the first verse, we are told that Paul came to Derbe and Lystra, and behold, a certain disciple was there, named Timotheus, the son of a certain woman which was a Jewess, and believed, but his father was a Greek. In the epistle before us in the first chapter, and at the 4th and 5th verses, St. Paul writes to Timothy thus, "Greatly desiring to see thee, being mindful of thy tears, that I may be filled with joy, when I call to remembrance the unfeigned faith that is in thee, which dwelt first in thy grandmother Lois, and thy mother Eunice, and I am persuaded that in thee also. Here we have a fair, unforced example of coincidence. In the history, Timothy was the son of a Jewess that believed. In the epistle, St. Paul applauds the faith which dwelt in his mother Eunice. In the history, it is said of the mother that she was a Jewess and believed, of the father that he was a Greek. Now, when it is said of the mother alone that she believed, the father being nevertheless mentioned in the same sentence, we are led to suppose of the father that he did not believe, that is, either that he was dead, or that he remained unconverted. Agreeably hereunto, whilst praise is bestowed in the epistle upon one parent, and upon her sincerity in the faith, no notice is taken of the other. The mention of the grandmother is the addition of a circumstance not found in the history, but it is a circumstance which, as well as the names of the parties, might naturally be expected to be known to the apostle, though overlooked by his historian. A new edition of Paley's Oroi Paulins has recently been published by the Religious Tract Society, with large additions by the Reverend T.R. Burks, late Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. We take the following example from Mr. Burks. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verses 13 and 21. The cloak that I left at Troas with Carpus, when thou comest, bring with thee, and the books, but especially the parchments. Do thy diligence to come before winter. The deep and touching significance of this direction, however trivial it may seem, has been beautifully explained by Monsignor Gossin in his Thepneustia. During near 30 years he had been poor, in labors more abundant than others, in stripes above measure beyond them, in prisons more frequent than they. Of the Jews he had 5 times received 40 stripes, save one. Thrice he had been beaten with rods, once stoned, thrice shipwrecked, in journeyings often, in perils at sea, in towns, in deserts, among the heathen and among his own countrymen, in watchings often, in hunger and thirst, in cold and nakedness, with the care of all the churches. He was now Paul the Aged, and in his last prison at Rome, expecting the sentence of death and ready to be offered, he had fought a good fight, finished his course, and kept the faith. Even his friends had shrunk from him on his first arraignment. Only Luke was with him. The rest had left or forsaken him. The winter was about to set in, and in the chilly dungeons of Rome he was in want of his cloak, which he had left with Carpus at Troas, 200 leagues away. The writer was himself in Rome last year at the commencement of November, and with what vivid reality, under the influence of the evening cold, could he imagine the aged apostle in the dungeons of the capital, dictating the last of his letters, regretting the absence of his cloak, and begging Timothy to bring it before winter. In another view, these passages bear the same impress of reality. The apostle had wintered at Nicopolis, journeyed northward early in the spring, dismissed Titus to Dalmatia, crossed Macedonia by the Egnatian way to Neapolis, and embarked for Troas, proceeded to Miletus, and in that neighborhood had been seized, examined, and sent off to Rome, from whence he writes to Timothy, in time for him to return, but only with a speedy journey before winter sets in again. From this outline, deduced by a careful comparison of many scattered hints, about what time would he have passed through Troas? Most probably about the month of May. How natural for him to leave his cloak behind, when the summer months were now begun, and especially if he proposed to return by the same route, so as to winter in Thrace or Macedonia. Yet, as Mr. Biley has justly observed, there is no allusion to the season in the first letter to Timothy, no allusion to the proposed return to Asia after the winter in that to Titus, no allusion to the winter at Nicopolis, or to the second interview with Timothy in the present letter. The harmony is as completely hidden below the surface as it could possibly be. A similar work has been published by the Reverend J.J. Blunt, B.D. Margaret Professor of Divinity, Cambridge, entitled Undesigned Coincidences in the Writings Both of the Old and New Testament, an Argument of Their Veracity. We take an example from this work. Towards the end of the famine caused by this drought, Elijah is commanded by God to get him to Zarephath, which belongeth to Zidon, and dwell there, where a widow woman was to sustain him. He goes, finds the woman gathering sticks near the gate of the city, and asks her to fetch him a little water and a morsel of bread. She replies, As the Lord thy God liveth, I have not a cake, but a handful of meal in a barrel, and a little oil in a cruse, and behold, I am gathering 2 sticks, that I may go in and dress it for me and my son, that we may eat it and die. This widow woman, then, it seems, dwelt at Zarephath, or Sarepta, which belongeth to Zidon. Now, from a book in the passage of Joshua, we learn that the district of Zidon and the division of the land of Canaan fell to the lot of Asher. Let us then turn to the 33rd chapter of Deuteronomy, where Moses blesses the tribes, and see the character he gives of this part of the country. Of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil, indicating the future fertility of that region and the nature of its principal crop. It is likely, therefore, that at the end of a dearth of 3 years and a half, oil should be found there, if anywhere. Yet this symptom of truth occurs once more as an ingredient in a miraculous history, for the oil was made not to fail till the rain came. The incident itself is a very minute one, and minute as it is, only discovered to be a coincidence by the juxtaposition of several texts from several books of Scripture. It would require a very circumspect forger of the story to introduce the mention of the oil, and when he had introduced it, not to be tempted to betray himself by throwing out some slight hint why he had done so. The same coincidences are observable in the Gospel histories. In every narrative, observes Paley, we perceive simplicity and undesignedness, the air and the language of reality. When we compare the different narratives together, we find them so varying as to repel all suspicion of confederacy, so agreeing under this variety as to show that the accounts had one real transaction for their common foundation, often attributing different actions and discourses to the person whose history, or rather memoirs of whose history, they profess to relate. Yet actions and discourses so similar as very much to bespeak the same character, which is a coincidence that, in such writers as they were, could only be the consequence of their writing from fact and not from imagination. Evidences of Christianity. I know of no better mode of training the reasoning faculties than the perusal of works like these. They require not extensive information nor profound thinking. The mode of reasoning is familiar to the apprehension of a child. It is reasoning made easy. At the same time, the facts investigated are very interesting, and the lessons acquired are of the utmost importance. The circumstances of each case, too, have so much similarity with the transactions of ordinary life as to give an aptitude for discussing the affairs of daily occurrence. The reader will observe that all this reasoning is founded on the second rule of circumstantial evidence. That is, from the existence of the sign, we prove the existence of the condition. Or, as it has been otherwise expressed, the existence of the consequent proves the existence of the antecedent. Upon the supposition that these writings are forgeries, the circumstances mentioned could not have occurred. We know this from our own common sense and from our knowledge of human nature and of human affairs. Upon the supposition that these writings are genuine, these circumstances would naturally occur, and hence, from the existence of the sign, we prove the existence of the condition. 5. Circumstantial evidence is employed too with reference to the affairs of ordinary life. Bankers, merchants, and traders judge by this kind of evidence of the solvency and responsibility of the parties with whom they deal. The actual amount of a man's property is probably known only to himself. His standing on the exchange or in the market will depend upon his personal character, his business habits, his conformity to established rules, and the extent to which he practices those moral virtues which are known to be the surest guide to wealth. We are told that it is of great importance to a banker to have an ample knowledge of the means and transactions of his customers. The customer, when he opens his account, will give him some information on this subject. The banker will afterwards get information from his own books. The amount of transactions that his customer passes through his current account will show the extent of his business. The amount of his daily balance will show if he has much ready cash. The extent and character of the bills he offers for discount will show if he trusts large amounts to individual houses and if these are respectable. On the other hand, the bills his customer may accept to other parties and his payments will show the class of people with whom he deals, or who are in the habit of giving him credit. Another banker observes that, next in importance to a study of his accounts, the habits and character of a client are deserving of your attentive consideration. If a man's style of living, for example, becomes extravagant, and he gives himself over to excess, you cannot too promptly apply the curb, however regular the transactions upon his account may seem. Now, this is judging from circumstantial evidence. By the same kind of evidence we are guided in our domestic adjudications. In this mode of reasoning we judge of the honesty of our servants, of the truthfulness of our children, and of many other transactions connected with family discipline. By this mode, too, we often judge of the sincerity of our friends and of the character of public men. 6. The Scriptures furnish us with a good many instances of both right and wrong judgments founded on circumstantial evidence. Saul put to the sword the priests of the Lord upon circumstantial evidence. The high priest had given bread to David's troop and supplied him with a sword and inquired of God for him. He made a most logical defense. He had been in the habit of inquiring of God for him. David was the king's son-in-law. He was a distinguished man in the nation, and the high priest did not know that a rupture had taken place between him and Saul. Samuel convicted Saul of disobedience and falsehood by circumstantial evidence. Saul said, I have performed the commandment of the Lord. Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of sheep in mine ears, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? Peter was accused upon circumstantial evidence. He was a Galilean. He spoke a provincial dialect, and he had been seen in the garden. All these circumstances seem to warrant a suspicion that he also was one of this man's disciples. St. Paul was accused upon circumstantial evidence. The charge was that he had denied the temple. The proof was that he had been seen walking the streets of Jerusalem in company with Trophimus, an Ephesian. The tribes beyond Jordan were accused of idolatry upon circumstantial evidence. They built an altar. It was shown that this altar was not intended for sacrifice. 7. You will observe that arguments are often expressed in a conditional form when they have no reference to the relation of conditional cause and effect. In these cases, the relation is usually denoted by the words antecedent and consequent. The antecedent denotes what goes before, and the consequent denotes what follows after. The consequent is the result of the antecedent, or is a natural inference from the antecedent. Thus, if the sun be fixed, the earth must move. If there be no fire, there will be no smoke. If it be our duty to love our neighbors as ourselves, very few people perform their duty. If we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves. Dr. Watts observes that the truth of these propositions depends not at all on the truth or falsehood of their two parts, but on the truth of the connection of them, for each part of them may be false, and yet the whole proposition true, as, if there be no providence, there will be no future punishment. In many cases, indeed, we do not intend to denote any kind of condition or contingency, but adopt this form of reasoning merely because it is a more forcible way of stating the argument. Arguments from analogy and a fortiori, as will be explained hereafter, are almost always expressed in this form, as well as those advanced in the way of objections. If the Lord be with us, why is all this evil befallen us? Judges, verse 13. If Baal be a god, let him plead for himself, because one hath cast down his altar. Judges, verse 31. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Cause and Effect. Final Causes, Part 1. With regard to intelligent beings, actions are the effects of motives or feelings, hence the motive or design of an action is called its final cause. With regard to final causes and effects, the mode of reasoning is from the existence of the cause to infer the existence of the effect, or from the existence of the effect to infer the existence of the cause. Moral causes refer to habits, events, and institutions. Final causes refer generally to individual acts. 1. The following are examples. And in very deed for this cause have I raised thee up, for to show in thee my power, and that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. Exodus 9, verse 16. Dearly beloved brethren, the Scripture moveth us in sundry places to acknowledge and confess our manifold sins and wickedness, and that we should not dissemble nor cloak them before the face of Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, but confess them with an humble, lowly, penitent, and obedient heart, to the end that we may obtain forgiveness of the same by His infinite goodness and mercy. Prayer Book. The gentleman travels for pleasure, the lady rides for exercise, the merchant toils for wealth, the soldier fights for glory. Smith has shown that labor is the real source of wealth, that the wish to augment our fortune and to rise in the world, a wish that comes with us from the womb and never leaves us till we go into the grave, is the cause of wealth being saved and accumulated. McCulloch. It is the interest of every master that the person in his employment should be contented with their position and feel a pride in everything which contributes to the success of the establishment of which they form a part. The mere labourer for hire, who has no interest in his work beyond the performance of a contract for which he is to obtain a certain amount of wages, will not be the same zealous workman as the man who brings to his work a feeling of anxiety to perform it in a manner which will redound the most to the credit of the master who employs him. The responsibilities of employers. Pickering. 2. The doctrine of final causes enters largely into the science of natural theology. From the adaptation of certain arrangements to answer certain purposes, we infer that these arrangements were designed to answer these purposes. Thus the eye is adapted for seeing. We infer it was made to answer that purpose. and so we argue respecting hearing, and of all the other animal functions. You may see a large enumeration of similar instances in Paley's Natural Theology and in the Bridgewater treatises. From the manifold proofs of design in the world we infer the existence of a designer. These effects denote intelligence, and hence we infer the existence of an intelligent cause. He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? He that formed the eye, shall he not see? He that chastiseth the heathen, shall he not correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall he not know? Psalm 94 verses 9 and 40. But to proceed to show that in all science there was evidence of a God. Take a fount of types and scatter them over the floor of Exeter Hall. Would they arrange themselves into the shape and order of Milton's Paradise Lost, or one of Shakespeare's plays? Certainly not. But if, on the other hand, they found them arranged in the composing stick in the shape and order of either the one or the other, would not the natural inference be that it had been done by some person who had first designed the work and then carried that design into execution? Or if a man who had never seen a watch found one in the desert, and on opening it discovered its wheels and cranks all working together, and some of them apparently in opposition to each other, yet all combining to show the hour of the day, would he not infer that some ingenious and contriving person had been at work arranging all this delicate and complicated machinery for a definite result? Again, if you took all the bricks of which London was composed and heaped them together, they would be bricks, but nothing more. But when they were arranged and built up into buildings like that hall, into houses, streets, and squares, then there was evidence of design and aim. So with the universe, from the largest star that shone in the firmament to the minutest insect that floated in the sunbeam, in everything the evidences of design were so various, so clear, so magnificent, so grand, that man who would still say, "There is no author here, all is chance," must be blind or mad. As the psalmist said, it was the fool who said in his heart, "There is no God." In the human eye, which, while lighting us on our way, was made capable of receiving the most pleasurable impressions from external objects, the ear, which, while performing its duty of warning us of danger, was made also the storehouse of the most exquisite sounds, the taste, which, while pressing us to eat, gave us satisfaction and delight in eating, the muscles of the body, which, while designed with the greatest strength, combined with that strength the greatest lightness and the utmost symmetry and elegance of form. All this, the atheist would tell you, was the result of mere accident, but the Christian said, all this proves the design of a wise, a beneficent, and an omnipotent God. So with everything in animal life, the wing of the bird, the cell of the bee, the adaptation of everything to its use and purpose, all was indicative of the same great design. Take another fact from science. During the months of June, July, and August, the rise in the temperature of the day was so great that if the heat continued to increase from 9 to 12 in the morning, at the same rate as it increased from 6 to 9, every green thing would be scorched, and the atmosphere would be unbearable. How was this heat modified? Water, in process of conversion into steam, absorbed heat, and in summer, as the sun rose higher in the heavens, the heat of its rays converted the dewdrops on the flowers and the little pools of water on the ground into steam, and the heat was carried off by it. Again, when the sun went down, excessive cold was prevented by another arrangement. Those mists which the sun had taken up in the morning to keep the day cool were again condensed at night into dew, and water going back from the state of steam to water gave out heat, and thus the night was made warm. And in winter the rapid increase of cold was prevented by the frosts, which by converting water into ice compelled it to pass off its superabundant caloric into the atmosphere, which was thus warmed by it. Dr. Cumming's Sermon on God in Science. 3. From the manifestation of certain attributes or qualities in the works of creation and providence, we infer the existence of these attributes and qualities in the intelligent cause. Hence we demonstrate the power, wisdom, goodness, and other attributes of God. Thus we prove the goodness of God by facts showing that the works of nature are so constructed as to produce pleasure as well as utility to his intellectual creatures. Nevertheless, he left not himself without witness, in that he did good and gave us rain from heaven and fruitful seasons, filling our hearts with food and gladness. Acts 14, verse 17. But why was man so constituted as to require food? Is not the obvious answer to be found in that divine benevolence by which enjoyment is spread so largely over all life? There can be no question of the resources of omnipotence. Man might have been formed with no more necessity for food than the flower, but all know that food is capable of giving pleasure, and by this daily necessity a general pleasure was constantly combined with existence. He who made the organs of nutrition might have adapted them to any food, or any food to them, or he might have made but one species of food, or made that one repulsive and yet nutritious. Yet what is the reality? He has given us food in astonishing variety, generally under forms of great beauty and universally pleasing to the taste. But he has not merely diversified the necessary subsistence of man, and thus met the diversified climates of the globe, but he has given luxuries, unessential to the actual support of man. The syrups of the East, the spices of the South, the rich fruitage of the West, the refreshing products of Southern Europe, the lemon, the orange, the melon, and the vine, salutary luxuries in their own climates, delicious luxuries in all. But now to take the world of vegetation in another aspect, and perhaps the most distinctly evidential of the divine goodwill to man, the beauty of the vegetable kingdom. The progress of the fruit tree is almost a succession of beauty, from the springing foliage, the bud, the blossom, the formed fruit, to the ripened colouring. In all the loveliness of nature I know nothing lovelier than the orchard of our own country, under the varying lights of leaves and colours, of spring, summer, and autumn. But another enjoyment still remains for man, in the fragrance of the vegetable world. Vegetation is almost the only source of fragrance, and yet how copious, how constant, and how exquisite is its enjoyment. Who has not owned the delight of the morning air as it comes freshened from the field? Who has not felt the cool odours of the forest as he walks under its shade, while the sun is blazing abroad? Or when the day goes down, who has not enjoyed the sudden sweetness of the flowers beginning to breathe under the dew? Or at nightfall has not scented the new-mown hay, and felt all this as a pleasure distinct from all others, or which even more than pleases, awakening a finer sensibility than of sight, and seeming to soothe, and perhaps even to purify the mind? But there is still an immense region of the vegetable kingdom which yet more strongly marks the divine design of human happiness, the whole boundless race of flowers, whose chief conceivable purpose is for the enjoyment of the human sense. Such subjects as those are familiar, but not trifling. Our Lord himself did not disdain to recall our thoughts to those works of his Almighty Father. Behold the lilies of the field. Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Dr. Crowley's Sermons. 4. The doctrine of final causes also enters largely into our reasonings on the nature and character of the human mind, and on the circumstances by which we are surrounded. From the properties or qualities or faculties of the mind we infer the existence of a corresponding design. Man has a capacity for being happy, we infer he was designed to be happy. Man has a capacity for acquiring knowledge, we infer he was designed to acquire knowledge. Man has feelings and capacities adapted for society, we infer he was designed to live in society. Man has faculties and capacities adapted for an immortal state of existence, we infer he is designed to be immortal. Quote, the Creator has put forth in his gifts a magnificence which should impress our hearts. What variety in those affectionate sentiments, of the delight of which our natures are susceptible. Without going out of the family circle, I enumerate filial piety, fraternal affection, friendship, love, and parental tenderness. These different sentiments can all exist equally in our hearts, and so far from weakening, each tends to give vigor and intensity to the other. The destiny of all the inferior orders that surround us appears to terminate upon the earth. Ours alone is evidently not accomplished here. The animals, exempt from vice, incapable of virtue, experience, in ceasing to live, neither hopes nor regrets. They die without the foresight of death. Man, in the course of an agitated life, degrades himself by follies and vices, or honors himself by generous and useful actions. Remembrances, loves, ties, in countless forms twine about his heart. He is torn, in agony, from beings from whom he has commenced an affection that he feels might be eternal. Persecuted for his virtue, proscribed for his wisdom and courage, calumniated for his most conscientious acts, he turns to heaven a fixed look of confidence and hope. Has he nothing to perform beyond death? Has the author of nature forgotten his justice, only in completing his most perfect work? Our immortality is a necessary consequence of the existence of God. Let us not wander astray in vain discussions which, with our present faculties, we can never master, such as relate to the nature of the soul. It is enough for me that there is a God. virtue in misfortune must have hopes which do not terminate in the tomb. End quote. The art of being happy. 5. In the same way, from the attributes, qualities, and capacities of the animal creation, we infer the design or final cause of their creation. Quote, all the wonderful instincts of animals, which in my humble opinion are proved beyond a doubt, and the belief in which has not decreased with the increase of science and investigation, all these instincts are given them only for the combination or preservation of their species. If they had not these instincts, they would be swept off the earth in an instant. This bee that understands architecture so well is as stupid as a pebblestone out of his own particular business of making honey, and with all his talents he only exists that boys may eat his labours and poets sing about them. Ut pueris placeas et declamatio fias. A peasant girl of 10 years old puts the whole republic to death with a little smoke. Their palaces are turned into candles, and every clergyman's wife makes mead wine of the honey, and there is an end of the glory and wisdom of the bees. Whereas man has talents that have no sort of reference to his existence, and without which his species might remain upon earth in the same safety as if they had them not. The bee works at that particular angle which saves most time and labour, and the boasted edifice he is constructing is only for his egg, but Somerset House and Blenheim and the Louvre have nothing to do with breeding. Epic poems and Apollo Belvederes and Venus de Medicis have nothing to do with living and eating. We might have discovered pig nuts without the Royal Society, and gathered acorns without reasoning about curves of the 9th order. The immense superfluity of talent given to man, which has no bearing upon animal life, which has nothing to do with the mere preservation of existence, is one very distinguishing circumstance in this comparison. There is no other animal but man to whom mind appears to be given for any other purpose than the preservation of the body. End quote. Sidney Smith's Sketches of Moral Philosophy. The following argument from the relation of final cause and effect has been advanced in favour of sporting. As nature, with a liberal but not lavish hand, has bestowed on her offspring those powers and propensities only which their own necessities or the general order and economy of the system require, the gifts of scent to the hound, swiftness to the greyhound, and sagacity to the pointer, denote the use which she intended man to make of these animals, and therefore the diversions in question are justifiable, as fulfilling the intentions of nature herself. Questions in Political Economy. 6. It is a principle of moral philosophers that the final cause or motive of an action forms the moral character of the action. That the moral quality of the action resides in the intention is evident from various considerations. By reference to the intention, we inculpate or exculpate others or ourselves without any respect to the happiness or misery actually produced. Let the result of an action be what it may, we hold a man guilty simply on the ground of intention, or on the same ground we hold him innocent. Thus also of ourselves. We are conscious of guilt or of innocence not from the result of an action, but from the intention by which we were actuated. We always distinguish between being the instrument of good and intending it. We are grateful to one who is the cause of good, not in the proportion of the amount effected, but of the amount intended. As the right and wrong of an action reside in the intention, it is evident that where an action is intended, though it be not actually performed, that intention is worthy of praise or blame as truly as the action itself, provided the action itself be wholly out of our power. Thus God rewarded David for intending to build the temple, though he did not permit him to actually build it. So he who intends to murder another, though he may fail to execute his purpose, is in the sight of God a murderer. The meditation upon wickedness with pleasure comes under the same condemnation, as the right or wrong exists in the intention. Wherever a particular intention is essential to virtuous action, the performance of the external act without that intention is destitute of the element of virtue. Thus a child is bound to obey his parents with the intention of thus manifesting his love and gratitude. If he do it from fear or from hope of gain, the act is destitute of the virtue of filial obedience, and becomes merely the result of passion or self-interest. And thus our Saviour charges upon the Jews the want of proper intention in all their dealings with God. I know you, said he, that ye have not the love of God in you. End quote. Wayland's Elements of Moral Science. End of section 17. Section 18 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart, The Relation of Cause and Effect, Final Causes, Part 2. 7. Under this head of final cause and effect, we may class those reasonings that are designed to prove the object or design of the laws of ancient nations. Montesquieu's Spirit of Laws and Michaelis's Commentaries on the Laws of Moses are full of reasonings of this description. In cases when a legislator has not himself stated the object of his laws, their design can be gathered only from a consideration of the nature of the enactments in connection with the character of the people among whom they were promulgated. In his pamphlet on marriage with the sister of a deceased wife, Dr. Crowley has made some striking remarks on the Mosaic Code. Quote, "The first years of the Jewish people had been spent in contact with Syrian and Arabian life. A Syrian ready to perish was thy father. From this school of the harshest and most prejudiced habits of the East, they were given into the hands of the Egyptian, the most subtle, artificial, and superstitious nation of the ancient world. The Jews, in the course of 4 centuries, naturally acquired the habits of both, but when about to be formed into a new nation in Palestine, the first step of their moral code was to purify the national spirit, to extinguish all the evil that could be extinguished, and to qualify all that was beyond extinction. The law of blood revenge appears to have been universal in Western Asia and Arabia. By this law, the man who killed another, even by accident, was to be slain by the next kinsman. The Mosaic Code, without insisting on the abandonment of the custom, provided 6 cities, 3 on each side of the river Jordan, to which the homicide might flee, and where he was secure until formal trial. Thus the principle was modified. By an ancient Oriental custom, the creditor was entitled to sell the debtor. The Mosaic Code, without disputing the right, ordered that the bondage of the debtor, if an Israelite, should not continue beyond the sabbatical year, except by his own choice, and that no Israelite bondman should be sold into a foreign country. Thus the principle was modified. Polygamy was an established right throughout the East. The Mosaic Code interfered simply to forbid one of its frequent acts of injustice. It ordered that the inheritance of the earlier wife's offspring should be secured against the favoritism of the second or her offspring. The principle was modified. Slavery was retained, but a provision against its excess in numbers was enacted by the Mosaic prohibitions of man-stealing, still so common among the nations of the South, and of that cruelty which so generally marks the trade in man. The master who killed his slave by an act of passion must be put to death. Even the lower degrees of injury were punished. The loss of an eye or of a tooth by the master's violence entitled the slave, male or female, to freedom. The principle was modified. Divorce was probably common in the earlier ages of Syria and Arabia, for it was always regarded as an essential privilege, and in the more civilized times of Palestine was still considered to be of so much importance that even the disciples of our Lord pronounced its extinction a sufficient ground for declining marriage altogether. In the Mosaic Code, formalities and delays were enjoined in practice, which must have greatly restricted the custom, and which, at least, softened the painful abruptness of divorce. A period of 3 months must pass before the separation could be valid, during which time the husband and wife were to be allowed the opportunity of reconciliation. The principle was modified. In all heathenism, and of course in Syria and Arabia, the father had the power of death over a rebellious child. Of a right so firmly established, it might have been impossible to prevent the exercise. The Mosaic Code reduced the practice into an appeal to the public tribunals, thus rescuing the son from the immediate fury of the father and giving his case over to impartial judgment. The principle was modified. End quote. Marriage with the sister of a deceased wife. 8. The doctrine of final causes enters largely into the administration of the law. Sometimes this mode of reasoning is employed by the lawyers in fixing the meaning of an act of Parliament. Our laws are made by the legislature, but their meaning is fixed by the judges. It sometimes happens that the wording is uncertain or obscure, and that one clause appears to contradict some other clause. In these cases, the judges inquire into the intention of the act, that is, the intention of the legislature in passing the act. This intention is sometimes called the spirit of the act, and when a clause has 2 meanings, the judges will decide in favor of that meaning which is most in conformity with the spirit of the act. Take, for example, the Reform Act, passed in 1831. The intention of the act was to extend the privilege of voting for members of Parliament. In case, therefore, the meaning of any of the clauses should be doubtful, that meaning which is most favourable to the extension of the privilege of voting for members of Parliament is most in conformity with the spirit of the Act. If you watch the proceedings of the courts of law, you will observe many cases illustrative of this kind of reasoning. 9. In judicial cases also this principle of final causes is acknowledged. From the effects of any motive, the law infers the existence of the motive. If a man commits murder, the law assumes that he intended to commit murder. So, if a dozen persons who never saw each other before should join in an illegal act, they may be indicted for a conspiracy. For their acting in concert will be considered as a proof of an intention to act in concert. In the case of Dr. Webster, who was hanged at Boston in 1850 for the murder of Dr. Parkman, the following observations appeared in the Literary World, a paper published at New York. Quote, "Suppose the facts as stated in the confession had been proved by a witness present on the spot, but without the knowledge of the accused, and then apply the law as laid down by the Chief Justice, and which we see no reason to question. In murder, to escape the imputation of malice, the prisoner must prove the provocation, the accident, or any other circumstance which goes to preclude the malice, otherwise it is argued from the act itself. No provocation of words, however opprobrious, will mitigate the motive for a mortal blow, or one intended to produce death, where there is an intent to kill. If there is sufficient provocation, it is manslaughter, but words are not a sufficient provocation. Malice is implied from any deliberate, cruel act against another, however sudden. When there is a blow of a deadly weapon, with intent to do some great bodily harm, and death ensues, malice is presumed. Amongst the interstices of this network of distinctions, there may possibly be room to extricate the killing of Dr. Parkman from the category of murder, but we confess the distinctions of the law seem framed to meet this very description of sudden, unjustifiable, passionate, revengeful, and reckless homicide. Were the contrary the case, few of the usual forms of murder would come within the definition. This confession of Dr. Webster may be only another link in the chain of fatalities which he has been forging for his own destruction." End quote. 10. Final causes form an important part of the investigation in cases of circumstantial evidence. If we show that the prisoner had a strong motive for committing the offence, such as avarice, revenge, etc., or had stated beforehand a determination that he would commit it, this, with other circumstances, will be considered as tending to prove that he did commit it. Quote, "Motives are, with relation to moral conduct," says Mr. Wills, "what physical power is to mechanics, and both of these kinds of impulse are equally under the influence of known laws. But in reasoning upon motives and their resulting actions, it is impracticable to obtain the same sure data as when material phenomena only are involved, since it is not possible to discover all the modifying circumstances of human conduct, or to assign with unerring certainty the true character of the motives from which they spring. Nevertheless, we naturally, reasonably, and safely judge of men's motives by their conduct, as we conclude from the nature of the stream the qualities of the fountains whence it proceeds. An evil motive constitutes, in law as in morals, the essence of guilt, and the existence of an inducing motive for the voluntary acts of a rational agent is assumed as naturally as secondary causes are concluded to exist for material phenomena. The predominant desires of the mind are invariably followed by corresponding volitions and actions. It is therefore indispensable, in the investigation of moral actions, to look at the surrounding circumstances which connect the supposed actor with other persons and things, and may have influenced his motives. The usual inducements to crime are the desire of revenging real or fancied wrongs, of obtaining some object of desire which rightfully belongs to another, or of preserving reputation, either that of general character, or the conventional reputation of sex or profession." End quote. Wills's Circumstantial Evidence. Quote, "In many things which we do, we ought not only to consider the mere naked action itself, but the persons who act, the persons towards whom, the time when, the place where, the manner how, the end for which the action is done, together with the effects that must or that may follow, and all other surrounding circumstances. These things must necessarily be taken into our view, in order to determine whether the action, which is indifferent in itself, be either lawful or unlawful, good or evil, wise or foolish, decent or indecent, proper or improper, as it is so circumstantiated. Let me give a plain instance for the illustration of this matter. Mario kills a dog, which considered merely in itself, seems to be an indifferent action. Now, the dog was Timon's, and not his own. This makes it look unlawful. But Timon bid him do it. This gives it an appearance of lawfulness again. It was done at church, and in time of divine service. These circumstances added cast on it an air of irreligion. But the dog flew at Mario and put him in danger of his life. This relieves the seeming impiety of the action. Yet Mario might have escaped by flying thence, therefore the action appears to be improper. But the dog was known to be mad. This further circumstance makes it almost necessary that the dog should be slain, lest he might worry the assembly and do it much mischief. Yet again Mario killed him with a pistol, which he happened to have in his pocket since yesterday's journey. Now hereby the whole congregation was terrified and discomposed, and divine service was broken off. This carries an appearance of great indecency and impropriety in it. But after all, when we consider a further circumstance, that Mario, being thus violently assaulted by a mad dog, had no way of escape and had no other weapon about him, it seems to take away all the colours of impropriety, indecency, or unlawfulness, and to allow that the preservation of one or many lives will justify the act as wise and good. Now all these concurrent appendices of the action ought to be surveyed, in order to pronounce with justice and truth concerning it. End quote. Watts's Improvement of the Mind. 11. Under the head of final causes we may place those reasonings that are founded on the presumed object of the measures we advocate. Thus, in regard to the punishment of criminals, one party contends that the main object is the punishment of the criminal, another contends that the main object is the reformation of the criminal, and a third contends that the main object of punishment is the prevention of crime. The opinion anyone may entertain as to the final cause or main object of punishment will, of course, influence his sentiments as to the nature, duration, and severity of the punishments that ought to be inflicted. Quote, the proper end of punishment is said by some to be the satisfaction of justice, by others the prevention of crimes, by others the reformation of the offender. The first doctrine is that which most immediately occurs to a mind beginning to reflect on the subject, and it is often warmly defended, although it is now pretty nearly abandoned by systematic writers on legislation. One of the last instances of a laboured defence of it, which we have met with, is to be found in a dissertation by Lord Woodhouseley, appended to his Life of Lord Kames. The second opinion is supported by the generality of writers, although they by no means reject the third object, as a subordinate consideration. Of late years, a few philanthropists have argued that the principal object of punishment should be the reformation of the offender, and that other ends are of inferior consequence. If crimes could be more effectually prevented by any one punishment than another, the tendency of that punishment to satisfy the demand for justice or to reform the offender would be a secondary consideration. If the crime of murder, for example, could be more effectually prevented by the penalty of death than by a term of imprisonment, which would give an opportunity for the reformation of the criminal, that penalty ought to be inflicted and the reformation of the offender abandoned. Otherwise we should be showing more regard for the life of a murderer than for the lives of innocent persons. End quote. Questions in Political Economy. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gpolum. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. The Relation of Cause and Effect. Final Causes, Part 3. 12. Political economists sometimes argue upon this principle. They assign motives to different classes of society, and then infer that persons under the influence of such motives would act in a certain manner, and on the conduct thus assumed, they construct a theory. Thus, Mr. McCulloch states that the wish to augment our fortunes comes with us from the womb and never leaves us till we go into the grave. This may be the case generally in Scotland, but it is not so in Ireland, and it is not so universally anywhere. In all classes of society, many individuals are found who prefer present enjoyment to a future improvement of their condition. Another erroneous assumption is that the uninstructed classes of society, when left to themselves, will always do that which is most conducive to their own advantage. This argument has been advanced in opposition to those acts of the legislature that refer to regulating the hours of labor in the manufactories and to the working of women and children in mines. The reasonings of some economists with reference to these matters will, on examination, be found to rest on erroneous assumptions. In tracing the progress of society, too, the economists assumed that mankind were originally savages, then became hunters, then shepherds, then agriculturalists, and at last merchants and manufacturers. And they attribute to mankind in these several stages precisely the same feelings and motives which men entertain in the highest degree of civilization. Some political economists have written very fallaciously on this subject. But in the first place, there is no foundation for the theory that the savage life was the original state of man. And in the next place, man in a savage state does not possess within himself that thirst for knowledge and desire for improvement which is exhibited by man in a state of civilization. But the opinion that all mankind were originally savages is unsupported by either reason or history. Had they been created savages, they would probably have remained savages forever. They could have formed no idea of a civilization which had never existed, nor have desired comforts, the want of which they did not feel. History does not record a single instance of a savage nation having become civilized by its own unassisted exertions. Civilization has never sprung up spontaneously from the soil. It has always been imported from abroad. The Greeks derived their civilization from the Egyptians, the Romans theirs from the Greeks. The nations conquered by Rome became civilized from their intercourse with the Romans. But if we attempt to trace the origin of civilization in Egypt and Babylon, we are at a loss, for neither history nor even tradition mentions any period at which these nations were not civilized. Founded soon after the flood, they possessed the knowledge of all the arts and sciences known to the antediluvian world. The fertility of their soils and the extent of their plains furnished ample provision for their population. Hence, as population increased, their civilization increased. While, on the other hand, those tribes or families who wandered in quest of new settlements became separated from the rest of mankind by mountains and forests and rivers, and their time being wholly occupied in seeking supplies of food, they lost, in the course of a few generations, the knowledge they originally possessed, and fell into the savage state. It would thus appear from history and from reason that the savage state was not the original state of man, but a departure from that state, arising from a want of communication through several ages with the other branches of the family of mankind. Lecture on the Philosophy of Language. 13. As all actions result from the feelings of the mind, when we wish to induce any person to perform certain actions, we try to produce in the mind those convictions and feelings which are the usual cause of such actions. It is the great object of logic to teach us how to select and use those arguments that have an effect upon the judgment and understanding. But sometimes people are influenced more by their feelings than by their judgment. In this case, if we wish to convince or persuade them, we must adapt our arguments to their feelings. The parties who are thus influenced by their passions can hardly be said to reason, but we who are trying to influence them may be reasoning nevertheless. We are using a means to accomplish an end. We are selecting such arguments and placing them in such a form as are best adapted to produce an impression on the mind of the individual with whom we converse. These arguments, according to Dr. Watts, are the following. There is yet another rank of arguments which have Latin names. Their true distinction is derived from the topics or middle terms which are used in them. though they are called and addressed to our judgment, our faith, our ignorance, our profession, our modesty, and our passions. If an argument be taken from the nature or existence of things, and addressed to the reason of mankind, it is called argumentum ad judicium. When it is borrowed from some convincing testimony, it is argumentum ad fidem, and addressed to our faith. When it is drawn from any insufficient medium whatsoever, and yet the opposer has not skill to refute or answer it, this is argumentum ad ignorantium, and addressed to our ignorance. When it is built upon the professed principles or opinions of the person with whom we argue, whether the opinions be true or false, it is named argumentum ad hominem, and addressed to our professed principles. St. Paul often uses this argument when he reasons with the Jews, and when he says, "I speak as a man." When the argument is fetched from the sentiments of some wise, great, or good men, whose authority we reverence and hardly dare oppose, it is called argumentum ad verecundiam, and addressed to our modesty. I add finally, when an argument is borrowed from any topics which are suited to engage the inclinations and passions of the hearers on the side of the speaker, rather than to convince the judgment, this is argumentum ad passiones, and addressed to the passions. Or, if it be made publicly, it is ad populum, or an appeal to the people. Watt's logic. The argument called argumentum ad hominem requires a further illustration, and this we have in the doctor's Improvement of the Mind. Sometimes we may make use of the very prejudices under which a person labors, in order to convince him of some particular truth, and argue with him upon his own professed principles as though they were true. This is called argumentum ad hominem, and is another way of dealing with the prejudices of men. Suppose a Jew lies sick of a fever, and is forbidden flesh by his physician, but hearing that rabbits were provided for the dinner of the family, desired earnestly to eat of them. And suppose he became impatient because his physician did not permit him, and he insisted upon it, that it could do him no hurt. Surely, rather than let him persist in that fancy and that desire to the danger of his life, I would tell him that these animals were strangled, which sort of food was forbidden by the Jewish law, though I myself may believe that law is now abolished. And Crates used the same means of conviction when he saw a Mahometan drink wine to excess, and heard him maintain the lawfulness and pleasure of drunkenness. And Crates reminded him that his own prophet, Mahomet, had utterly forbidden all wine to his followers, and the good man restrained his vicious appetite by his superstition, when he could no otherwise convince him that drunkenness was unlawful, nor withhold him from excess. 14. The effects of circumstances upon the disposition of the mind may fairly be placed under this head, and they enter largely into our daily reasonings. On this ground, Lord Erskine advocated his bill for preventing cruelty to animals. In what I am proposing to your lordships, disinterested virtue, as in all other cases, will have its own certain reward. The humanity you shall extend to the lower creation will come abundantly round in its consequences to the whole human race. The moral sense, which this law will awaken and inculcate, cannot but have a most powerful effect upon our feelings and sympathies for one another. The violences and outrages committed by the lower orders of the people are offenses more owing to want of thought and reflection than to any malignant principle, and whatever, therefore, sets them a-thinking upon the duties of humanity, more especially where they have no rivalries nor resentments, and where there is a particular generosity and forbearance and compassion, has an evident tendency to soften their natures and to moderate their passions in their dealings with one another. The effect of laws which promulgate a sound moral principle is incalculable. I have traced it in 1,000 instances, and it is impossible to describe its value. In conformity with this principle, if a man has received a good education, we expect to find him well informed. If he has mixed in polite society, we presume his manners are courteous. If he has held certain positions in society, we infer that he has the excellencies and probably the defects connected with that position. And if we are wise, we shall consider the particular temptations to which our own circumstances expose us, and endeavor to guard our minds against them. Different employments and different conditions of life beget in us a tendency to our different passions. Those who are exalted above others in their daily stations, and especially if they have to do with many persons under them and in many affairs, are too often tempted to the haughty, the morose, the surly, and the more unfriendly ruffles and disturbances of nature, unless they watch against them with daily care. The commanders in armies and navies, the governors of workhouses, the masters of public schools, or those who have a great number of servants under them, and a multitude of cares and concerns in human life, should continually set a guard upon themselves, lest they get a habit of affected superiority, pride, and vanity of mind, of fretfulness, impatience, and criminal anger. Anonymous. Upon this ground we avoid dangerous society, knowing that evil communications corrupt good manners. And here I would advise you to have no dealings with a man who is known to be a rogue, even though he should offer a bargain that may, in that instance, be for your advantage to accept. To avoid him is your duty on the ground of morality, but it is, moreover, your interest in a pecuniary point of view, for depend on it, although he may let you get money by him at first, he will contrive to cheat you in the end. An additional reason is that your own reputation and even your moral sensibilities may be endangered by the contact. If you get money by a rogue, there is a danger that you will feel disposed to apologize for his rogueries, and when you have once become an apologist for roguery, you will probably, on the first temptation, become a rogue yourself. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. 15. The doctrine of final causes enters largely into our reasonings on the ordinary affairs of human life. We act upon this principle in judging of other people. As actions are the effect of motives and feelings, we infer from the character of the actions the character of the motives or feelings. A good tree bringeth forth good fruit, and an evil tree bringeth forth evil fruit, for a tree is known by its fruits. In cases where the same action may arise from different motives, we endeavor to ascertain to which motive the action should be ascribed. Our usual mode of reasoning in this case is from circumstantial evidence. From the existence of the sign, we infer the existence of the condition. There are certain social relations which are usually attended with certain feelings, and hence we expect in such relations to find such feelings, and that the actions will correspond with such feelings. Where there is no such correspondence, we infer that the parties have been unfaithful to their duty. Hence, an unrighteous judge, a cruel husband, an unkind father, an undutiful son are characters which mankind in all ages have unanimously denounced. And finally, we endeavor to act towards other people in such a way as we judge, from the ordinary principles of human nature, is likely to procure for us their good opinion. On the best means of effecting this object, we subjoin the observations of an American writer. If we desire to be deemed religious, we have only to be religious, and we must be thus deemed. If you desire to be deemed veracious, speak the truth habitually, and you must be thus deemed. If you desire to be deemed trustworthy, patriotic, benevolent, just, hospitable, philanthropic, studious, learned. Be what you desire to be deemed, and your reputation must conform to what you are. While the senses and intellect of men are so organized that men must, as we have seen, impute to us the qualities which we possess, the moral feelings of mankind are so organized that men must feel towards us according to the moral qualities which we possess. If we are lovely, we must be loved. If hateful, we must be hated. If contemptible, we must be contemned. If despicable, we must be despised. Lectures to Young Men on the Art of Controlling Others by A.B. Johnson, Utica, New York. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Roxby. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Examples. Part 1. In reasoning from examples, we adduce examples in proof of the propositions we desire to establish. 1. The following are instances. And it came to pass that he went through the cornfields on the Sabbath day, and his disciples began, as they went, to pluck the ears of corn. And the Pharisees said unto him, Behold, why do they on the Sabbath day that which is not lawful? And he said unto them, Have ye never read what David did when he had need, and he was hungered, he and they were with him? How he went into the house of God in the days of Abiathar, the high priest, and did eat the shewbread, which is not lawful to eat but for the priests, and gave also to them which were with him. And he said unto them, The Sabbath was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath. Therefore the Son of Man is Lord, also of the Sabbath. Mark 2:23-28. It would have been an extremely profitable thing to draw up a short and well-authenticated account of the habits of study of the most celebrated writers with whose style of literary industry we happen to be most acquainted. It would go very far to destroy the absurd and pernicious association of genius and idleness by showing them that the greatest poets, orators, statesmen, and historians, men of the most brilliant and imposing talents, have actually laboured as hard as the makers of dictionaries and the arrangers of indexes, and that it is the most obvious reason why they have been superior to other men is that they have taken more pains than other men. Gibbon was in his study every morning, winter and summer, at 6 o'clock. Mr. Burke was the most laborious and indefatigable of human beings. Leibniz was never out of his library. Pascal killed himself by study. Cicero narrowly escaped death by the same cause. Milton was at his books with as much regularity as a merchant or an attorney, and he had mastered all the knowledge of his time. So had Homer. Raphael lived but 37 years, and in that short space carried the art so far beyond what it had before reached, that he appears to stand alone as a model to his successors. There are instances to the contrary, but generally speaking, the life of all truly great men has been a life of intense and incessant labour. Reverend Sidney Smith's Moral Philosophy. If then we consider the perpetual conflicts of savage tribes, the frequent wars of the rival republics of Greece with each other and with their common enemies, if we remember that the temple of Janus at Rome, always open in the time of war, was never closed during 5 centuries till the end of the Second Punic War, and then only for a short time. If we advent to the desolation caused by the Scythians, Goths, Vandals, Tartans, and the destruction of about 2 millions of human beings in the Crusades, it seems to be evident that wars were anciently, and before the general use of firearms and cannon, more frequently protracted, destructive, and cruel than they are now. Aitken on War. Yes, sir. If ever you was to Antwerp, you'd see what it is to lose colonies. When that place belonged to Holland and had colonial trade, 5,000 merchants used to meet on 'Change. Now the exchange is left, but the merchant is gone. Look at the great docks built there, at so much expense, and no shipping there. Look at one man of war for a navy that has a pennant as long as from today to the middle of next week, that can't get out for the Dutch forts, is of no use in, and, if it did get out, has no place to go. Bonaparte said he wanted ships, colonies, and commerce. Bonaparte was no fool, and didn't know what he was a-talking about, for colonies means all three. Sam Slick. 2. This mode of reasoning from example is called, by scholastic logicians, induction, as opposed to deduction. We will then illustrate the difference between reasoning by induction and reasoning by deduction. You have observed an individual come to poverty by a dishonest course of action, and another arrive at wealth by a life of rectitude, and you remark, honesty is the best policy. Here you reason by induction. For these individual cases you gather a proof of the general maxim, honesty is the best policy. But suppose a person should ask your advice, how to act in a case wherein strict integrity might appear to be less advantageous than a more crooked procedure, and you observe to him, honesty is the best policy. Here you reason by deduction. You apply the general principle to an individual case. You reason on the principle of genus and species. These two kinds of reasoning are just the reverse of each other. When from one or more examples you infer a general principle, that is called induction, or reasoning from examples. When from one general principle you infer an individual case, this is called deduction, or reasoning from genus and species. Induction is reasoning from particulars to generals, and deduction is reasoning from generals to particulars. But you ask, how can I infer a general proposition from a small number of examples? It is not a rule that generals cannot be inferred from particulars. Very true. You cannot infer generals from particulars unless you have reason to believe that all the particulars are alike. Our reasoning here must depend upon the uniformity of the laws of nature. When the law is uniform, we can infer generals from particulars, because we know that all particulars are in fact generals. This is the case most frequently in the physical sciences. All animals of the same species are alike. I see that a horse has 4 legs. I may assert that every horse in the world has 4 legs, though I have not seen them all. I decompose a glass of water, and I find it is formed of oxygen and hydrogen. I therefore assert that all water everywhere is composed of oxygen and hydrogen. But when this constant uniformity does not exist, I cannot reason so conclusively, and my reasonings will be weaker, and weaker in proportion to this want of uniformity. And hence we shall have to descend from certain reasonings to probable reasonings, and then lower to doubtful reasonings, until at last our examples may be so few or so conflicting that we may have no foundation for any reasoning at all respecting the matter in dispute. Subscript. When the grounds for believing anything are slight, we term the mental act or state induced as conjecture. When they are strong, we term it an inference or conclusion. Increase the evidence for a conjecture, it becomes a conclusion. Diminish the evidence for a conjecture, it passes into a conjecture. The process which ends in a conclusion and the process which ends in a conjecture are thus essentially the same, and differ only in degree, or in the force of that evidence. Bailey, page 31. Be not too hasty to erect general theories from a few peculiar observations, appearances, or experiments. This is what the logicians call a false induction. When general observations are drawn from so many particulars as to become certain and indubitable, these are jewels of knowledge. comprehending great treasure in a little room, but they are therefore to be made with the greater care and caution, lest errors become large and diffuse, if we should mistake in those general notions. Watts on the improvement of the mind. Some writers make a distinction between reasoning from example and reasoning from induction. The example is one, induction is more than one. But there seems no ground for this distinction. The mode of reasoning is the same. The only difference is in the degree of proof. The greater the number of examples, of course, the greater is the amount of evidence in proof of the general proposition. Subscript. It is obvious that whether we can draw an inference from a single fact or whether it is needful to have a collection of facts depends altogether on what is requisite for establishing a similarity in the influential circumstances of each case, and does not affect the character of the reasoning. Bailey, page 10. In reasoning from genus and species, we infer, you perceive, individual cases from universal rules. In reasoning from examples, we reverse our mode of reasoning, and from one or more examples, we prove the general rule. We use the inductive method in regard to the physical sciences, such as astronomy, chemistry, etc. We see several instances in which fire melts lead. We infer that it will always do so, and when we are satisfied that this is the case, we call it a law of nature. It was also by this method that philosophers have discovered the laws of astronomy. By the same rule, we discover the laws of medicine. If a medicine cures a great number of cases, we infer that it will always cure in similar cases. In the science of morals, we also observe that certain vices lead to misery, and we infer that vice will always lead to misery, and virtue to happiness. In politics, we observe in the history of the world what institutions and what laws have conduced to the happiness of the people. We gather together these instances and thus form maxims for the government of nations. In political economy, we observe or should observe the same practice, but political economists have too often wandered into other paths. Instead of deducing their principles from facts, they have first formed their theories and then made facts bend to their theories. Hence we have theories of population, theories of rent, theories of the currency, and theories of taxation, advanced and supported in a way more in accordance with the Aristotelian than with the Baconian system of philosophy. 3. The following explanation of the nature of induction is taken from Mr. Hill's logic. An induction in which every individual case is enumerated is a perfect demonstration, and in general, the more nearly we approach the entire enumeration, the higher is the degree of probability attained by the induction, provided, at least, that no facts of an opposite tendency are discoverable, or that if they occur, they are satisfactorily shown not to be really inconsistent with the principle deduced. The great error in induction is too great haste in drawing a conclusion without having premised a sufficient number of individual cases. Many, for example, if they have met with or heard of one or two dishonest lawyers, or observed a comet in a warm summer, think themselves authorized to draw the sweeping inference that all lawyers are dishonest, or all comets occasion a warm season. A beautiful specimen of moral induction occurs. 2 Peter 2, 4, 9. The conclusion is twofold, and the sacred writer accordingly adduces a double train of individual instances, strikingly contrasted with each other. The substance of the argument is this: the offending angels, the antediluvian world, the inhabitants of Sodom and Gomorrah were divinely punished. Therefore, all the unjust shall be divinely punished. Again, the holy angels who did not offend, Noah, the preacher of righteousness, and just Lot, were delivered from trial. Therefore, all the godly shall be delivered from trial. The 3 introductory chapters of the Epistle to the Romans contains an inductive argument, in which the proposition, all have sinned, is inferred to be universally true because it has been successfully proved true, first concerning all Jews, and then concerning all Gentiles. Again, the general conclusion in Psalm 37, 23, 24, as deduced from the train of observation in the subsequent verse, and that in the 38th verse, as deduced from verses 35, 36, are specimens of moral induction. A correct and forcible instance of this mode of argument by anthology occurs in 1 Sam 17, 34, 37. The examples also used by the Israelites in their lively remonstrance with the Reubenites, etc., Joshua 22, 17, 18, 20, by the Jewish elders in behalf Jeremiah 26, 17, 18, and by Gamaliel in behalf of the apostles, Acts 5, 36, 39, are very apposite and striking. The speech of Rabshakeh, recorded in Isaiah 36, 18, 20, presents a fallacious instance of the same. The conclusion in this case is not drawn de simili. There was no just comparison between the omnipotent God of Israel and the idol gods of the heathen. If you turn to your Bible and read the text to which Mr. Hill has referred, you will perceive that his illustrations are exceedingly apposite, and they will give you a very clear idea of the nature of induction or reasoning from example. 4. This kind of reasoning is very common throughout the Bible. It abounds in the Psalms. The prophets often use it, and after the captivity, when Nehemiah reproved the Jews for their violation of the Sabbath, he referred to the former instance wherein such a course of conduct had provoked the divine displeasure. Nehemiah 13, 15, 18. Reasoning by example abounds also in the New Testament. These examples are of various kinds and adduced for various purposes. The 11th chapter of the Epistle to the Hebrews is a chapter of examples, and the inference from the whole is given in the first verse of the 12th chapter. Wherefore, seeing we also are compassed about with so great a cloud of witness, let us lay aside every weight and the sin which doth so easily beset us, and let us run with patience the race that is set before us. First, we have the examples to be intimated. Take, my brethren, the prophets who have spoken in the name of the Lord, for an example of suffering, affliction, and of patience. Behold, we count them happy which endure. Ye have heard of the patience of Job, and have seen the end of the Lord, that the Lord is very pitiful and of tender mercy. James 5, 10, 11. See also James 5, 16, 18, Pet 3, 5, 6. Examples are adduced to be avoided. Now as Janus and Joms withstood Moses, so do these also resist the truth. Men of corrupt minds reprobate concerning the faith, but they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. 2 Tim 3, 8, 9. See also John 3, 11, 12, and 1 Corinthians 10, 6, 11. Examples are adduced worthy of imitation in order to censure by contrast the conduct of the Jews. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they represent all the preaching of Jonas, and behold, a greater than Jonas is here. The queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. For she came from the utmost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and behold, a greater than Solomon is here. Matthew 11, 41, 42. Principles are often confirmed or illustrated by examples. The following is adduced to show that a prophet has no honour in his own country. And he said, Verily I say unto you, no prophet is accepted in his own country. But I tell you of a truth. Many widows were in Israel in the days of Elias, when the heaven was shut, up 3 years and 6 months, when great famine was throughout all the land, but unto none of them was Elias sent, save unto Sarepta, a city of Sodom, unto a woman that was a widow. Luke 4:24-27. The example of David, a man of decent piety, was adduced to show that, in a case of necessity, a positive law might be violated to satisfy hunger. At this time Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an-hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was a-hungered, and they that were with him, how he entered into the house of God, and did eat the shewbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests? Matthew 11:1-4. To prove that God had not cast away the Jewish people, allusion is made to the days of Elijah. I say then, hath God cast away his people? God forbid. For I also am an Israelite, of the seed of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. God hath not cast away his people which he foreknew. Wot ye not what with this scripture saith of Elias, how he maketh intercession to God against Israel, saying, Lord, they have killed thy prophets, and dig down thine altars, and I am left alone, and they seek my life. But what saith the answer of God unto him? I have reserved to myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal. This present time also there is a remnant according to the election of grace. Romans 11:1-5. Agreeably to the above models, divines are in the habit of enforcing moral injunctions by scriptural examples. The following is an extract from Barrow's sermon on the industry of a gentleman. It is his business to administer relief to his poor neighbours in their want and distress by his wealth, to be such a gentleman and so employed as Job was, who did not see any perish for want of clothing, or any poor without covering, who delivered the poor that cried, and the fatherless, and him that had none to help him. It is his business to be hospitable, kind, and helpful to strangers, following those noble gentlemen, Abraham and Lot, who were so ready to invite and entertain strangers with bountiful courtesy. It is his business to maintain peace, and appease dissensions among his neighbours, interposing his counsel and authority in order thereto, whereto he hath that brave gentleman, Moses, recommended for his pattern. It is his business to promote the welfare and prosperity of his country with his best endeavours, and by all his interest, in which practice the sacred history doth propound divers gallant gentlemen, Joseph, Moses, Samuel, Daniel, Mordecai, and all such renowned patrons to guide him. Night's half hours with the best authors. End of section 20. Section 21 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Adam Roxby. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Examples, Part 2. 5. The examples I have hitherto brought before you have been examples of persons, but there is another kind of example you will often meet with in your reading. After an author has laid down a general principle, he will state an individual case by which that principle is proved or illustrated. Read the following quotations, and you will know what I mean. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth, and hath long patience for it, until he receive the early and latter rain. James 5:7. Habit uniformity and constantly strengthens all our active exertions. Whatever we do often, we become more and more apt to do it. A snuff-taker begins with a pinch of snuff per day and ends with a pound or two every month. Swearing begins in anger. It ends by mingling itself with ordinary conversation. Sidney Smith's Moral Philosophy. Some labourers are paid higher than others. A carpenter earns more than a ploughman, and a watchmaker more than either. And yet this is not from the one working harder than the other. And it is the same with the labourer of the kind as with that of the body. A banker's clerk who has to work hard at keeping accounts is not paid so high as a lawyer or a physician. You see from this that the rate of wages does not depend on the hardness of the labour, but on the value of the work done. Easy lessons on money matters. The invention of machinery, I allow, is often attended with much partial and temporary inconvenience and hardship. But on the other hand, the advantages resulting from it are almost incalculable, both in extent and duration. When, for instance, the machine for weaving stockings was first invented, it was considered as a severe hardship on those who had earned a maintenance by knitting them. But the superior facility with which the stockings were made in the loom rendered them so much cheaper that those who before were unable to purchase them could now indulge in the comfort of wearing them, and the prodigious increase of demand for stockings enabled all the knitters to gain a livelihood by spinning the materials that were to be woven into stockings. Mrs. Marset's Conversations on Political Economy. In all slave countries, there is an aversion to labour, at least an aversion to the kind of labour which is performed by slaves. At the commencement of the Roman state, agriculture was considered honourable, and the greatest of her sons worked at the plough. But when agriculture was performed by slaves, the citizens refrained from labour, and Rome imported her provisions from abroad. This change produced disastrous effects. As the poorer citizens could not engage in manual work, they were, when not engaged in war, dependent on the bounty of the state, and received a certain sum for their support. Had not slaves existed, they might have become artisans, but, as slaves were artisans, the citizens became paupers. Lectures on Ancient Commerce. 6. Reasoning by example is in great use among lawyers. One chief mode of reasoning with them is by what is called a case in point, that is, an example in point. When a case is in dispute, the plan is to show that a case similar to the present has already been decided, but the example or case adduced will not, of course, be the same in all its circumstances as the case under trial. If so, there would have been no grounds for a lawsuit, as the point would have been already decided. But it is the object of the advocate to show that the case adduced establishes a principle, and that this principle thus established will apply to the case under consideration. I do not know that I can better illustrate the case in point than by considering the argument of the Apostle Paul. His object is to prove that the apostles ought to be supported by the churches. First, then, he appeals to the ecclesiastical law of the Jews. Do ye not know that they which minister about holy things live of the things of the temple, and they which wait at the altar and are partakers with the altar? This is an example, a direct case in point. Secondly, he refers to the civil laws of Moses. There it is enacted, Thou shalt not muzzle the mouth of the ox that treadeth out the corn. It might be asked, how is this a case in point? What resemblance is there between the case of an unmuzzled ox and that of the apostle? The point is this: the enactment representing the ox establishes the principle that the labourer should partake of the fruit of his labour, and this principle applied to the case of the apostle proves that they which preach the gospel should live of the gospel. This case of the ox is then an indirect case in point. The reasoning is first by induction and then by deduction. 7. Sometimes an individual case is adduced for the purpose not of establishing, but of overthrowing a general principle. When your opponent tries to apply a general principle to an individual case, you have two methods of reply. You may either deny the general principle, or deny that it is applicable to the case under consideration. If you adopt the first mode, you will endeavour to show that the general principle is untrue, or unjust, or inexpedient, according to the object you have in view. Here again I give you a scriptural example. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, Why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. But he answered and said unto them, Why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? For God commanded, saying, Honour thy father and mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, Whoever shall say to his father or his mother, It is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honour not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have ye made the commandment of God of none effect by your tradition. Matthew 15, 1, 6. Here the argument of the scribes is that the disciples ought to have observed the tradition of the elders, that these traditions prohibited the taking of food with unwashed hands, and that the disciples therefore had violated the tradition. The reply does not deny the fact that the disciples had violated the tradition, but it attacks the tradition itself, not this individual tradition, but the whole body of traditions, by showing that in one instance at least, they were in opposition to the moral law. As some of these traditions were thus shown to be in direct opposition to the divine law, the authority of all the traditions was impeached, and consequently, the one the disciples had violated was not obligatory. As examples can often be adduced on both sides of a question, we shall have to balance one set of examples against another, in order to judge of the probability of the case under consideration. You doubt whether you will buy any shares in a railway company. Your friend, who is a director, tells you of several cases in which parties have become wealthy by taking shares in such companies. Your wife tells you of other cases in which the parties have been ruined. Here you must decide accordingly to what is called the doctrine of chances, or more properly, the doctrine of probabilities. We may observe these three rules in judging the probabilities which are to be determined by reason, relating either to things past or things to come. That which agrees most with the constitution of nature carries the greatest probability in it, where no other circumstance appears to counterpose it, as, if I let loose a greyhound within sight of a hare upon a large plain, there is a great probability the greyhound will seize her, that 1,000 sparrows will fly away at the sight of a hawk among them. That which is most conformable to the constant observations of men, or to experiments frequently repeated, is most likely to be true, as that a winter will not pass away in England without some frost or snow, that if you deal out great quantities of strong liquor to the mob, there will be many drunk, that a large assembly of men will be of different opinions in any doubtful point, that a thief will make his escape out of prison if the doors of it are unguarded at midnight. In matters of fact which are past or present, where neither nature nor observation nor custom gives us any significant information on either side of the question, there we must derive a probability from the attestation of wise and honest men by word or writing, or the concurring witnesses of multitudes who have seen and known what they relate, etc. This testimony in many cases will arise to the degree of moral certainty. So we believe that the plant tea grows in China, and that the Emperor of the Turks lives at Constantinople, that Julius Caesar conquered France, and that Jesus, our Saviour, lived and died in Judea, that thousands were converted to the Christian faith in a century after the death of Christ, and that the books which contain the Christian religion are certain histories and epistles which were written above 1,000 years ago. What's improvement of the mind? 8. Among the modes of reasoning from example, we may place the practice of divines, who, in commenting on the historical parts of Scripture, raise from individual facts some general principle containing a lesson in morals of religion. Historical passages must be discussed by way of observation. I have seen no expositor who affords more obvious, pertinent, and edifying observations than our excellent Mr. Henry. Those parts of Holy Scripture which seem at first sight the least instructive furnish in the hand of this ingenious man much instruction, or at least much opportunity of instruction. What in Scripture seems less interesting to us than Ebmulek the Ethiopian drew Jeremiah out of a dungeon with cords, old cast clouts, and rotten rags, yet our expositor observes several useful articles in this history. Fact: Ebmulek took old clouts and rags from under the treasury in the king's house. Observation: no waste should be made even in kings' palaces. Broken linen, like broken meat, should be preserved for the use of the poor. Fact: Ebmulek directed Jeremiah to put the soft rags under his armholes. Observation: distressed people should be relieved with tenderness. Fact: Ebmulek did not throw the rags down, but let them down by cords. Observation: the poor should be relieved with respect. Robinson's Notes to Claude. Philosophical historians adopt the same course. From the facts they relate, they make observations, which from their great importance and general applications may justly be denominated principles. And then they establish these principles by adducing other facts not connected with their immediate history. Thus Mr. Macaulay, after giving a dismal account of the character of the clergy of that day, observes, "It would be a great error to imagine, because the country rector was in general not regarded as a gentleman, because he could not dare to aspire to the hand of one of the young ladies at the manor house, because he was not asked into the parlours of the great, but was left to drink and smoke with grooms and butlers, that the power of the clerical body was smaller than at present." Then follows the observation of principle he raises or founds on these facts. The influence of a class is by no means proportioned to the consideration which the members of that class enjoy in their individual capacity. This principle requires a further confirmation. Here it is. A cardinal is a much more exalted personage than a begging friar, but it would be a grievous mistake to suppose that the College of Cardinals has exercised a greater dominion over the public mind of Europe than the Order of St. Francis. In Ireland at present a peer holds a fair high station in society than a Roman Catholic priest. Yet there are in Munster and Connaught few countries where a combination of priests would not carry an election against a combination of peers. Macaulay's History of England, Volume 1, page 333. 9. Examples are often employed in conversational discussion. In this case they usually assume the form of anecdotes. The word anecdote signifies not published, a meaning that does not apply in our times, as all anecdotes are sure to be published, as we have volumes of them upon almost every subject. All anecdotes are arguments. They all prove something, or may be so applied as to prove something, and they should, when related, be associated with the principle they are adapted to prove. A writer of penetration, says Disraeli, sees connections in literacy, anecdotes, which are not immediately perceived by others. In his hands, anecdotes, even should be familiar to us, are susceptible of deductions and inferences which become novel and important truths. Facts of themselves are barren. It is when these facts pass through the reflections and become interwoven with our feelings or our reasonings that they are the finest illustrations, that they assume the dignity of philosophy teaching by example, that in the moral world they are what the wise system of Bacon inculcated in the natural knowledge deduced from experiments. The study of nature in her operations. When examples are pointed out to us, says Lord Bolingbroke, there is a kind of appeal with which we are flattered, made to our senses as well as our understanding. The instruction comes then from our authority. We yield to fact when we resist speculation. Curiosities of literature. The principles of morality and religion are enforced by collections of anecdotes. We have seen books both in French and English entitled The Beauties of History, in which the anecdotes gleaned from history are classified under the names of the moral virtues as industry, filial affection, humanity, etc. An encyclopedia of religious anecdotes has recently been published by the Reverend George Chevner of New York, and Mr. Wilson, a Wesleyan clergyman, has published a collection under the title of Facts and Incidents Illustrative of the Scriptural Doctrines as set forth in the First and Second Catechisms of the Wesleyan Methodists. As an anecdote records only one example, it may not of itself amount to proof, but it may be an additional item in the accumulated proofs by which a certain proposition is established. All travellers relate anecdotes denoting the particular characteristics of the people among whom they have travelled. This is, in fact, the chief kind of evidence we can have upon the subject. Travellers to the East have recorded many anecdotes tending to explain some of the passages of the Holy Scriptures. On this ground, Bürder's Oriental Customs and the writings of Dr. Kitto are extremely valuable. Some anecdotes refer only to individual character. You have an abundance of them in Boswell's Life of Johnson. Anecdotes have often a good effect when discreetly related at public meetings. The Reverend R. Bickersteth of Clapham, in a speech before the Tract Society, thus illustrates the advantages that may be obtained from the union of a great number of small exertions. He remembered to have heard of a vessel being wrecked in one of the beautiful bays on the coast of that beautiful island, Jersey. A number of the inhabitants crowded the cliff and looked on with feelings of despair, for they felt it was hopeless to attempt doing anything for the crew. At length, it was suggested by one peasant that they should all hurry away to find as much rope as possible, and they returned to try and aid those who were in such jeopardy. The advice was acted upon, and some brought long pieces, and some short. Joining them together, they stretched the untied rope from cliff to cliff, suffering the middle of it to dip down into the unfortunate vessel stranded on the rocks. By that means the poor mariners were enabled to lash themselves to the cord and were drawn up to safety to the top of the cliff. Those who went to fetch the rope did not argue, because they could not bring a long piece, that therefore their contribution was useless, but they brought as much as they could, and all joined together effected the rescue. We transcribe the following anecdotes from Sidney Smith as illustrating the nature of wit, of a pun, and of a bull. Wit. Louis XIV was exceedingly molested by the solicitations of a general officer at the levee, and cried out loud enough to be overheard, "That gentleman is the most troublesome officer in the whole army." The officer replied, "Your Majesty's enemies have more than once said the same thing." A pun. Mrs. Hamilton, in her book on education, mentions the instance of a boy so very neglectful that he could never be brought to read the word patriarchs, but whenever he met with it, he always pronounced it partridges. A friend of the writer observed to her that it could hardly be considered as a mere piece of negligence, for it appeared to him that the boy, in calling them partridges, was making a game of the patriarchs. A bull. A gentleman, in speaking of a nobleman's wife of great rank and fortune, lamented very much that she had no children. A medical gentleman who was present observed that to have no children was a great misfortune, but he thought he had remarked that it was hereditary in some families. The following anecdote may be related to illustrate the rule that when you have advanced arguments enough to prove your point, you should advance no more. 18 reasons for absence. The Prince of Conde, passing through Beaune, the public authorities went to meet him at the gates of the town. After many high-flown complaints, the mayor added, "To display our joy, we wish to receive you with the reports of a numerous artillery, but we have not been able to fire the cannons for 18 reasons. In the first place, we have none. Secondly, my good friend, said the prince, the first reason is so good, I will exclude the other 17. Laughing philosopher. It is well to store our minds with anecdotes, but every anecdote should be associated with some principle that it is adapted to prove or illustrated. Then the recollection of the anecdote will remind us of the principle, and the recollection of the principle will remind us of the anecdote. When you relate them, they should be related in illustration of the principle that may be the subject of the conversation, and introduced with propriety and good taste. Do not tell long anecdotes, as they will become tedious. If any other person is about to relate an anecdote that you know, do not interrupt him, but observe how he relates it, that you may learn to relate it better yourself. There is an art in this, as in all things, but it is generally best to begin with the time or occasion when the event occurred, then the persons, and then the actions. The following will illustrate the order I mean. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. While he was teaching in the temple, the Pharisees came unto him. The gist or point of the anecdote should always be related last. To learn how anecdotes may be related argumentatively, read Disraeli's Curiosities of Literature. End of section 21. Read by Adam Roxby in Colchester in the UK.
Section 22 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by pattymarie. Logic for the Millions by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Analogy, Comparison, and Contrast, Part 1. Section 2. Reasoning from Analogy, Comparison, and Contrast. Analogy is different from either deduction or induction. The word analogy means resemblance. By reasoning from analogy, we mean reasoning about one thing from its resemblance to another thing. The following are examples of this kind of reasoning. Quote, "And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered, and they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. And he said unto them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep, and if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will not lay hold on it and lift it out? How much then is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days." Unquote. Matthew chapter 7, verses 10 through 12. Quote, "It would be a very curious question to agitate how far understanding is transmitted from parent to child, and within what limits it can be improved by culture. Whether all men are born equal with respect to their understanding, or whether there is an original diversity antecedent to all imitation and instruction. The analogy of animals is in favor of the transmissibility of mind. Some ill-tempered horses constantly breed ill-tempered colts, and the foal never has seen the sire. Therefore, in this, there can be no imitation. If the eggs of a wild duck are hatched under a tame duck, the young brood will be much wilder than any common brood of poultry. If they are kept all their lives in a farmyard and treated kindly and well fed, Their eggs hatched under another bird produce a much tamer race. Unquote. Sidney Smith's Sketches of Moral Philosophy. I suppose it will be allowed that to advance a direct falsehood in recommendation of our wares by ascribing to them some quality which we know that they have not is dishonest. Now compare this with the designed concealment of some fault which we know that they have. The motive in these two cases is the same, and the prejudice to the buyer is also the same. The practice of passing bad money is sometimes defended by a vulgar excuse that we have taken the money for good and must therefore get rid of it, which excuse is much the same as if one who had been robbed on the highway should imagine he had a right to reimburse himself out of the pocket of the first traveler he met. Unquote. Paley's Moral Philosophy. 2. We shall now show the application of this kind of reasoning to several of the sciences. Quote, "In almost every department of human knowledge," says Mr. Blakey, "analogical reasonings are employed to a great extent, and are found to be of great utility. In the science of comparative anatomy, for example, it is of singular importance to trace out the resemblances between the structures of different animals, their organs of sensation, digestion, and motion. And from this analogical inquiry, we may draw useful conclusions for the government of our own conduct and constitution, and the promotion of our interests. For example, we make experiments with certain kinds of food on the digestive organs of dogs, and from these we infer or draw conclusions that such and such effects will result to ourselves from taking these same kinds of food. And these experiments have often led to the formation of rules of diet and regimen of considerable importance to our bodily health. Many highly beneficial discoveries in medicine may be traced to experiments and observations made upon the inferior animals, founded upon the resemblance between their functions of life and our own." Unquote. Essay on Logic. The principle of analogy has been applied to some of our reasonings in connection with astronomy. We have given you one example of this at page 42. Here's another. Quote, "A person on the earth can no more be sensible of its undisturbed motion on its axis than one in the cabin of a ship on smooth water can be sensible of the ship's motion when it turns gently and uniformly round. It is therefore no argument against the earth's diurnal motion that we do not feel it, nor is the apparent revolution of the celestial bodies every day a proof of the reality of these motions, for whether we or they revolve, the appearance is the very same. A person looking through the cabin windows of a ship as strongly fancies the objects on land go round when the ship turns, as if they were actually in motion." Unquote. Encyclopedia Britannica. The principle of analogy is also often employed in our moral reasonings. Quote, "Public companies are analogous to other collective bodies who are acknowledged to be moral agents. It will not be denied that a nation may declare an unjust war, may carry it on in a cruel manner, may treat a conquered nation with oppression. It may conduct a treaty of peace with duplicity and fraud. Nor will it be denied that a nation may become immoral by the extinction of moral feeling in its rulers and throughout the population. As then, large bodies of men, like nations, are rewarded or punished in their collective capacity for their virtues or vicious actions, it would seem to follow that smaller bodies of men, like public companies, may be subjected to the same moral discipline. A public company, like a nation, is composed of a number of individuals who have a government for the regulation of their affairs, and whose acts are considered as the acts of the whole body. It is true that a public company is composed of a smaller number of persons than a nation, but that cannot affect the moral character of its actions. It is also true that while a nation must act through its government, a public company may, and often does, at the general meeting of its shareholders, act independently of its government. But neither can this alter its moral agency, for whether the form of government be aristocratical or democratical, the duties of a nation or of a public company remain the same. In opposition to this doctrine, it may be contended that to render public bodies of men responsible in their collective capacity would be destructive of personal or individual responsibility. But this is not the case. A nation may be punished for its national crimes, and yet the individual who may have caused these crimes may sustain an individual punishment. Thus, Jeroboam, Ahab, and other kings of Israel were individually punished, while at the same time the nation was also punished in its collective capacity. So a public company may be punished or rewarded for its actions, while at the same time any individual who caused these actions may also be personally rewarded or punished. It may, too, be objected that if a public company is to be published as such for its acts, then all the partners would share in the punishment, though many of them may have been quite innocent of the crime. To this we answer that the same objection would apply to the doctrine of national responsibility. Footnote: the logical reader need not be reminded that in arguments from analogy, it is a sufficient answer to an objection to show that the objection applies with equal force to the doctrine from which the analogy is drawn. Thus, in the text, the moral responsibility of nations is assumed as admitted by all parties, and therefore requiring no further proof. From the resemblance or analogy between two cases, we infer the moral responsibility of public companies. It is therefore a sufficient answer to any objection against the latter doctrine to show that it will equally apply to the former. Indeed, the more numerous the objections, if they apply equally in both cases, the more the argument is strengthened, as they are confirmatory of the soundness of the analogy. End footnote. It is not possible in the case of a large body of men for every individual to take part in its actions. The act of the authorized government or of the majority of the members must be regarded as the act of the whole community, and every individual must share in the prosperity or adversity resulting from such acts. End quote. Gilbart's Practical Treatise on Banking. Analogy is also used in legal argumentation. When a point of law has been once adjudged, neither that question nor any which completely and in all its circumstances corresponds with that can be brought a second time into dispute. But questions arise which resemble this only indirectly and in part, in certain views and circumstances, and which may seem to bear an equal or a greater affinity to other adjudged cases. Questions which can be brought within any affixed rule only by analogy, and which hold a relation by analogy to different rules. It is by the urging of these different analogies that the contention of the bar is carried on, and it is in the comparison, adjustment, and reconciliation of them with one another, in the discerning of such distinctions, and in the framing of such a determination as may either save the rules alleged in the case, or, if that be impossible, may give up the weaker analogy to the stronger, that the sagacity and wisdom of the court are seen and exercised. Amongst 1,000 instances of this, we may cite one of general notoriety in the contest that has lately been agitated concerning literary property. The personal industry which an author expends upon the composition of his work bears so near a resemblance to that by which any other kind of property is earned, or deserved, or acquired. Or rather, there exists such a correspondency between what is created by the study of a man's mind and the production of his labor in any other way of applying it, that he seems entitled to the same exclusive, assignable, and perpetual right in both, and that right to the same protection of law. This was the analogy contended for on one side. On the other hand, a book, as to the author's right in it, appears similar to an invention of art, as a machine, and invention, a medicine. And since the law permits these to be copied and imitated, except where an exclusive use or sale is reserved to the inventor by patent, the same liberty should be allowed in the publication and sale of books. This was the analogy maintained by the advocates of an open trade, and the competition of these opposite analogies constituted the difficulty of the case, as far as the same was argued or adjudged upon principles of common law. One example may serve to illustrate our meaning, but whoever takes up a volume of reports will find most of the arguments it contains capable of the same analysis, although the analogies, it must be confessed, are sometimes so entangled as not to be easily unraveled or even perceived. Unquote. Paley's Moral Philosophy. Analogy is used in political economy. The following analogy is drawn between interest and rent. Quote, I have said there is no real difference between paying for the loan of money and for the loan of anything else. For suppose I have 100 pounds lying by me, you will easily see that it comes to the same thing, whether I buy a house or a piece of land with the money and let it to my neighbor at so much a year, or whether I lend him the money to buy the house or the land for himself, on condition of him paying me so much a year for the use of my money. But in the one case, his yearly payment would be called rent, and in the other case, it gets the name of interest. Unquote. Easy lessons on money matters. Mr. McCullough's fondness for generalization has sometimes led him into singular analogies. Thus, when discussing the utility of machinery, he observes, every individual who has arrived at maturity, though he may not happen to be initiated in any particular art or profession, has cost 20 years of assiduous attention and the expenditure of a considerable capital to construct. A further outlay of capital may improve the machine, and if a further sum has been laid out in educating or qualifying him for the exercise of a business or profession requiring manual skill, his value will be proportionately increased, and he will be entitled to a greater reward for his exertions, just as a machine becomes more valuable when new powers are given to it by the expenditure of additional capital or labor in its construction. Arguments from analogy are often employed in theology to refute objections that have been advanced against divine revelation. Thus, should one object to Christianity that God is represented as refusing to pardon offenses, even upon the sincere repentance of the offender, it may be replied that, in the moral government of the world, we do not find that the effects of sin are removed even upon sincere repentance. Thus, if a man gamble away his property, sincere repentance will not bring it back. Should he ruin his constitution by intemperance and then repent, his repentance will not restore his health. Should he, by a mean or unjust action, damage his reputation and then repent of his crime, his repentance will not bring back his good name. Thus, it is not a doctrine of natural any more than of revealed religion that God will pardon sin upon repentance without an atonement. In the present life, your happiness or misery will in many cases depend upon your own actions. It is therefore possible that your happiness or misery in the future world will depend upon your actions in the present world. If it be objected that the duration of happiness or misery in the future world is disproportionate to the duration of the crime, it may be replied that such is the case to a certain degree in the present world. For one short act of imprudence or folly committed in early years will sometimes embitter a whole life. Many similar cases may be seen in Butler's analogy. This kind of argument is used rather to remove objections than to adduce proof. Analogical reasoning abounds in the Holy Scripture. Quote, "A son honoreth his father, and a servant his master. If then I be a father, where is mine honor? If I be a master, where is my fear?" Unquote. Malachi chapter 1, verse 6. Quote, "And the ruler of the synagogue answered with indignation, because that Jesus had healed on the Sabbath day, and said unto the people, There are 6 days in which men ought to work. In them, therefore, come and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day. The Lord then answered him and said, Thou hypocrite, doth not each one of you on the Sabbath loose his ox or his ass from the stall, and lead him away to watering? And ought not this woman, being a daughter of Abraham, whom Satan hath bound, lo, these 18 years, be loosed from this bond on the Sabbath day?" Unquote. Luke chapter 13, verses 14 through 16. Some divines occasionally preach analogically. That is, they apply their text to some topic different from that to which it originally referred. The Reverend Matthew Wilkes preached sometimes from singular, but at the same time appropriate texts. A sermon of his on unsanctified prosperity was preached from Jehoram waxed fat and kicked. Another on little sins from Catch us the little foxes, even the little foxes that spoil the vines. His sermon before the London Missionary Society was from Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 18. Quote, "The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire. The women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger." Unquote. From "The Children Gather Wood," he urged the formation of juvenile missionary societies. We have read a printed sermon entitled, "The Devil Driving His Hogs to Market." The text was Mark chapter 5, verses 12 and 13. "And all the devils besought him, saying, Send us into the swine, that we may enter them. And forthwith Jesus gave them leave. And the unclean spirits went out and entered into the swine, and the herd ran violently down a steep place into the sea. They were about 2,000, and were choked in the sea." The possessed swine that had run violently down a steep place till they perished in the sea were considered to represent vicious men who, under the influence of the devil, are urged forward in a course that ends in their destruction. It is said that when Mr. Pitt, the Prime Minister, then a young man, visited one of the universities, a dignitary of the church preached from John chapter 6, verse 9. "There is a lad here which hath 5 barley loaves and 2 small fishes, but what are they among so many?" Quote, "And a pleasant anecdote is related of the Duke of Ormond, whose family name was Butler. When Viceroy of Ireland, being reminded of a promise of preferment he had made to a worthy clergyman named Joseph, by a sermon which the latter preached in the castle chapel, from Genesis chapter 40, verse 23. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgat him. The Reverend John Newton defended forms of prayer upon the analogy that exists between such forms and psalms and hymns, all being acts of devotion. Crito freely will rehearse forms of prayer and praise in verse. Why should Crito then suppose forms are sinful when in prose? End of section 22. Section 23 of Logic for the Million. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by pattymarie. Logic for the Million by James William Gilbart. Reasoning from Analogy, Comparison, and Contrast, Part 2. 3. Analogy influences our reasonings very much by the extent to which it has contributed to the formation of language. The faculty of association is not employed merely in the formation of new words, but it leads also to the applications of old words to new ideas. Sometimes the material of which anything is formed was employed to denote the thing itself, as a stick, a horn, a stone. The name of one object was also applied to some other to which it seemed to bear a resemblance. Thus, the word branch, which denotes a part of a tree, is applied to a part of almost every object that is capable of division. Hence we speak of the branch of a road, the branch of a river, the branch of a family, the branch of a discourse. Words which were originally employed to denote sensible objects were afterwards applied to intellectual ideas. The last object to which a man directs his attention, and that which he finds the most difficult to comprehend, are the powers of his own mind. Hence, mankind have usually a large stock of words denoting sensible ideas before they think of naming those ideas which are intellectual. And the operations of the mind can scarcely be understood by comparison with external objects. Mankind, therefore, having found or fancied some resemblance between sensible and intellectual ideas, applied the same words to both. In all languages, we find that words denoting intellectual ideas, when traced to their origins, are taken from sensible objects and were at first metaphors. The words understanding, evidence, reflection, as well as the words I have employed to denote the faculties of invention, association, and abstraction, were all taken from objects of sense. These words have now lost their metaphorical meaning and have become quite literal through being so frequently used. So we still speak of a man being burning with zeal, inflamed with anger, swollen with rage, and inflated with pride. And by the same figure of speech, we talk of a man having a hard heart, or a soft heart, or a thick head, or a long head, or a fertile imagination, a sound judgment, a strong memory, polished manners, and when we recommend circumspection to an individual, we tell him to look sharp. By the same principle of association, we apply to inanimate objects words denoting ideas peculiar to animals. Thus we speak of the head of a river, the face of a country, a neck of land, an arm of the sea, of a running stream, and a standing pool. We say the ground thirsts for rain, the earth smiles with plenty, and so we speak of a learned age, a happy period, and a melancholy disaster. Lecture on the Philosophy of Language. Analogy is the foundation of nearly the whole of our figurative language. Lindley Murray observes that figures of speech frequently give us a much clearer and more striking view of the principal object than we would have if it were expressed in simple terms and divested of its accessory idea. By a well-chosen figure, even conviction is assisted, and the impression of a truth upon the mind made more lively and forcible than it would otherwise be. We perceive this in the following illustration of Young. When we dip too deep into pleasure, we always stir a sediment that renders it impure and noxious, and in this instance, a heart boiling with violent passions will always send up infatuating fumes to the head. An image that presents so much congruity between a moral and a sensible idea serves like an argument from analogy to enforce what the author asserts and to induce belief. The language of satire is usually the language of analogy. Logic and wit are far oftener associated than opposed, and satire will sometimes succeed where reasoning fails. Writers on public questions often employ this weapon. The political and religious parties that existed in England in the reign of George I were represented by Dean Swift in his description of the parties of Lilliput. The political parties were distinguished from each other by the high and low heels of their shoes. The heir apparent, afterwards George II, wore one heel higher than the other, which gave him a hobble in his gait. He was evidently halting between two opinions. The religious parties were styled the Big Endians and the Little Endians. The former always broke their eggs before they ate them on the big end, the latter on the little end. The words of their prophet were, "Let all true believers break their eggs on the most convenient end." A few statesmen thought this meant that every true believer should break his egg on the end which seemed to him to be the most convenient. But this construction was not generally admitted, and many hundred volumes had been published on the controversy. In his Tale of the Tub, the Dean has, in the supposed adventures of three brothers, Peter, Martin, and Jack, given what he deems a representation of the Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinistic churches. All caricatures are founded on the principle of analogy. So are the weekly representations in Punch. The prorogation of Parliament in 1850 was represented by Lord John Russell shutting up shop, and the opening of the following session by The Writing Lesson, in which Lord John Russell is guiding the hand of the Queen when writing the speech from the throne. This kind of representation is sometimes found in the sacred writings. Then Amaziah sent messengers to Joash, the son of Jehoahaz, son of Jehu, king of Israel, saying, "Come, let us look one another in the face." And Jehoash, the king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, "The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, 'Give thy daughter to my son to wife.' And there passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon, and trode down the thistle. Thou hast indeed smitten Edom, and thine heart hath lifted thee up. Glory in this, and tarry at home. For why shouldst thou meddle to thy hurt, that thou shouldest fall, even thou, and Judah with thee?" 2 Kings 14, verses 8 through 10. And Elijah addressed the priests of Baal in the language of satire. And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them, and said, "Cry aloud, for he is a god. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is on a journey, or peradventure he sleepeth and must be awaked." 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 27. This is sound reasoning as well as satire. It contains an argument from the relation of subject and attribute. A god must possess omnipresence and omniscience, and as Baal did not possess these attributes, it was a proof that he was no god. 4. An analogy means a relationship or agreement between two or more things, which in other respects are entirely different. But when there are several points of agreement, it is not then an analogy, but a comparison. In the book of Proverbs, comparisons abound. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. See also John chapter 8, verse 53, chapter 19, verse 11, and 1 Corinthians chapter 13, verses 8 through 13. Dr. Watts gives the following examples of arguments founded on comparison. Knowledge is better than riches. Virtue is better than knowledge. Therefore, virtue is better than riches. A dove will fly a mile a minute. A swallow flies swifter than a dove. Therefore, a swallow will fly more than a mile a minute. The following comparison was drawn by the Reverend Sidney Smith between books and conversation. A book has no eyes and ears and feelings. The best are apt every now and then to become a little languid, whereas a living book walks about and varies his conversation and manner and prevents you from going to sleep. There is certainly a great evil in this as well as good. For the interest between a man and his living folio becomes sometimes a little too keen, and in the competition for victory, they become a little too animated towards, and sometimes exasperated against each other. Whereas a man and his book generally keep the peace with tolerable success, and if they disagree, the man shuts his book and tosses it into a corner of the room, which it might not be quite safe or easy to do with a living folio. It is an inconvenience in a book that you cannot ask questions. There is no explanation, and a man is less guarded in conversation than in a book, and tells you with more honesty the little niceties and exceptions of his opinions, whereas in a book, as his opinions are canvassed where they cannot be explained and defended, he often overstates a point for fear of being misunderstood. But then, on the contrary, almost every man talks a great deal better in his books, with more sense, more information, and more reflection than he can possibly do in his conversation, because he has more time. Moral philosophy. The following is a comparison of different places in the vicinity of London. 'Twould add 30 years to your life, and think what a blessing that would be to me. Not that I shall live a 10th part of the time. 30 years, if you take a nice little house somewhere at Brixton. You hate Brixton? I must say it, Caudle, that's so like you. Any place that's really genteel you can't abide. Now Brixton and Balham Hill I think delightful. So select. There nobody visits nobody unless they're somebody. To say nothing of the delightful pews that make the churches so respectable. However, do as you like. If you won't go to Brixton, what do you say to Clapham Common? Oh, that's a very fine story. Never tell me. No, you wouldn't be left alone, a Robinson Crusoe with wife and children, because you're in the retail way. What? The retired wholesales never visit the retired retails at Clapham? Ha! That's only your old sneering at the world, Mr. Caudle. But I don't believe it. And after all, people should keep to their station, or what was this life made for? Suppose a tallow merchant does keep himself above a tallow chandler. I call it only a proper pride. What? You call it the aristocracy of fat. I don't know what you mean by aristocracy, but I suppose it's only another of your dictionary words that's hardly worth the finding out. What do you say to Hornsey or Muswell Hill? Eh? Too high? What a man you are! Well then, Battersea? Too low? You're an aggravating creature, Caudle. You must own that. Hampstead, then? Too cold? Nonsense! It would brace you up like a drum, Caudle, and that's what you want. But you don't deserve anybody to think of your health or your comforts either. There's some pretty spots, I'm told, about Fulham. Now, Caudle, I won't have you say a word against Fulham. That must be a sweet place, dry and healthy, and every comfort of life about it. Else is it likely that a bishop would live there? Mrs. Caudle's Curtain Lectures. Comparison is a principle of extensive use in reasoning. In deliberating upon any step we are about to take, we make a comparison between the good and the evil effects it is likely to produce. We make comparisons between different men and different qualities and different actions, and between the laws and customs of different countries, and we approve or disapprove according to the award of our judgments. And indeed, our descriptions of persons, places, and things consist chiefly of points of comparison with other persons, places, and things. Lord Campbell says of Holt, "Of all the lawyers in our annals, Holt has gained the highest reputation merely by the exercise of judicial functions. He was not a statesman like Clarendon. He was not a philosopher like Bacon. He was not an orator like Mansfield. Yet he fills nearly as great a space in the eyes of posterity, and some enthusiastic lovers of jurisprudence regard him with higher veneration than any English judge who preceded or has followed him." Lives of the Chancellors. In America, all our farms a'most have what we call the great rough pasture, that is, a great rough field of 100 acres or so near the woods, where we turn in our young cattle and breedin' mares and colts and dry cows and what not, where they take care of themselves, and the young stock grow up and the old stock grow fat. It's a grand outlet to the farm that would be overstocked without it. We could not do without it nohow. Now your colonies are a great field for a redundant population, a grand outlet. Sam Slick. Let us consider some of those points in which other nations offer us a high example. We may mention, for instance, that there is among the continental nations a general amenity of manners, a freedom of intercourse between the various classes of society, which certainly gives them the appearance of great amiability, besides that it is the source of other advantages. Again, we find in the nations that belong to the Roman Catholic Church a straightforward, unaffected boldness in the profession of their religion, which is worthy of a purer creed. There is also in Roman Catholic countries a regard to the outward forms of religion, which, though not in itself all that is required of the Christian, nor even the most important part of his duty, is yet the natural manner in which a real spirit of religion should exhibit itself. It is, however, in the Eastern world that religious feeling is exhibited in the most natural manner. We may perhaps have among the approaching throng of interested spectators some of the followers of Mohammed, whose well-known custom it is to frequently ejaculate their brief confession of faith, and who would never think of writing a book without prefacing it by an inscription of praise to God. We shall doubtless have a close criticism instituted upon our mode of education, and inquiry as to the degree in which it meets the wants of our population. The inhabitants of those countries where attendance upon schools is compulsory upon children of a suitable age, or those in which it is universally adopted, from a real estimation of the benefits to be derived therefrom, may perhaps be surprised at the defects and imperfections which are allowed to exist in our system. The ample provision which has been made in many American states for this purpose, at a very early period too in their first establishment, deserves to be noticed as affording an example most worthy of imitation. We might go on in the same strain and speak of that high sense of filial duty which the disciples of Confucius would expect to find in us, and which is among themselves an effectual principle of government, or of that tenderness towards dumb animals and that strong feeling of brotherhood, pervading the different sects and superseding all necessity of poorhouses, which are so generally manifested by the worshippers of Brahma, and which may therefore be considered by them as the best evidences of moral excellence. Great Exhibition Prize Essay. End of section 23.